Hi, if you want to watch exclusive content with hot girls that is not on YouTube, namely, where Naruto roasts Kushina Mikoto and many other hot girls without restrictions, then visit my channel Busty and subscribe. By the link in the description. Chapter 1, Legacy. In a remote location, only destruction could be seen. As the sun slowly rose, two men could be seen, one standing and the other apparently dead, around the battlefield featured weapons, craters, and what appeared to be a large waterfall, undoubtedly created by the intensity of the combat. This place would later be known as the Valley of the End. The man who was barely standing had long hair, black that reached his neck, black eyes, and he wore what looked like worn red armor with plates around his arms and chest for protection. His name was none other than Asarama Senju, leader of the Senju clan and first caged from Nuigakura Nato, the Hidden Leaf Village. Why did he have? How did it come to this, Madara? He asked Sarama, looking at the corpse of his old friend, the now identified man. He was lying on the floor. He had long, spiky black hair that almost reached his hips, covering his left side of his face, including his tar black eye. He also wore armor with the same style. Lying on the floor with a sword embedded in his chest was Uchiha Madara, former leader of the clan Uchiha and co-founder of the Hidden Leaf Village. I'm sorry, but you've chosen the wrong path. Goodbye, old friend. May you find peace in the afterlife, Asarama said as she turned back and walked away from the long battle that had barely he had escaped, his head bowed in sorrow for not being able to save his friend from his choices. A couple of days later. Location unknown. Oh, my head, where am I? Madara asked, opening his eyes. He slowly opened his eyes. He immediately jumped and winced at the wound in his chest, looking around. I found that I was in a small wooden house. From what I could see, it was a modest-looking house. Probably only one person lived there. Relax, champ, you were hurt pretty badly, a woman said. He noticed her as she approached him. Seeing her, he noticed she had long, straight blonde hair that reached her waist. With blue eyes and an oval face, she was wearing a brown shirt that easily revealed her breasts and cup-size black pants, and there before him stood a beautiful woman smiling. Who are you? Where am I? Madara asked, feeling a little suspicious of the woman before him, even if she appeared weak at first glance. Well, my name is Namikaze, and where are you? We're in the land of rice fields, near the ocean, he said. Anako gave him a small smile that didn't go unnoticed by Madara. What happened? How did I get here? An impatient Madara asked, trying to piece together what had happened, as his memory was somewhat hazy. So many questions. Just lie back and relax. You were wounded in your last battle and barely escaped. You were very. I'm so lucky I found you, brought you here, and healed you. There were times when I thought I couldn't have saved you. After all, not many people survive having a sword through their chest. Now, what about? If you tell me who you are? Anako asked, assuming the man was probably a shinobi. I am the great Uchiha Madara, former leader of the Uchiha clan, co-founder of the Hidden Leaf Village, Madara said with pride, being a member of his clan. A little full of you, don't you think? Anako said, giving Madara a giggle and receiving a look from him. Part of this, are you a shinobi? Anako asked cautiously, still unsure if she could trust him. In fact, I am one of the most powerful beings in the known world, tied in power only with Asarama Senju. Currently, the first case of the blade. Madara said, spitting out the last word with clear venom. He still hated the blade and its clan for not following his leadership and abandoning him to follow a Senjutsu among all the people. Even so, they kicked you out. The butt, Anako said, letting out a giggle and bursting into laughter as Madara watched angrily and he muttered about disrespectful and troublesome blondes. Well, I'm going to get some food, rest a bit and have a drink. A couple of months to recover his health, Anako said as Madara lay in bed remembering he lost to Asarama, but laughed sinisterly. 5 years later, many would have thought Madara was a cold person, incapable of loving or caring for anyone other than himself. However, this could not to be further from the truth. In the last few years much had changed, and although Madara wouldn't admit it, he became very close to Anako. In fact, he treated her like his wife and even abandoned his plans for revenge against the members of his clan. Perhaps this is the peace I've always sought, Madara thought as he gazed at his beloved life with her head on his chest. In past years he had adopted the life of a fisherman along with Anako and having left behind the fights and wars she once fought, Anako had also learned about Madara and his clan. He had created the village with his rival and lifelong friend, Asarama. He learned about his life as a shinobi and the Madara's Kek and Genkai, the Sharingan. Who would have thought that the great Uchiha Madara would simply live an ordinary life? A civilian life far from the battles, ironic, since I always wanted to be in the heat of combat at the hands of a powerful enemy. Madara thought as he laughed at having almost died at Asarama's hands. If leaving the shinobi life is it will take to be with the Nako and make her happy, I will gladly forget about my past and focus on the future. He thought as he drifted off to sleep in his beloved's embrace. 500 years later, in the land of rice fields. Another 50 years had passed, and now we see a happy Madara leaning against a tree, hugging a Nako close. Chest, they were both looking out to sea and could see a 4-year-old boy trying to stand on his chest. The water, he had spiky blonde hair and the bluest eyes anyone had ever seen. His name was Namikaze Minato, son of Uchiha Madara and Namikaze Nako. Seeing his son try and fail to stand on water, both the parents sighed and felt happy to have a wonderful son and a great companion to love as much as they did. The other loved him. Although Madara abandoned the path of the shinobi, he decided to train the young Minato to defend himself without the surgical necessity at some point. Madara also explained that he decided to name her after his mother because the Uchiha were well known and feared throughout the world. He also explained and showed her his Sharingan, saying that one day he would possess it and should be proud of his heritage. A couple of weeks later, Madara was heading home after going to town to buy supplies. On his way home, he felt an explosion of chakra in the direction of his home. Even if Madara had abandoned being a shinobi, he still retained most of it. Of their skills and shape, without knowing when they might be needed, quickly moving through the trees, he could make out his. He went home and saw a Nako bleeding and little Minato trying to fend off a couple of aimed shinobi, no doubt about it. He disappeared quickly and stopped just long enough to block a sword that would have killed his only son. Activating his Sharingan, he simply saw the 4 shinobi in front of them, and from what he could see, they were barely at the level of Chunin. The shinobi of Ames saw the Sharingan shining in all its power, and the group leader asked, "Cuckoo, who are you?" He stammered. After seeing the Sharingan, the shinobi knew very well the power. "From Kiki and Janai and the members of that clan, I am Madara, Uchiha Madara," he said as the wind moved his hair, giving him an aura of power that intimidated even the most powerful of enemies. After hearing the name, the shinobi of Aim paled and took a couple of steps back when they saw that the man in front of them was the legendary Uchiha Madara, former leader of the clan. Without hesitation, Madara activated his Susanoo and swiftly killed the 4 shinobi. Without any remorse, looking back, he realized that Minato had fainted from lack of chakra, and, approaching his beloved, he looked into her eyes and his heart was filled with remorse for not being able to be there. He was unable to protect the only person who had mattered more than anything else in his world. "Love of her life, take care, Kay, of our son," a very weakened Eiko said, giving him a. After a final kiss to her beloved, she closed her eyes, never to open them again. Madara remained frozen there, watching his wife now dead. Images of the last 10 years of his life flashed through his mind. In recent years, everything what she received was happiness, and it had been stolen from her. Taking one last look at Swana, she made a decision that it would influence everyone. I was too naive to think this would last, too naive to believe that the world had changed, too naive to leave my plans behind. I will lead the world to peace and happiness. True, I will honor your memory, Aniko. I will create a world made of love and happiness, and I will make sure that you are with me. Beside, Madara thought as he picked up his son and leaped into the trees, leaving his old home behind. 1 month later, Madara and Minato met a few thousand miles from the main gates of Konoha, while Madara was looking at a last time to Minato. "Minato, my son!" Madara said to get Minato's attention. In the last month, Madara had he trained Minato with great rigor, determined to make his son as strong as possible so that he could to stay safe. During the month of training, Minato had activated his Sharingan, a great achievement for someone so young. Remember to keep the Uchiha name and your bloodline a secret from the village, but never forget your legacy. Even if I dislike the Senju, this village will keep you safe and make you strong. Never abandon your beliefs and fight for what you love. Only when you fight to protect something precious to you will you be able to show your true strength. I'm so sorry to leave you alone, but this is something I must do alone. talk to the third Kaji and tell him that you are an orphan and wish to join Konoha. He will keep you safe. There will be a time when we face each other. Until then, good luck, Madara said as he began to walk away, leaving his son on a new path. I suppose this is it, Minato said. I was walking through the main gates of Konoha. I'll make you proud, Tusan, and I will honor your memory, Canon. 20 years later. Classified location, outside of Konoha, throughout the entire room, a scream echoed. This scream seemed to belong to a small baby. The baby weighed 3 kilograms and had spiky blonde hair, so like a pair of dark blue eyes, a charcoal cup from his father, Minato Namikaze. Congratulations, Kusina-san, it's a beautiful boy, said the nurse as she handed the newborn baby to his mother. The woman in the bed could only to be described as a red-headed beauty with long, straight red hair that reached her waist, blue eyes and large, cup-shaped breasts adorned her well-developed body. She hugged her son for the first time. Hello, Sochi, Kusina said. Minato turned to his son and said, Welcome to our family, Naruto. Chapter 2: The Birth of a Legend. Previously. Hello, Sochi, Kushina said. Minato turned to his son and he said, Welcome to our family, Naruto. Current time, classified location, outside of Konoha. Rest. Kusina, you'll have plenty of time, Byako said as she took Naruto for his first bath. Byako was a 170-year-old woman. Siam with long brown hair styled in a ponytail and eyes of the same color. She is around 50 years old and is the wife of Sarutobi Ruin, the third Hokage. Okaji, former leader of Konoha. How are you feeling, Kusina? Minato asked. Concerned about his loving wife. Just tired, she replied. Thank you, he said. Suddenly, a voice unfamiliar to Minato and Kusina echoed in the room. Stay away from the Jinchuriki, fourth Hokage, it said. A masked man held Naruto captive with a kunai to his neck. Via him and the other nurse. They were lying dead on the floor. Oji, just calm down, Minato said, frightened. Concern was evident in his eyes. Speak for yourself, fourth Hokage. I am perfectly calm, the man. Masked? He said as he threw Naruto into the air, preparing to stab him with the kunai. Suddenly, Minato, enveloped in a yellow flash, grabbed Naruto as the masked man headed towards Kusina. A buzzing sound was heard as Minato noticed the 5 explosive tags placed on the blanket that wrapped him. Minato quickly removed the blanket and headed to his safe house, Minato's safe house. Outside Konoha, an explosion occurred, and Minato was thrown with his son in his arms. That man is no shinobi. Ordinary, Minato said, wondering who the masked man was. He managed to separate me from Kusina by teleporting to the. At the Namikaze mansion, Minato laid his son on the bed and whispered, Rest now, Naruto, I'm going to save your mother. I'll be back. Classified location, outside of Konoha, the masked man approached Kusina and teleported away. Outside the house, placing his head on her stomach, he began to extract the kubi. In a couple of minutes, a figure. It is seen emerging from its stomach and materializing in the air. There, the 9-tailed demon fox was found. In all its glory, with a single glance, the masked man trapped the kubi under his control, the eyes of the kubi before. With a vertical red pupil, now they are red with 3 tomo, the Sharingan shining in all its power. Wait, he said. A weakened Kusina realizing what was about to happen. Incredible, the Uzumaki clan is simply incredible. Not even extracting a tailed beast from you is enough to kill you, the masked man said as he ordered the Kyuubi to kill its previous Jinchuriki. It's to be expected that the Kyuubi will kill its host, he said. As the Kyuubi is about to crush Kusina, a yellow flash is seen prostrate on a not-too-distant tree. Far away, we can see Minato with Kushina in his arms, carrying her bridal style. He truly deserves it. Minato Namikaze's title, the yellow flash of Konohata's teleporting to the edge of the village. Minato teleported to the Namikaze mansion, laying Kusina down near his son, and she simply hugged him. Kusina, I'm going to stop the Kyuubi, take care of him, he said, and in a yellow flash he was gone. North entrance of Konoha. It was a warm summer night in the village hidden among the leaves. Lights could be seen around the village, while people went about their normal lives, unaware of what was about to happen. Enojitsu knives technique of invocation, the masked man said as he slammed his palm on the ground, and then, with a burst of smoke, he found the Kyuubi ready to unleash its fury upon the unsuspecting village. Suddenly, a roar was heard. As the Kyuubi began its destruction by moving its tails and using its claws, nothing stood in its way. "Sandaime, the Kyuubi has appeared in the northern part of the village," said an Anbu as he bowed before the. "Yes, I heard that. Summon the forces and evacuate the civilians. We must push the Nine Tails out of the village and wait for the fourth," said the third Hokage. Minato Namikaze is seen. He stands atop the monument of the Okages, ready to face the Kyuubi when he senses a presence behind him. Quickly ducking and turning, he strikes with the kunai only for it to pass right through his head. Enemy. Suddenly, everything begins to distort as the masked man begins to absorb Minato. In a sort of spiral pattern, before he can finish, Minato disappears. Minato had teleported himself to his safe house, after Minato managed to escape the masked man, that technique said. Minato, thinking about what he had just experienced, thought, "It's a more advanced space-time technique than mine, isn't it? Does it require seals? Or I could have seen them with my Sharingan. It's better to hide my Sharingan under a genjutsu. I don't know who. It's him, but his chakra signature seems familiar." Suddenly, a figure began to appear just a few meters away. Minato, there stood the masked man, preparing to face Kiro and Senko, lightning. Yellow, the men looked at each other, challenging one another to make the first move. "Who are you?" Minato asked as. "I was assessing who could even have the power not only to release, but to control the Kyuubi. My name has been long forgotten and despised in the history of this village, Fui, once known as Uchiha Madara, but you can call me Tobi," he replied, giving a small laugh at the irony of asking a masked man. "Who is it? I'm not sure you're actually Madara Uchiha though. Chakra seems familiar, you're not him," Minato said, trying to decipher the masked man's identity. The masked man simply stood there, wondering how the fourth Hokage could know that he wasn't Madara. Something's wrong. How can he know Madara's chakra? Tobi thought. Both warriors charged at each other. In a battle of speed, the fastest would win. Minato simply launched Susanoo Irisin aimed at Tobi, but it simply passed through his head. He drew closer to the other, preparing himself. As a result, Minato charged a Rasengan in his right hand, ready to unleash it on Tobi. Tobi was about to. I touched Minato and absorbed him. "Victory is mine," he said, and suddenly Minato disappeared from his sight, only to. He appears behind them, using the kunai he had previously thrown. Minato spins around and unleashes the Rasengan against Tobi, vaporizing the area and marking Tobi with Irasen's signature. "I underestimated him," says Tobi when. Suddenly, Minato appears before him, stabbing him with a kunai and applying a seal to release the Nine Tails. Tobi watches. The one who lost the fight says, "I will return and take my revenge on the Leaf Village." As he teleports away, something tells me he wasn't joking, and he's an Uchiha with a chakra similar to my father's. I wonder who he is, I thought. Minato, preparing to confront the Nine Tails, teleported to the arena, battlefield, part north of the village of Konoha. On the battlefield, the third Hokage was found leading the forces and making his. Minato makes his best effort to push the Kyuubi out of the village. Suddenly, he hears Kuchioso Jutsu, and says, "Minato!" As it falls on top of the Kyuubi with its summoning, Gamabunta the Toad Chief, who was holding the Kyuubi against the ground. "Try to hold it as long as you can. Teleporting something that big requires preparation," he tells the Toad Chief. As he prepared to teleport the Kyuubi out of the village. "Are you crazy? I don't perform miracles, hurry up," he said. Gamabunta. Suddenly, both Minato and the Kyuubi disappeared near the house of security. Approaching the safe house with the Kyuubi behind him, Minato began to gasp from the enormous strain of chakra that required teleporting the Kyuubi. "Yame, quick, you must call him. I can still sense that damned Uchiha pushing me. I refuse to be controlled," said the Kyuubi. To Minato's surprise, he wants me to seal him away? He wondered. Minato teleported to the safe house, taking Kusina and Naruto for the ritual. "Kusina, I need your help to restrain him. He's still being manipulated," he says as Kusina gathers what's left of his chakra to form chains that will attack the Kyuubi to the ground. Minato begins to perform a long chain of seals, and at the end he shouts, "Shiki Fujin, consuming demon seal, fourth Hokage, get out of my way!" The Kyuubi screams as it senses the to be manipulated into killing its next host. However, both Minato and Kushina jump in front of the claw, protecting her son Kusina. "Kugo, we don't have much time, last words," he asks his wife. Naruto, begin. I want you to grow up to be a good young man and a strong shinobi, remember? Take a bath every day and go to bed early. You need to sleep. I also want you to make friends. You don't need many, just a few, as long as they're true friends too. Don't drink until you're 20, and stay away from Jiraiya. I'm sorry, Minato, for taking up your time. Don't worry, says Kyuubi. Can you take care of my son? I know he'll have a hard life. Minato asked. It would be an honor. I'll take care of your puppy, she replied. Kir wondered how the hell he'd gotten out like this tonight. Damn it, Minato thought. I need to make sure he knows about my father's legacy. I can't let him hear it with the Uchiha, not with the Kyuubi inside him, but I never told him. No one, and it's too late. Now Minato starts to think when suddenly an idea occurs to him. Maybe this will work. Suddenly, Minato gathers what remains of his chakra and sends it to his eyes, which begin to spin, and he says in a weak tone, Tsukuyami. Minato begins to move his eyes and says, Naruto, listen to what your mother just said. And grow to be a strong and courageous shinobi. And with the last of his strength he whispered 8 trigrams seal. Chapter 3, Awakening. In every shinobi village there is a reminder of their leaders and heroes to honor their memory and the sacrifice they made to protect and defend their homes. In Konoha, there is a certain mountain that exemplifies exactly that. The mountain was, in fact, called Okaji Mountain, and on it the previous and current Okaji were engraved on the blade, and it is there that the faces of legendary figures were found. Shinobi Senju Shirilama Shodame Okaji, leader of the Senju clan, one of the founders of the village of the Leaf and the first of the Mokutan element, he was a kind and considerate person, dedicated to serving his village, However, he died during the First Shinobi World War. His battle against Madara had taken its toll, leaving him with nothing but his burden. Permanently weakened, at the time of his death, he was a shadow of his former self, but even now, at 80 years old, he was still going strong. Even after his death, he continues to be remembered by everyone in the village. The second face belonged to Senjuto. By Rama, Night-Aim Okage, he was Asarama's younger brother and became an oak, fire of his brother's death. He was also a very strong shinobi. In fact, each of the Okages was revered as the strongest shinobi of his time. Tobirama was known for his extremely high affinity for water, which allowed him to make high-range movements even in places without water, by condensing the air around him. He lost his life fighting in the Second Shinobi War, but before his death he chose Iruin Saratobi, one of his students. Like Sandaime Okage, the third face on the monument was Saratobi and Ruin of the Saratobi clan. Known for their summons, monkeys, and extreme skill in taijutsu, Iruin is currently 55 years old and one of the most powerful shinobi in the village, but in his youth he was revered as the Shinobi Noi, god of the shinobi, primarily due to his skill in ninjutsu, which allowed him to combine different elements in his attacks. Kurin is the current leader of the Leaf Village. After his successor, the fourth king died. The last face of the monument is that of Namikaze Minato, the fourth king, known as the most powerful of the oak. He was also the fastest shinobi to have lived in the elemental nations. Not even the rooters with lightning armor could compete with his speed. He was known for his use of Ligus and no jutsu, the god of lightning technique, an S-rank technique of his own creation that allowed him to move almost at the speed of the light. This technique was the reason he was known as the Yellow Flash, because of his blonde hair. The only thing all people could see was a yellow flash due to his speed. In the Hidden Leaf Village, he was the hero who he sacrificed his life to kill the Kyubino Yoko that attacked 5 years ago, and here, just 5 years after the Kyuubi's attack. This is where our story truly begins, with a little boy who, despite living a life of mistreatment, the entire city will rise to become the legend it was born to be. Konoha, 5 years after the Kyuubi attacked on the 10th October, it was a warm night in the Leaf Village. The sun had barely set and was beginning to. Night was falling, the village lights were being turned on, and we could still see many people moving about the village, carrying out their activities, unlike many other villages. And although Konoha was the most powerful of them in the elemental nations, it didn't seem so militaristic or cold. Many people, upon seeing Konoha, would say it wasn't a village. Shinobi, however, the mountain that surrounded the northern part of the village was a clear indication of what it was. In the faces of the most powerful shinobi who ever lived were engraved on it. It was October 10th, the village The village was covered in decorations and celebrating the defeat of the Kyuubi that attacked 5 years ago. Everyone in the village was celebrating. They were happy because it was a time of peace. The wars were long forgotten, but not the hatred and pain they caused. The many who had been lost, although everyone seemed happy, one child in particular was very sad and solitary. Uzumaki Naruto was an orphan of the Kyuubi attack. He was around 120 centimeters tall and had hair blonde and spiky, with the bluest eyes anyone had ever seen, and on each cheek 3 marks that seemed to be mustache. A birthmark. He wore a white shirt with short sleeves and an orange spiral on his back, as well as black pants, despite being what one would describe as a child. Normally, Naruto was hated and despised by most of the village. He was a painful reminder of the attack. Kyuubi, he was expelled from the orphanage at the age of 4 and lived on the streets for about a month until Anbu found him. He found him and they took him before the third Hokage. The third Hokage eventually became a father figure to Naruto. He gave him a small apartment and a boarding house to live in, but Naruto was constantly pursued by the. He was constantly abused and beaten by villagers. Shopkeepers would kick him, sell him rotten goods, or charge him exorbitant prices. Double the price. Even in the orphanage he received the same treatment. Growing up in this kind of life forced Naruto to mature quickly if he wanted to survive. Because of this treatment, Naruto grew into a truly intelligent child. On par with Nara, he became cold and calculating towards everyone. Except for those closest to him, which in this case was just Okaji and the owners of a ramen stand, only 3. People cared about Naruto and made sure he was eating and sleeping well. On his birthday, things were even worse, because the villagers and even some shinobi would gather and hunt him down like a animal. This is the situation we find ourselves in now. A frightened child ran through the streets of Konoha, making. He did his best to evade the pursuing villagers and shinobi. The villagers shouted, "Die, demon! Catch him! Finish what the 4th Hokage started." Naruto wondered what had happened. Made to deserve such treatment and such a hard life. "Stop, please! What did I do to any of you?" he asked. Naruto was running as fast as he could, but his legs were starting to give out. "Oh, please, he knows very well what." "You did it! You killed my brother and my father!" shouted one of the villagers, who threw an empty bottle at him. "We will finish what the 4th Hokage started and kill the demon," the villager said, and the others agreed. Naruto continued. He ran until he looked behind him towards his pursuers and noticed that a couple of them appeared to be Chunin. Even if Naruto was a monster who could withstand great physical exertion, a 5-year-old child couldn't compete with him. With the speed of a Chunin, the Chunin quickly closed the distance between himself and Naruto, grabbed a kunai, and slashed horizontal. Upon seeing the kunai that would most likely kill him, Naruto ducked. As he ducked, he noticed that time seemed to slow down. After dodging the slash, he involuntarily channeled chakra into his legs, trying to jump over a fence to escape. The rest of the shinobi, seeing this, were indeed surprised, but not. They could have let the demon escape, so they all threw a couple of kunai towards it while saying kunai and Kage Shuriken no Jutsu. The kunai multiplied 50-fold and hurtled toward Naruto. Naruto, knowing since he couldn't dodge them all in midair, he began to observe them and calculate the best way to avoid them. That's when it happened. His vision suddenly became clearer, and the approaching kunai seemed almost stop. Just by looking at them, he could predict where they would impact. Reacting on instinct, Naruto quickly caught one. He drew a kunai in his hand and began deflecting them all, except for the one that managed to get past his defenses and hit his shoulder. Naruto. He screamed in pain, but managed to jump over the fence and land a salvo. He pulled the kunai from his shoulder and noticed that the wound was already closing. "I wonder why I'm the only person who heals this fast," she wondered. As he walked through the village, hidden in the shadows to avoid the villagers, he noticed. He quickly realized his vision was different. It was black and white, and he could see people with a blue flame inside them that surrounded their bodies. She tried to strain her eyes to see better and suddenly fainted in the alley. The stress and exhaustion from running and receiving a kunai to the shoulder was too much for him. Naruto's thoughts. Naruto woke up in. It looked like a sewer. There were pipes in every wall and the floor was flooded with water, reaching 20 centimeters deep. In height, Naruto wandered through the endless corridors, wondering where he was and listening to a soft voice. A female voice called to him. "Follow my voice." she said. Naruto didn't know her, but he felt drawn toward the voice. After walking for a couple of minutes, Naruto found himself looking at two large doors of iron with vertical bars. In the middle of the door was a small piece of paper with the kanji for seal. He saw inside the cage seemed empty. "Hello, Naruto," said the voice. Naruto jumped back and he noticed a man leaning against the sewer wall. Outside the cage, Naruto carefully observed the man. The man was about 190 centimeters tall. He had spiky blonde hair. He had two sideburns framing his face and blue eyes. He wore a blue suit and the traditional Hyunin waistcoat. He also wore a white cloak with red flames that had the kanji for Yandame Okaji on it. "Yamagi?" Naruto asked. He knew very well what had happened 5 years ago, and he knew that the fourth Hokage had died to kill the Kyuubi. He was a hero. "My name is Minato Namikaze and I am the fourth age," he said, looking at the child in front of him, and he wondered how it had happened so soon. Naruto looked about 5 years old at most. "How were you supposed to be? Dead? Am I dead too?" Naruto asked. "No, you're not, but unfortunately I am," he replied. Minato. "But if you're dead, where am I? And how do you know my name?" Naruto. He wondered what the hell was going on. "Naruto, I'm going to explain everything, so listen carefully." "Yes?" he asked. Naruto, peeking his head in, said, "We're inside your mind, basically. This is a physical representation of." "How is it, do you understand?" Naruto stated. "The truth is, I'm your father." Naruto froze upon hearing this. No, he can't. To be, Gigi told me he didn't know who my parents were. He thought. "Tet, you're my father, how?" Naruto asked. "Well, about how you'll know when you're older," Minato said, laughing. "But it's true, I'm your father, and I feel like I don't. I would be there for you, but I had to stop the Kyuubi. But listen, because I don't have much time, You've asked why the village treats you like a monster, which Naruto is slowly but surely addressing. Well, there's no way around it. It's easy to say this, but 5 years ago when you were born, the Kyuubi attacked the village. The Sanda told me to kill the Kyuubi, but that's impossible. The Kyuubi is a mass of chakra without a physical body, so no. It could die. The only way I could stop it was by sealing it inside a newborn baby. I hate to say it, but I had to. To seal it inside you," she said sheepishly, wondering how Naruto would react. "What? What are you saying?" "What do you mean by sealing it?" "I am the Kyuubi," he asked, realizing the reason for the names the villagers called him. "No, you are either a monster nor the Kyuubi, my son, and for sealing him away, I mean that the Kyuubi is trapped inside you, behind those bars." "Kyuubi, come closer," Minato explained. Soon, behind the bars of the empty cage, Naruto saw two bright red eyes with vertical pupils of black in color. As his eyes approached the doors, he noticed the shape of a fox with tails moving behind them. From him, there before him and at the gate stood the most powerful being in the world, the most powerful of the 9 Biju, the Kabino Yoko, the 9-tailed demon fox. Upon seeing it, Naruto jumped back, terrified at the sight of the monster. He attacked the village and was responsible for so many deaths. "There's no need to fear me, cub," said the Kyuubi. As I watched the poor boy, I knew all too well what the villagers were doing to him. Naruto Minato began, attracting the little boy's attention. "This is Kyuubi, and he's not the demon everyone thinks he is, 5 years old. It wasn't his fault," Minato said, and began to explain what happened that fateful night, 5 years ago, since Naruto was born, the masked man releasing the Kyuubi and controlling it to attack the village until Minato selling it inside him. Naruto remained frozen, absorbing what had happened, everything his father said. Minato continued, "I'm sorry, but I had to seal the 9 tails inside you. You've had a hard life so far. But I trust this will make things slightly better," Minato said, touching Naruto's stomach and transferring the key to the seal. Naruto opened the cage. "What are you doing?" Naruto asked, worried that his father would open the cage and let. When Kyuubi left, "Naruto, I told you it wasn't Kyuubi's fault that night. Kyuubi will help you grow and will be there for you. I'll be there to help you in battle and provide advice. The only thing I ask is that when you're near your death, release the Kyuubi. He doesn't deserve to be trapped in a cage and used as a weapon," Minato said. "Really? Will you be my friend?" Naruto asked, though a little afraid of the fox. "Of course. I will take care of you and make you strong so you can protect your home and friends," replied the Kyuubi. "And what happened to What happened next surprised everyone. Naruto suddenly left his father's side and jumped onto Kyuubi's paw. Soft and warm, he said as Minato and the Kyuubi laughed. Now, Naruto, there's one more thing I want to tell you. I don't know if you've realized it, but your vision is different, Minato said. In fact, it's black and white, with you being blue and the red Kyuubi, Naruto replied. Naruto, do you know who Madara is? Minato asked, receiving a growl from him. Kyuubi, clearly showing he had no love for the Uchiha leader. Yes, I know he was one of the founders of Leaf Village and its leader. From the Uchiha clan, he was supposed to be one of the strongest in the world, Naruto said. Surprising his father, although Naruto was only 5 years old, he was very intelligent, and he liked to read, but going to the library was impossible, since he was always expelled. Exactly, but what neither you nor nobody knows that Madara was actually my father. I never told anyone because I decided to keep it a secret, he said. Naruto's eyes widened when they discovered that the legendary Madara was his grandfather. I am the son from the Yellow Flash and the great Madara. There's no way I won't become an Hokage, Naruto thought. With you being my twin and Madara being my Ajizan, there's no way I won't become Hokage, Naruto shouted, raising his. He raised his fist in the air, receiving a smile from Minato. I have no idea what you'll be, Naruto, Minato said, stirring things up. Naruto's hair. Now, as you know, the Uchiha clan has a bloodline, more specifically a dojutsu, right? Naruto ascended. This bloodline is called the Sharingan, and you have activated it. First level, look at the floor. Naruto looked down and saw his reflection in the water, his blood-red eyes with a black tome. In each one, the Sharingan will evolve until it is complete, having 3 tomo in each eye, Minato concluded. He didn't want to talk about the Q-man, his time was running out, and the Kyuubi could explain it if he ever did. It unlocked. God, I hope I never have to go through that, Minato thought. Oh, I knew I was great, Naruto, she said happily, having learned all about her family and discovering she had a bloodline. Now, Naruto, pay attention to what I'm about to say. Minato began. I know you've always wanted a family, but you can't go to the Uchiha clan besides of having the Kyuubi sealed inside you, which, if they were to enter, they would try to use for their own benefit. I want you to be a good person and not an arrogant, power-hungry one like the Uchiha. Never rely too much on him. Sharingan, remember, it's just a tool. Having it doesn't make you all-powerful, understand? Minato, he asked, feeling a pang of emotion. Oh gee, my time is running out. All I have, including my clan's techniques and weapons, are in the Namikaze state, and only you can enter, as there is a seal of blood all around him. Be careful that no one finds out. I have many enemies, like Madara did. If you ever desire your true heritage, I ask that you reveal it when you are strong enough to protect yourself and everyone else. Those you love. There are many people who would stop at nothing to kill you or your friends to get revenge on me, Minato said, with a touch of regret. After all, in the Third Shinobi World War, he had been responsible for killing the IWA forces. Do you know how to use your chakra to deactivate your eyes? He asked, receiving a nod from Naruto. I'm fading away, my chakra is almost gone. Remember, Naruto, your mother and I love you very much, and I'm sorry you had to live a life without love, Minato said, saddened by how things had turned out. The whole thing worked out. He asked the third Hokage to have the village see Naruto as a hero, but he was really naive. Don't worry, Tsu-san, I knew you, and after all, everything you did was necessary to protect our home, Naruto said, receiving a smile from Minato as he faded away until he was no longer in front of him. Naruto. He woke up in the alley, wondering if it had all been a dream, until he heard a voice in his head. No, pup, no. It was a dream. I'm here after all. You should turn off your eyes and start training. I'll help you in every way I can, and when you're old enough, I'll train you to use my powers. Kyuubi said, thank you, at least I have you with me. Will the company? Naruto replied, happy with what had happened. Who would have thought that tonight would become his best night ever? Birthday? You don't have to speak loudly or people will think you're crazy. Just think and I'll hear you too. Now that the cage is open, you've gained my second ability. Are you able to sense the people around you? Yours, and with time and through training, you'll be able to sense their emotions. You should tell Lokage what happened. He'll help you, but keep him in the dark about my help for now, said Kurugi, receiving a nod from Naruto as he He stopped, deactivated his Sharingan, and began heading towards the Lokaji Tower. 15 minutes later, the tower. Okaji, Naruto made his way to Lukaji's office after arguing with the secretary and threatening her. Tell Okage that he called him a demon. The reason he never knew about the Kyuubi is that Okage had apparently. He enacted an S-rank law that forbade anyone from telling him he had the Kyuubi inside him, and anyone who broke it would be subject to immediate execution. Old man, said Naruto, earning a smile from the old Okaji, happy to see Naruto and giving the Okage a break from the paperwork, he asked. Naruto-kun, how are you doing? Do you need anything? The Okage asked. Even if he wasn't related to Naruto, he had actually grown close to him in the last couple of years, treating him like a grandson. I wanted to ask if you could tell me who my parents are, he asked. Naruto played with the Okaji for a bit before telling him what happened. I wonder how he'll react, he thought. I already told you, Naruto, I'm sorry, but I don't know who your parents are. All I know is that they're heroes who died fighting the Nine Tails. The Okaji replied. He couldn't tell Naruto who his parents were, he was still very young, Before I tell you why I came here, can you tell your ANBU to leave? I just want to tell you. This is for you, Naruto said, receiving a surprised look from the Okaji. How do you know? Are there ANBU in the room? He asked, to which Naruto replied. Can I sense them on the ceiling? All right, he said. The Okage, with a wave of his hand, signaled the 4 ANBU to leave the room now. Naruto, what did you want? Tell me? Gigi asked. Are you sure about sending everyone away? I can still. I sent someone else here, Naruto said, pointing behind the bookshelf. Once he said this, the 4 ANBU. They quickly returned and headed towards the intruder, whom they swiftly immobilized. The intruder. He had standard amber gear, black trousers, and a steel chest protector, but his mask was completely white with the kanji for root. Damn, Danza sticking his nose where it doesn't belong, thought the Okage. Naruto, you're truly a skilled censor. You just caught an intruder who was here, the Okagio said. I knew that. I'm awesome, Naruto replied, receiving a chuckle from the old man. After the room was empty, Naruto. He approached the photos of the previous Okages and stopped in front of the photo of the 4th. Turning to the Okage, he said, Is there something you want to tell me? The Okaji paled when Naruto asked him. So how did you know? The Okaji asked, intrigued, how Naruto knew. Very few knew that Minato was his father. Now that he knew, I think he could almost be his twin. I wonder how no one ever knew, Naruto said and began to explain everything. What happened, leaving aside the Kabbalah part, him being Madara's grandson and having the Sharingan? Minato, really? You're a genius. Even after death, you still give me headaches, the Okaji thought. Now that you know, what are you going to do? You know you can't tell anyone. I'm going to train to become strong like my father he was, and then I'm going to take that hat you're holding, Naruto replied, receiving a laugh from the old Okaji, to which he said, I have no doubt that you will. Chapter 4. The training begins 1 year later. A year had passed since Naruto learned who his father was. His training couldn't have gone better with the help of the Kyuubi. Naruto was now 6 years old, and was never caught by the villagers except when there was a trained shinobi among them. Then he even managed to trick him into escaping. Kyuubi had Naruto trained primarily in chakra control, since one of the benefits of having the tailed beast inside a human was what gave that person tremendous amounts of chakra and almost unbearable stamina. Endless, however, if you mix the Kyuubi with what you might call the Uzumaki bloodline, it wasn't exactly a bloodline, but many members called it the curse of the tailless beast, members of the Uzumaki clan. They had parallel amounts of chakra. Any chunin from the clan had the same amount as a kage. Naruto was only 6 years old, but he already had enough chakra to match most hounds, however. With such a large amount, chakra control was extremely difficult. Upon starting any jutsu Naruto attempted overloaded him with chakra, causing him to either fail or explode in his face. The first jutsu he learned was no jutsu, which allowed him to change his appearance. Naruto actually asked Lokage to. Teacher, you taught a retrospective a year ago. Hey, man, can you teach me how to do the? Why do you want to learn it? Naruto asked. Can't you wait until you start at the academy? Alokaji asked. To which Naruto replied, Ever since I found out who my father is, I've wanted to train and become stronger, but I need to get into the library. But I can't because I think I'm the Kubi. The Osage lowered his head, ashamed of not being able to. Could convince the villagers or protect Naruto. I'm sorry, Naruto, I did my best to protect you, he said. Don't worry, just show me, it'll help me get into the library and not. I've been kicked out of some stores, Naruto said. It's very simple, the seals are dog, boar, ram, then you release chakras to cover your body and think of the image you want, the Okaji, he said, and Naruto tried to transform into the specter, but the result was I don't even know what it was, go and train. I have work to do, Okage said. Oji. Thanks, see you. Then he replied, and a flashback, with him in his. On one hand, life had become significantly better, although she hated pretending to be someone else, with the help she achieved. Going into the library is more expensive than going to the shops and getting food at normal prices. What surprised him was that the villagers were actually friendly and good people. Their hatred for the Kubi simply clouded their judgment. Naruto. He promised that one day he would receive his due recognition, and if not, at least his power would be respected. He didn't want to do that. That people feared him was better than having them dismiss him like trash, even if Naruto didn't have. Having access to the shinobi section of the library, since he was a civilian, he decided to try to disguise himself as a shinobi. It worked like a Swiss watch, since the secretary didn't have the necessary training, so she couldn't detect the Naruto searched the shinobi section and found what he was looking for: Introduction to Chakra Control, Chakra Basics, and he even read some scrolls on the basic forms of the Academy's taijutsu style. One of the best things. What he could have asked for was his Sharingan, even if for now he only had one tomo in each eye. Every time he found some shinobi in the training fields, looked with his Sharingan to try to learn what he could. Even if the Sharingan was at its first level, he could still glimpse some jutsu, after watching a fight. Between two Chunin, Naruto managed to copy the Kawaramino. Naruto decided to escape. Night, around the village to the Namake's mansion, Naruto bit his finger to draw some blood and pressed it. Against the main doors, there was a burst of smoke and the door opened. The mansion itself was small, much smaller than those of the Yugas or Yukiyas. At first I thought about moving into the mansion, but no. He couldn't let anyone see him, so he decided to wait before revealing his identity. Looking around the mansion, he realized. He recounts that it had 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 3 living rooms, and a couple of storage rooms, but the largest room was the library with tons of scrolls on taijutsu, ninjutsu and some genjutsu. Books on fuinjutsu written by his father and the Uzumaki clan, including kenjutsu. There were logs and diaries of the clan. Her father must have gathered what he could about the clan and stored it here along with her mother's, since she was the last of her clan. After searching for Naruto, she decided to open some scrolls until she found the style of his father's personal taijutsu. The Namakes were never a shinobi clan, being simply civilians. Minato. He hoped to start his clan alongside the Uzumaki of Konoha. Minato never named his style, but it seemed like a mix between the Yuga style with the intercepting fist of the, which depended on the Sharingan. The style was based on preventing and avoiding enemy attacks with quick counterattacks to pressure points. One blow was all it took to disable legs, arms, and even completely paralyze or even kill. To the enemy, it was similar to the Yuga style, but instead of attacking the Tenketsu, he focused on pressure points. Naruto's training program was deadly, with the help of the Kyubi to guide him. He would start in the morning and work all day, then after sleeping, start again the next day. On that fateful day, the Kyubi forbade Naruto from eating ramen, forcing him to eat vegetables and a diet balanced. It was a dark day. Along with training, Naruto also did weightlifting to increase muscle mass and speed, a couple of pounds so you don't ruin your growth. He was 6 years old after all, but he was already at the level of a genin, except he couldn't do the Busenjutsu. The minimum number of clones he could make was 100 at a time, which wasn't very helpful when Naruto only wanted to make one. At least it would confuse the enemy. The first weapon he decided to try was the Do he read about. She was in a book, and since the Okage was a master with this type of weapon, she decided to borrow some scrolls. Currently, Naruto always carried a wooden umbo, for any other. It was simply a piece of wood. However, Naruto was a level 2 out of 5 master, at 6 years old. His greatest development was his tactical mind. Perhaps having a fox sealed inside him was what made him He became extremely cunning and skilled at traps, combining that with the mind of a prankster. The following years would be dark times for Konoha. One day, Naruto was walking through the village since it wasn't on. He received the usual stares and the occasional empty bottle thrown in his direction, which he simply dodged. Naruto was going for his weekly ramen meal. The Kubi allowed him to eat ramen twice a week, so. It's better than nothing, stupid fox and his vegetables, thought the ungrateful brat. If only he really came, you'd come back. A dwarf, you need a good diet to grow, said Kubi, in the last year. Naruto and the Ninetales have become close as a fox and a human can be, after. You ignore the constant arguments and death threats. They both loved and respected each other. Fine, I get it, bunch of hair. Naruto replied and continued walking to the ramen stand. Naruto was walking, but not putting. He paid no attention to anything around him until he heard a couple of children arguing about something. Curious, he looked around. Up close, he found 3 children around the age of 10, probably students of the academy, picking on a little girl. She looked about her age. She had dark blue hair down to her waist, white neck and eyes characteristics of the Hyuga clan. Deciding to help her, she ran towards them. Hey, leave her alone. Peace, said Naruto, trying to lead the bullies away from the girl. On, kid playing at being a hero. Get lost before that we hurt you too, he told her, and Naruto jumped in front of them, shielding the girl, deciding. Testing his took the defensive stance, the bow style, his left leg slightly in front of the right side, knees bent, both hands gripping the wooden edge in a downward position. He is trying. Let's scare them, we're going to teach them a lesson, they said and charged. One of the boys extended their left arms, attempting to strike Naruto, who simply used his voice to hit the boys and get them out of his way. Then he turned his voice, sending a blow to the jaw of the boy struck with a hook. Another tried to hit Naruto, who ducked and used his bow staff to strike the boy's leg. The boy tripped and fell forward, which Naruto took advantage of to knee him in the stomach. Leaving him on the floor in pain, Naruto turned to the last boy, who stopped his attacks after seeing his friends were defeated effortlessly. Gathering his friends, he decided to run before they hurt him too. Naruto turned to the girl and asked, Are you okay? I'm fine, baby, hehe, thanks, the girl. She stammered. Naruto couldn't tell if she was scared of him, but he guessed she was just shy. No problem, I'm Naruto. Uzumaki, what's your name? Hyuga Hayata replied, looking at his savior. Even if he was still young, no. He could only blush and look away. Naruto was 6 years old, but he was a rather handsome boy. Come, let me help you, he said, taking his hand and gently lifting it. He noticed that she didn't have a mark of the caged one on her forehead. She remembered hearing that the heiress Hyuga was her age, which meant that the girl in front of him was the heir to the Hyuga clan. She was, so to speak, the little princess of Konoha. Hey, I'm having breakfast at Ichiraku, do you want to come? He asked, and Hinata slowly walked forward. They walked together. Seeing how the villagers looked at Naruto, he wondered why. The walk was calm. They didn't talk much, since Hinata was terribly shy. Arriving at the stall, Naruto ordered chicken ramen for both of them. Oh, Naruto, is this your girlfriend? A young woman asked mockingly from behind the bar. Her name was Aim was a teenager. She had brown hair and eyes of the same color, as well as a pretty face. She wore clothes. Simple clothes and a white apron. No, nothing like that, we met a few minutes, she replied, blushing slightly. Even though she had barely met her, she could tell that she was pretty and would grow up to be a very beautiful woman. Yada didn't say anything, she just blushed deeply. And she looked away so no one could see her. They talked a little during the dinner. When they finished eating, and a member of the Hyuga clan appeared and saw Hinata. His name was Ko, a member of the branch house, and Hinata's bodyguard. Hinata-sama, there he is, your father is waiting for you, he said, taking Hinata's hand and beginning to move. Goodbye, Naruto-kun, it was a pleasure meeting you, he said, to which Naruto gave. With a foxy grin, he returned to finish his meal. Looks like a little fox has found you, said Kubi. Laughing, she's not my girlfriend, Naruto thought, quite irate. She says that now, but we'll see in a couple of years, the Kyuubi said, laughing. Perverted fox, he thought. After finishing his meal, he paid and headed to his training. A few weeks later, Naruto was walking home, barely. His training had ended, which was like any other painful day. He was in pain. Over the past few weeks, he had increased his taijutsu training and started working with weapons. Now, he could use kunai and shuriken with deadly accuracy, and with the Sharingan, he could do so quite quickly. Through his training, he managed to improve his Sharingan to level 2. Naruto now had 2 black tomo in each eye and was very proud of himself. He heard rumors that the clan's prodigy had managed to completely master the Sharingan. At the age of 8, Naruto said he was going to fully mature him. Even before then, and as if fate heard him, Naruto didn't. She knew the truth in his words. During her walk home, she felt 2 chakra signatures quietly shifting through her. Of the trees, by placing 2 fingers on the ground and focusing her chakra, she found that one of those signatures belonged to her. Hinata, whom she had met a few weeks earlier, wondered what she was doing so late and went to look for her. When he got close to the 2 signatures, he saw a shinobi. It was a Kumo shinobi based on his headband. He recognized this one. Shinobi, he was Kumo's ambassador for the new alliance between Konoha and Kumo. He noticed that he was carrying a sack in his back from which Naruto could sense Hinata's chakra and knew she had been kidnapped. Naruto began to. The shinobi threw a couple of shuriken at the attacker. He easily deflected them and faced the attacker, surprised that he was a small child. "Hey, kid, go before I kill you. I'm a jounin, you're no match for me," he said. A man with arrogance. But it was true that Naruto was genin level and couldn't face the power of a jounin. However, Naruto was cunning. He knew he needed to alert someone to come and help. Naruto. "Switch with me, I'll send a fireball into the sky to alert the ANBU." Naruto agreed and switched place with the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi quickly used some hand seals, looked up at the sky, and shouted, "Katon go no jutsu style of fireball technique." The Kumo shinobi was impressed. A 6-year-old performing a C-rank fire technique shouldn't have enough chakra for that, Naruto alone. She knew she had to delay the man and activated her Sharingan. She couldn't care less if secret came to light, always. That Hinata would remain safe. The Kumo shinobi decided to fight and kill the child quickly before he could. "Reinforcements will arrive." The Kumo shinobi threw a pair of shurikens and shouted, "Shuriken Kaibin no Jutsu!" The shuriken. They multiplied by the dozens. Naruto couldn't deflect them all and jumped to the left, something the enemy was waiting. He kicked him hard in the stomach and punched him in the face. Naruto crashed into a tree and fell to the ground. Clutching his stomach in pain, the Kumo shinobi walked toward Naruto, thinking he had won. After he was just a little boy, that's when he noticed his eyes. They were the Sharingan. And he thought of an Uchiha rescuing a Yuga. Ironic, but I'll still take him too. 2 bloodlines are better than 1, and the Sharingan is among the most powerful. The shinobi grabbed. Naruto grabbed him by the neck, but tripped when he realized it was a bus. Naruto seized this opportunity, removing He's using his weight and channeling some of the Kyuubi's chakra. His body can't take much now, charging in an explosion. With lightning speed, he approached the shinobi, kunai in hand, and impaled him through the man's chest, killing him instantly. The Kumo shinobi wondered what had happened, how a child of this age could be so fast and defeat him, and then he noticed blood-red eyes with 3 black tomo in each, and spinning, the shinobi fell to the ground dead. Naruto knew there was. He had killed an enemy, and it was his first kill. He was even ashamed of what he had done. He knew he needed do it. The man couldn't leave with Hinata and had to protect her. Growing up, he had only turned. Naruto is someone who's overprotective. He would simply jump in without fear and destroy any other village. To protect their friends, since they had never had any, the few they had were those for whom they would give their lives. Rising slowly, he leaned forward slightly. It looked as if the kick had broken some of his ribs. Walking towards Hinata, he opened the sack and saw his savior for the second time. It was the blonde boy he had met a few weeks ago. Then she quickly jumped up to him, hugged him, and began to cry. "Calm down, it's okay, you're safe now and I won't let anyone hurt you," he whispered to her to make her feel better. She was hugging him when reinforcements arrived, led by Yuga and thus the head of the Yuga clan saw what had happened. Apparently, the demon child had killed the Kumo shinobi. And he saved his daughter. He walked over to Naruto, leading him away from Hinata. "Stay away from her. Even though I appreciate what you did, I would like it if you kept your distance from her," Yasi said in a cold, harsh tone. Taking Hinata's hand, he walked away, saying, You're still weak, you're too weak, and you're almost finished. Kidnapped, you are unworthy to be the heir of the clan, she said and left without even letting Hinata say goodbye. Naruto, the Okage arrived a few minutes later and the ANBU told him what had happened. His eyes widened when she noticed that it was Naruto who had saved Hinata and managed to kill the Kumo shinobi. Naruto, are you alright? How are you? Do you feel it? The Okage asked, worried. The first death was always the hardest. It was tough and sometimes it would break a shinobi and end their career before it even began. I'm fine, just a couple of broken ribs, but the fur ball is taking care of it, although I feel bad for killing him, I know that. It was the only option. He knew he needed to delay it as long as possible, and if the opportunity arose, kill him. So don't worry about me, it's the life of a shinobi, after all, Naruto said with a weak smile. That the Okage perceived. I understand, Naruto, don't worry, come see me tomorrow and I'll give you the payment for a B-rank mission. What you did? Said the Okage, ruffling his hair, and Naruto stepped forward and started walking home. Even if he killed a man, he managed to save Hinata and actually broke the Uchiha clan's prodigy record, it seems. I managed to mature my Sharingan at the age of 6. He said to himself, laughing, as he went home for a long night of dream. Chapter 5, Loser Couple. 1 year later, Naruto's age 7 years old. In the past year, many things had happened around Konoha, and even more so with our loud-haired friend, now. He was 7 years old. Naruto changed his outfit. Now he wore blue pants. Dark, a blue t-shirt with an orange sleeveless jacket. Note, image of CR4-Zip's profile. A couple of weeks ago, there was an incident that shook Oha, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Itachi had massacred his own clan, leaving only his younger brother alive. This event turned his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, into an avenger. Eager to kill his older brother to avenge his fallen clan, the Uchiha clan, even if they were arrogant, foolish. They remained a powerful and highly respected clan in Konoha. The funeral service was enormous. A person in Konoha formed up and paid their respects as the Okage delivered a speech. Naruto watched from afar with the sad face. He might not have gotten along well with the Ukiyas, but in a way they were his family. He felt a little glad he never told anyone he was a Uchiha, or perhaps he was also sleeping under earth right now. Naruto decided that after this incident it would be best to tell Ukage about his legacy, but still. So keep it a secret from the village right now. What would the village think if, after the massacre, the demon child, he appeared using the Sharingan and being one of the last Uchiha? Man, they'd eat me alive. He thought more than. He would probably be forced when he was able to be a sperm donor to restart his clan. He was the demon child. So he would probably be used and discarded when they no longer needed him. He thought about approaching Sasuke, but when he saw him at the academy and the type of personality he had, power-hungry and arrogant, and decided wisely. Forget about him and let him be. The academy in Konoha begins at the age of 8 for all those who wish to become Konoha shinobi. The curriculum lasted 6 years and ends with the students being 14 years old and with the genin rank if they pass the exams. The academy begins with history, mathematics, and general subjects, then it moves on to chakra theory and principles of stealth, weapons, training, traps, tactical training, and ends with training in taijutsu and ninjutsu. When Naruto showed Kyuubi his resume from the East Academy, he wondered how the demons of Konoha were the strongest of the villages in the elemental nations. This year's class was very special because it was full of clan heirs. There was an Inuzuka known for his dog companions and collaborative ninjutsu. The heir of the clan's leader was Inuzuka Kiba, a loud and reckless boy. He had brown hair and 2 red marks, one on each cheek. Symbol of the Akimichi clan, his heir was Akimichi Chuji, a small, big-boned lad. Anyone who called him fat would get beaten up. His clan was known for using techniques that they relied on a high-calorie expenditure, so Chuji was always eating. From the Yamanaka clan there was the Ino Yamanaka, the heiress, had blonde hair and wore a dark pink outfit. Her clan used mental techniques. They could read thoughts with just a touch, confuse enemies, and make them. They would attack each other, even taking control of an enemy's body. The heir to the Nara clan was named Nara Shikamaru. He had a pineapple-shaped hairstyle and wore a red shirt with a black vest and matching pants. Color: he was lazy and slept through all the classes. The Nara clan was known because of their height and the size of their members, and because they were extremely skilled in strategy and planning. The father of Shikamaru, in fact, was the head of the strategy division of the Aburame clan village. It was Aburame Shino. A boy with a calm personality, distant towards everyone, he wore black sunglasses and a gray cloak that covered him completely. Except for his glasses, his clan relied on the use of insects to fight his children. At birth, they were implanted with insects that fed on their chakra and could be used in battle, from the Uchiha clan. He was the last member of the clan and heir, Uchiha Sasuke. He wore a blue shirt with the Uchiha symbol on the back and white shorts. The Uchiha clan was known for their great affinity for fire and their Kekken Jinenkai, the Sharingan, which Naruto also possessed. Naruto was an Uchiha, after all. A girl named Aruno Sakura also attended. She had pink hair and wore a dress of the same color. Even if she wasn't from any clan, she belonged to this class. She was the daughter by Aruno Akira, who was a member of the civil council. Imagine, he thought, the last clan was none other than the Yuga clan. And her heir was Yuga Yada. The Yuga clan, like the Uchiha, was known for its dojutsu, the Yakugan, this Kekkienkai. When it was active, it allowed them to see the chakra in great detail, a vision of almost 300 degrees that extended to kilometers with sufficient training. The clan also had the gentle fist taijutsu style, which is considered the most powerful of all styles. Hinata and Naruto met a couple of years ago after Naruto saved her twice, and she's been in love with him ever since. They met a few times over the years, and they became close friends, even if either of them admitted to liking the other as anything more than a friend. Friends, the current year was passing without many problems. Naruto decided to accept the Kyuubi's suggestions regarding the academy and wearing a mask. The Kyuubi suggested that Naruto hide his true strength. Deception is a ninja's greatest weapon, and so Naruto chose to reveal his true nature. Being a noisy, idiotic, and hyperactive kid, he chose to become the last in his class, and it was a wise decision, since the teacher did his best to make me look bad. I bet the civil council would like to keep me weak forever if I could, Naruto thought as he tried to sleep in the classroom. 1 year later, in his final year, Naruto became stronger than he could have ever expected. Thanks to his Sharingan, Madara managed to copy this technique was extremely useful while watching the two-man retrospective. Naruto approached the training field, hoping it would be empty when he sensed two powerful chakra signatures. By suppressing his chakra, something Kai had taught him, he could slip near people with extreme ease. Being a sensor allowed him to know if he was suppressing, properly controlling his chakra or not. As he approached, he began to observe them. "So, Kakashi, are you ready for our next challenge?" said a Jounin wearing a completely green spandex suit and vest. Standard Jounin, he had the bushiest eyebrows Naruto had ever seen. Ignoring him, the ninja of silver-haired Kakashi said, "You said something gay, damn it. Kakashi, you and your attitude, our score is 50, let's begin." "Guy?" he asked, to which Kakashi nodded. Kakashi had silver hair that seemed to defy gravity. He wore standard June clothing, black pants, red shirt with Ronin vest. Standard, and covering his left eye was the Konoha idiot. Naruto watched with fascination the speed of the combat. His fully mature Sharingan allowed him to track every movement. The battle continued for a couple of minutes passed before Kakashi climbed onto the platform, revealing a Sharingan. "What? How can he have a Sharingan? I thought all the Uchiha clan members were killed except for Sasuke," whom Naruto wondered how he could have the Sharingan. Kakashi. He was very popular in Konoha for being the son of Attack Tsukumo, the White Fang of Konoha, known for being so powerful as a Sannin. He couldn't be an Uchiha. "Look carefully, pup. It's hidden under the idiot, so it's probably an implant," said the Kyuubi. The battle continued and Naruto, he copied a few jutsu, including the one that would help him immensely and later become his signature, Kai Bizen no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, and a flashback, armed with a cage. Buzen, Naruto realized that he was transferring his memories to the original and began using it in training. For now, Naruto's limit was 1,000 clones, if anyone saw him doing it. So many would call him a monster. After all, the technique was an A-rank kenjutsu due to its enormous use of chakra, and that could kill most shinobi. Since Naruto already had Kage-level reserves, the use of the technique barely affected his reserves. Something Naruto wondered about was whether using the Sharingan granted him memory photographic because he recorded everything he saw. Naruto was walking to Okaji Tower and decided that after what it happened to the clan, it would be the best choice to tell Okaji about the Sharingan. Tower, hello Gigi, said Naruto with a foxy grin. The Okaji smiled at Naruto when he saw him. He'd barely seen him these past few days and wondered if he was always training. Oh, Naruto-kun, I haven't seen you in a while. How's your training going? Asked the Okage. It's going really well. In fact, I have a couple of cool techniques, Naruto said, smiling. I can beat you, old man, he said. Laughing, I'm not that old. Did Naruto-kun bring you here? The Okage asked. Well, I have some things I've decided to tell you, if you promise not to reveal them until I'm ready, Naruto said with a face. It was serious. The Okage wondered what it could be and made another move to get the ANBU to leave the room. Naruto made some. He made several hand seals and said, Fuinjutsu, Cone of Silence. The Okage gasped for air upon seeing Naruto to perform a C-rank Fuinjutsu, but since he knew who his father was, it wouldn't be much of a surprise if he followed him. Impressive, Naruto-kun, 8 years old and already studying Fuinjutsu. The impressed Okage said. Actually, Gigi, I never told you everything that happened when I was 6 years old, Naruto said with an embarrassed laugh. Now, hee, pay attention, Naruto said. He closed his eyes and began channeling chakra into them, slowly opening them. It showed Okage blood-red eyes with 3 black tomo in each one, the Sharingan. Okage's heart gave a. She jumped, and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and she simply asked, How? Well, I'm Yunukia from the side. From my father, he replied. How is that possible? Minato never had the Sharingan, the Okage asked. I'll explain. He said everything while closing his eyes. To begin with, I'll tell you that my grandfather is nobody other than Uchiha Madara. That was the last drop. Poor Okage's heart gave out and he fainted. Seeing this, Naruto started sweating and said that it wasn't. The old man said, and picked up Okage, placing him on the armchair. A couple of minutes later, Okage began to. She woke up and saw Naruto waiting. You're awake, aren't you? Here, said Naruto as he offered her a glass of. I'm sorry, Naruto, I still can't believe it. How can this be? Asked the Osage, intrigued by how Madara had a son and nobody knew, and his son was Namikaze Minato. Out of all the people, he had blonde hair because of Kami, Naruto. He began to explain everything his father had told him. Madara survived his battle with Asalama and was saved by a woman who years later would become his beloved. They had a son, and when his grandmother was murdered, Madara decided. He continued with his plans and left Minato in the village, so Madara was still alive. Who would have thought that? Did Madara have a son? The Okage asked, taking in the information. Well, Naruto Kun, I will protect this secret until you are ready to show everyone who you really are. Remember that you have 3 legacies that will continue, that of the Uzumaki clan, that of your mother, and that of your father, and Madara said. Don't worry. I plan to reveal everything when I'm strong enough to protect myself and everyone I care about, my father and grandfather. They had a real talent for pissing off IWA, and I need trouble right now. He said, laughing. If they had it, the Okage. He thought about how IWA suffered at the hands of Minato Namikaze and Madara Uchiha, but when I reveal who I am, if I try. If anyone hurts me or someone I care about, I'll burn the village to the ground. Naruto said in a serious tone. Cold, I wouldn't rule that out, that damned Inoki, that such a Kaji is a stubborn old fool. Be careful, he said. Okage Naruto, I wanted to ask you how you've already matured your Sharingan. It's very strange, not even waking him up so early in life. You see, I woke him up when he was 5 years old, after a Chunin tried to attack me. I matured when I killed the Kumo ninja who tried to kidnapping Inada, he explained, which is what the Okage was thinking. It made sense. The Sharingan awakens and evolves into life or death situations, so that's how you're able to deal with the Hound Salt. The real Sharingan is a terrifying power, exclaimed the Okage. The Sharingan allowed a 6-year-old to kill a shinobi trainer. I'm going, I just thought you should know later what happened to them, Naruto said, leaving Okage's office. One day he'll really take my hat, Okage thought, laughing. Streets of Konoha. Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha, heading to a training ground and beginning to. He trained his elemental affinities. He already knew as much as he could about Uchiha blood fire, but he might or might not have more than fire, so better safe than sorry. Naruto walked peacefully, staying in the shadows to avoid troubles until he heard someone crying, and upon seeing who it was, he realized it was Hinata. She was on her knees. She was clutching her chest and crying. Naruto quickly went to her side. Hinata-chan, something's wrong. Why are you crying? He asked. Worried, when Hinata saw Naruto, she quickly hugged him and cried even harder. Naruto tried to ask what was wrong, but she didn't answer. Naruto began whispering words of relief, saying that it would be okay until she fell asleep on his chest, tired of crying. Naruto recognized her in a bridal fashion and took her to his apartment. He laid her down on. She went to her bed and took a chair to sit beside him. Holding his hand, he succumbed to sleep minutes later. After a few. Around 2 a.m., Yada began to wake up and move her eyes, not knowing where she was. She jumped, waking Naruto, who was beside her. Seeing that it was him beside her, she couldn't help but. She blushed until she remembered everything that had happened. Hinata-chan, what happened? Can you tell me and I'll help you? She said. Naruto was trying his best to help her. Hinata was staring sadly at the floor, but decided to tell him. Everything changed, and she began to remove a piece of cloth that was tied to her forehead. As she removed it, a green tattoo was revealed. The seal of the caged bird. Naruto was shocked when he saw it. They had decided to mark the clan's heir, my father, Peppa Dd. My son, he was too weak to be the header of the clan, so unmarked me and expelled me from Clan H and Yuga. He said, looking at the floor. Naruto was furious at how she could do something like that to his family. Marking is a decision. Despicable, but to remove a member, especially his daughter, from the clan for being weak, fine. Hinata-chan, you're not weak, and you have my son blushing slightly, but I am weak. I was almost kidnapped. I had the same age as you and you saved me. I'm nothing but a loser. She screamed and cried, letting out all her anger. And frustration comes out. No, Hinata-chan, you're not weak, you're kind, loyal, hardworking and a beautiful person. Tu said, and she blushed. Look at me, she said, taking his hand. She lifted her chin and raised her head. They made eye contact, and he continued, I'm hated by everyone in the village. Everyone calls me a demon and tries to hurt me. To them, I'm nothing more than a loser who shouldn't be allowed to live, but I don't give up and I never will. That's my home, and one day I'll prove to them that I'm strong, he exclaimed, receiving a smile from her. It's because of the Kubi, she said. Did you know about that? Topic C? How do you know? Naruto asked, stuttering and shuddering that she knew. Well, when I used the Yakugan. I can see the red chakra in your stomach, and father told me to stay away from you. The villagers call you a demon, so I did some research, she said. Would you listen to me? Naruto asked, afraid of lose her only friend. No, of course not. I know you're not Kubi, you're kind, cheerful and brave, he said, hugging him. Naruto felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders. Hinata, we worked hard and we proved that letting you go was the worst decision we could have made, he said. Really? She asked hopefully. Of course, I take care of the people I care about and love, Naruto said with a blushing. He bent down slightly and kissed her softly on the lips, and Nada hadn't expected that, but she had too. She loved him, so she returned the kiss, gently moving her lips. She couldn't to be happier. Her best friend, her crush, her love, was kissing her and telling her he loved her. Naruto couldn't. He was happier when Hinata returned the kiss. He thought she would never love him as anything more than a friend. Slowly pulling away and ending the kiss, both were blushing. Hinata quickly hugged him, and she said between sobs, Naruto-kun, thank you, I love you too, I promise. Iname blushed at the name. One day I'll remove that seal. I promise I'll protect you, and together we'll show the village what a pair of losers can do. You can't do that, Naruto exclaimed, giving her his foxy grin and kissing her cheek. She fainted. Well, that's more difficult than I thought, he said, laughing. Chapter 6, Jukas and Dreams. A couple of days later, Naruto found Hinata and asked her if she would like to live with him, to which she agreed, and they began to do everything together, living, eating, and training. They both slept curled up together. Naruto, he taught Hinata the shadow clone technique, and even if she could only do one, that was enough. They both began to send them to the academy, except on taijutsu training days. Naruto also took Hinata before the Okaji explained what had happened. To say that Okaji was angry was to downplay things, but since it was considered an orphan, Sarutobi agreed to give her a monthly pension until they both became genin. Naruto suggested to Hinata that she should keep their connection a secret until they were older. He didn't want them to find out. The villagers gave him the same treatment he received. At the academy, everyone took different seats so as not to. This raised suspicions, and so he began sending Kage Bunin to the academy to train together, Hinata during the. In recent days he met the Kyuubi, and upon finding the gates open, he fainted. Now we find. The couple were at a training ground. Naruto took a chakra paper and gave it to Hinata. Inaim, this is chakra paper. Chakra, it is used to test elemental affinities. It simply pushes chakra towards it. And we'll see. Naruto explained, pushing chakra into the paper. It crumbled, indicating a high level of chakra affinity to the element of lightning. Then, the paper split in two and burst into flames. Look, I have 3 affinities. The primary element appears to be lightning, and the secondary elements fire and wind, he said, already suspecting that fire and lightning. They would come from his father. After all, he was an Uchiha, and Suirusen is a lightning technique, so the wind should be. From his mother, it's a shame he didn't have any defensive elements, but he could always create his own techniques, yada. He pushed chakra into his paper and it split in two, both halves becoming wet. It seems you have vision like me, and water too. Now let's start training. I'll begin. Because of fire, since our village is known for it, you should start with water because wind is extremely rare in Konoha, he explained, and they both started as usual. Naruto created 100 Kai Bunsen and tried to make. Naruto and Hinata burned a leaf and made it wet. Naruto and Hinata went to the library disguised as an enge, and they didn't want any trouble and acquired some techniques suited to their natures. Naruto decided to go to the Uchiha mansion, since who were known for their techniques and with the Sharingan could have a great number of them. Of all the elements, well, they would actually be raiding a clan's library and stealing techniques. But Naruto was a Uchiha, and therefore should have access to it. Outside the Uchiha mansion, late at night, both Naruto and Hinata stood in front of the Uchiha mansion, dressed entirely in black. Naruto had his Sharingan active, as well as the Hinata's Yakugan was on guard in case of any possible shinobi, passing through the gates and towards the library. She was located in the main house and could see her classmate, Sasuke, who was awake. They quickly positioned themselves behind him and knocked him out with a blow to the neck, then headed for the library. It was enormous. To say the least, what else could be expected from a power-hungry clan with eyes that copied everything? The library. It was divided into sections: ninja arts, clan history, records, and journals. They both headed to the shinobi section contained subsections on ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. The ninjutsu section was divided into elements: fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, and non-elemental. Each section was subdivided and had roles on how to learn each and every one of those manipulations, as well as techniques of different ranks. They began to read some scrolls, Yada said. They're all blank, receiving a look of confusion on Naruto's part. He could easily read and see the instructions on the jutsu until he realized, I understand. Only someone with the Sharingan can read the contents of the scrolls, anyone else can see them. Empty, a good trick, he said, receiving a grimace from Hinata. Don't worry, I'll read them all and show you the water jukus I find, he said, making 20 Kai Bunsen, and began to read the techniques: fire element, Katon Gaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique. Rank C sends a massive fireball at the enemy. Katen no Jutsu, technique of Phoenix Fire. Rank C sends small fireballs at the enemy that burn on contact. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Dragon Fire. Rank C sends a torrent of fire in the shape of a dragon towards the enemy. Cat, Gurukin Jutsu. Giant Dragon Fire technique. Rank B sends a torrent of fire in the shape of a dragon towards the enemy. Improved version of Rukan no Jutsu, Katan Kyuden no Jutsu. Fire Bullet. Dragon, rank B, created by the Third Age, sends out a bunch of small fireballs that melt or explode in any direction. Contact, Kadoku no Jutsu. Rank B sends a fireball to the floor that explodes, creating a massive heat wave. Kata no Jutsu, pile of burning ashes. Rank B sends out a stream of gunpowder infused with chakra that surrounds the enemy. The user can ignite the cloud, grinding teeth and creating a large explosion. Water release, water clone technique. Rank B creates a water clone with 10% of the original strength. Water Shuriken Bunin no Jutsu. Water Shuriken range creates and sends water shurikens that are directed at the enemy. The number varies with the quantity. Chakra Mizumichuchi, Water Whip, Rank C. The user creates a water whip that can restrain or damage the enemy. Sutan, Susua, Explosive Water Wave, Rank A. The user emits large quantities of water are expelled from the mouth and blasted at the enemy. Suetun Bakusuya, a great explosive water wave. S rank, enhanced version of Suetun, Susua Suetun Defuno Jutsu, Vortex of Waterfall, rank A creates a waterfall that crashes into the enemy. Suetun Suridon. Water Dragon Jutsu, rank B creates a water dragon that captures and collides with the enemy. Water Release, Water Wall. Water Range, creates a defensive wall of water. Suetun Surin no Jutsu, Water Prison, range, creates a sphere. Water Bullet that traps the enemy inside, preventing their escape. Suitanti Pudama, Water Bullet, rank C. The user throws multiple water bullets at the enemy. Earth Release, Tsuchiya Bunsen, no Jutsu, Earth Clone, range creates a Earth Clone, Earth Release, double decapitation technique. The user grabs the enemy from underground and emerges, burying them. Earth Release, Dragon Bullet. Earth, rank B, the user sends many earth bullets at the target. Earth Release, Earth Release. Taiga, Mud River, rank B, the user creates a mud river that crashes into the enemy. Earth Release, Mud Swamp, Swamp of Underworld, rank A, the user transforms the ground into a swamp that swallows and crushes the enemy. Earth Burst. Dorieki, Earth Wall, rank C, the user creates an earth wall as a defense. Doton, Domu, Earth Spear. Rank C, the user creates earth spears that emerge from beneath the enemy. Wind Release technique. Of Wind, range C, the user exhales and releases a small breeze that allows them to regain their balance while in the middle. From the air, Futon, Daitopa, Great Rupture, rank C, the user exhales a powerful and a compressed gust of wind that sends the enemy flying. Futon K, Shuriken. Wind Shuriken, rank B, the user envelopes their shurikens in a layer of wind that cuts through everything. Futon. Wind Bullet, rank A, the user creates pressurized wind bullets that are launched at the enemy. Futon. Shinkurua, Wind Blade, rank A, the user exhales a wind blade that cuts through everything. Futon. Atsugai, Pressurized Wind Bomb, rank A, the user exhales a large sphere of pressurized air that explodes. On contact, Futon, Replaced Wind Wave, rank C, the user collides the. Clap your hands and release a powerful wave of wind, no need to inhale. Lightning Release, Right on Raikou Ball. Lightning, rank C, the user creates a ball of lightning that is sent at the enemy, electrocuting them. Right on Buno. Lightning Clone Jutsu, creates a clone using lightning chakra. When destroyed, its chakra is transferred to the enemy by electrocuting them. Right on Jien, False Darkness, rank B. The user emits a lightning spear from their hand that impales the enemy. Right on Jibashi, Electromagnetic Death. Rank B, the user creates a wave of electricity that electrocutes everything in its vicinity. Rayoniton. Reikuchu, Lightning Stacks, rank B, an illusionary technique that blinds the enemy with bright light. Genjutsu, Kokugen River. Anojutsu, Herald of Darkness, rank A, the user traps the enemy in a black void, blinding and numbing them. Senses, this illusion can only be broken if the user cancels it or makes an effort to release it. Meigen Jigakugu. No Jutsu, Hellfire Technique, rank B creates an illusion that makes the enemy believe they are being burned. Alive, Meigen Jubasatsu, Tree Binding Death, rank B, illusionary technique that it makes a tree grow behind the enemy, immobilizing them and allowing the user to attack. Meigen Kigino, Jutsu. Chaining Stakes, rank C, the user makes eye contact with the enemy, paralyzing them. Requires Sharingan, Manjikyu Sharingan, no Jutsu, False Environment, rank C, the user creates an illusion about the area, altering its appearance. Meigen Ni Julko Kan Yaratsu no Jutsu and Torno Falsa Doble. Rank B, this technique places an illusion within the original illusion to confuse the enemy in case. Break the first one. Very good, Inada-chan, I've memorized most of them, let's go, he said, and they both left the Uchiha mansion with a large inventory of techniques that you practice later. They both walked to home, even though it was late or early depending on the perspective, around 2 o'clock. Tomorrow, hey Inada-chan, since we still have time, do you want to check out the Yuga clan library? He asked. Naruto knew it was still a sensitive subject, and Inada's family still remembered the promise to catch up with Hinata. One of her dreams, flashback, a couple of days after Hinata started living with Naruto and Hinata. They were eating together after their morning warm-up and began to talk about their dreams and hopes. For the future. So, Hinata-chan, what are your dreams for the future? Naruto asked. Hinata was still. She was somewhat shy when she was with him, but that was beginning to change. At least her stuttering and fainting spells had stopped. I'm almost gone. I know I want to become a powerful kunoichi to prove I'm not weak, but even if I were exiled from my clan, I wish I could break the seal of the caged bird and unite the families. I know I sound naive, but even after my father expelled me from the clan, my extended family was always good to me and I want to help, he said confidently. He didn't know it yet, but Naruto's nature was starting to rub off on him, and he was. She became more confident and even helped Naruto with his pranks. You're not naive. You are a kind person and I promise to remove your seal, and when I do, we can plan how to help the family. Secondary. He exclaimed after all, with the help of his shadow clones and his father's notes on Fuinjutsu. Naruto was progressing quite well, and a flashback. I don't know if it's a good idea. It would be difficult to sneak away without being noticed, she said. After all, the Yakugan was frequently used on missions too. Recognition was extremely difficult, and escaping from a clan member was extremely challenging, let alone escaping from the mansion. Oh, please, everyone says they have all-seeing eyes, but that didn't stop me from entering the mansion and putting itching powder in their underwear, Naruto said, remembering the teasing the Yuga received when they were scratching constantly. Was it you? Yada asked, surprised. Of course. They were always idiots. Stuck up. But I didn't do it to you. He reassured her. Okay, if you're sure. If we can escape, then I'm in, she said. They both headed towards the mansion and watched from afar. Naruto expanded his sensory abilities and found 4 guards protecting the entrances. Luckily, they didn't have the Yakugan activated. They moved towards the walls and waited for the guard to finish his patrol. They channeled chakra in their feet and they climbed the wall. Once inside, Hinata guided Naruto to the library, since he didn't. He knew the mansion well. Once inside the library, the same thing happened as with the Uchiha, only the Yakugan could read the scrolls. Apparently, ninjutsu and genjutsu were practically non-existent. They must have thought it was inferior depending on something other than their bloodline. Hinata quickly opened the scrolls and began to copy them and return them to Naruto, who stored them in a storage seal he carried with him. Naruto's Furinjutsu was quite good for his age. He knew how to make a simple storage scroll and was starting with mid-level Fuinjutsu. Both left the mansion with fist-style specifications. Soft, of which Hinata already knew the basics and techniques used, aka Kusu, 8 trigram palm, the user. He concentrates chakra in his palm and strikes it, sending a wave of chakra toward the enemy, aka Rokuyango trigrams, 64 palms. The user closes the enemy's main 64 tenquits to 1 great speed, aka Kunijwasa 8 trigrams, 128 palms, similar to the previous technique, however, closes 128 points, knocking out the enemy almost at instant. Execaton, 8 trigrams, celestial spin. The user begins to. It spins and releases chakra from all its tenonkeis, forming a protective dome around itself and reflecting all the attacks, considered Onyuga's ultimate defense. Armed with new techniques, they began to train harder. I mainly wanted to master the soft fist to later prove to them that with hard work one can surpass a genius. Chapter 7, The Delights of Missions of a Rank. A couple of years had passed, and Naruto and Hinata had grown quite a bit. They were both 10 years old, and each was slightly taller than other children their age due to their constant training. Naruto and Hinata were They were strong compared to others their age, if they were compared, at the academy. Physical conditioning, shinobi and training began when the students were 12 years old, at which point they learned the style of taijutsu from the academy along with ninjutsu. If they faced Naruto or Hinata, they would be demolished. Both were well-balanced shinobi. However, Naruto still couldn't perform a low-ranking genjutsu without using his Sharingan, though it was to save his life. In fact, it was easier for him to perform high-level genjutsu, which required more chakra than the of low rank. Even if Naruto focused heavily on chakra control, taking it to the levels of a jounin, he still couldn't do a simple bunsen. He had to do at least 50 or he'd fail. Naruto eventually mastered the bow staff, but decided to learn kenjutsu, since his mother was one of the best at it. Since he couldn't get into most of the shops, he bought a couple of books on how to forge. Since he had the being a fiery man, he decided to forge his own weapons from scrap metal and other weapons he found in the fields. For training, in time I would buy chakra conducting metal to make a good sword, in fact, both. They learned kenjutsu, even the same style, but Naruto favored speed and strength, while Hinata, the ability to be more flexible in dodging blows, this type of kenjutsu, as much as his style of taijutsu, was based on blocking and dodging attacks with quick strikes aimed at ending the battle in one blow. This was the Uzumaki clan style of kenjutsu. Yusina, before his death, was on par with the 7 swordsmen of the Mist, a group composed of the best swordsmen of the Mist, and not to be underestimated, in fact. Each sword possessed special abilities that were advantageous to its respective fighting style. Kusina, in fact, was known like the Red Death of Konoha because of the crimson color of his hair. Naruto also learned the fist style. He was gentle with Hinata, and they both practiced until they had perfected it. Even if Naruto's Sharingan couldn't see the chakra points, he adapted the style to pressure points. One of the problems they had was a low chakra reserve. Hinata's, so they focused on that for almost the last year and managed to increase their levels a little. Now, he had chakra levels of a low Joun and control levels of a Kaji. Naruto had chakra levels of a high Kaji and control of a Jounin. Naruto noticed that Hinata was quite good at gentle fist and asked her why her family treated her so badly despite her talent. The fact is, to learn the style effectively and to practice their positions and forms, one had to use another as a test subject, and closing Tenkwetsus was something painful, so Hinata refused to do that to the extended family members. Hinata was very kind to. He wouldn't even try to harm someone for training purposes, but with Naruto that wasn't a problem. He used clones of shadows to provide Hinata with as many guinea pigs as she desired, and in doing so, her techniques skyrocketed. Luna, and she could even hold her own against Naruto in taijutsu. In ninjutsu, both mastered their affinities and jutsus that they had. Hinata started with wind and Naruto with lightning. An interesting fact is that Naruto discovered that he had a high affinity for lightning, similar to the second Hokage's affinity for water. In fact, Naruto wasn't a senser in the classical sense of the word, since he could not sense chakra, but due to his affinity for lightning, easily. He could sense the bioelectricity of the people around him. Knowing he had such an affinity, he began to invest more and more in his element. He went to his father's library and gathered all the lightning skills he could. We now find Naruto walking through the village as he heads towards Okaji's tower. The villagers were still sending him messages. The usual hateful stares still haunted him, and they still tried to hurt him. But now, thanks to his training, he could escape. He had fought them, but chose not to harm them. He didn't want to give poor Okaji any more paperwork. Okaji's tower. She arrived at the tower and went up the stairs. When she reached Okaji's office, she turned to look at the secretary. She had never liked her, and the feeling was mutual, as she was one of those civilian idiots who couldn't tell the difference between a roll and a roll. And the kunai sealed within him. Just let it go, pup, someday they'll understand the kyubi, he said. Naruto nodded. Good days, did I come to speak with the Okaji? Are you available? Naruto asked politely, since for once he didn't want to have problems. She looked at the thing in front of her and said in a disgusted voice that she would want the eye with a thing like you should be more careful about how you speak to me. Worse word, and I have permission to separate your head from your shoulders, he said in a serious tone as he released some of I attempted murder, since she's a civilian and could easily be killed. Elage will see you now, she said, fearing for her life. While flashing a fake smile, Naruto opened the door to see Okaji's smiling face. Naruto, come. How have you been? He asked. I'm fine, actually. I have a favor to ask, she said, at which the Okaji raised an eyebrow. I'll do my best. What do you need? He said. Well, I'm having a money problem this month and I know I'm not a shinobi, but I was wondering if it would be possible for you to assign me a couple of rank missions, he said, looking at the Okaji's face was thoughtful. The Okage pondered the situation. Jinin always hate these missions and tend to stack up. Besides, no problem, Naruto-kun thought confidently, but you realize that these missions are usually done with a senseian and his squad, so it will take you quite a while, he said. No? There's no problem, old man. I can create my own army if I need to, he said, making a cross with his fingers, channeling some chakra, and then with a burst of smoke, 20 clones appeared in the office. Okaji's jaw. He fell to the floor upon seeing a 10-year-old boy performing a B-rank kenjutsu. Where did you learn that? Do you realize? What makes it a B-rank kenjutsu because of its enormous chakra consumption? He asked, trying to help Naruto understand the dangers of that technique. Technique, relax, hehe, I copied it when I saw Kakashi as a weirdo. Gay man in green spandex yelling something about the flames of youth while fighting. Also, I have chakra and can easily create 1,000 clones and still be in fighting condition. He said with a smile, the Okuji. He nodded slowly. Kami can make 1,000 clones by the age of 10. I know he's a Jinchuriki, but damn. It'll be a chakra monster, Naruto thought. Since you're not a ninja, I'll officially give you the missions and then, when you become one, I'll add them to your file. Come with me to the assignment room, said the Okage. They both left the office, heading towards the mission room. Konoha mission room, let's see what we have, he said. Okage checking the available missions. How many do you want? Seeing as you can create many clones, I think you might be able to clear our workload. Naruto pondered. Give me 10 missions if I have time, I'll do a few more today. Also, Hinata decided to go visit Kulinai. So I'll have the day to do the missions, Naruto said, picking up the scrolls and opening the first one. Damn it. The cat thought as it opened the first mission. It was to recover a terrifying beast whose name was Tora, the demon cat of A. Oh please, I have 8 more tails, said the Kyuubi. Besides, we can always burn it and blame it on a enemy, he said, laughing as a drop of sweat trickled down Naruto's cheek. A few hours later. Come here, Tora, come here, kitten, he said. Naruto tried to approach the cat without making it escape. Naruto channeled chakra into his legs and jumped, catching it. To the cat, Torano found this very funny and began to scratch it as much as he could. Oh damn, I'm tired of this, Naruto said. Activating his Sharingan, he saw Tora and said, Megan, Kasegui Jutsu. The Genjutsu paralyzed him. Tora and Naruto said, Megan, Jigaka no Jutsu. This Genjutsu made Tora think she was being burned alive. Ha! Naruto laughed evilly as Tora screamed in pain. Seeing this, the Kyuubi broke out in a sweat and thought, I have an idiot per container farm. Naruto headed off on his next mission, upon reading the scroll and seeing. The mission was to cultivate a piece of land, since the farmer did not have enough time to do it himself. The farmer's house was almost outside the village, and the land itself was quite large, judging by the size. From the land, he was probably planting vegetables and then selling them. Naruto approached the client arrived and began working. The client didn't seem happy about the demon child being sent, but at least the Kyuubi was there. He was working for him. Almost an hour passed and Naruto continued his work, using a hoe to prepare. The land was peaceful and undisturbed, when suddenly, bam, a noise echoed in the clearing from the collision of metal. Naruto removed a couple of inches of dirt until he saw a metal door in the floor. What the hell was that? Naruto thought as he approached to open the door. Once it was open, he saw some stairs that seemed to go underground, and being the curious child he was, he cautiously made his way towards them. As I descended, I couldn't help but notice the smell, one of the consequences of having the Kyuubi sealed. It was inside him that he gained enhanced senses, primarily hearing and smell. As for the smell, it was the smell of death and decay. Something's not right here, Naruto thought as he began to explore what appeared to be an underground base with a large corridor and multiple connected rooms. Upon seeing some of the rooms, he couldn't help but vomit. In one of the rooms there were human skeletons, and some were still decomposing. Exploring further and looking into another room, he caught sight of test tubes scattered with strangely colored liquids, which he decided not to touch. As he continued exploring the base, he kept wondering how this could exist here and be kept secret. Judging by things, it seemed whoever lived here left in a hurry. This smells like snakes. Naruto was lost in thought when suddenly everything made sense. He had read in the library about a shinobi who had used snakes as summons and deserted Konoha after being found conducting experiments. Twisted with the children he kidnapped, Orochimaru, the snake Sannin, Naruto concluded and made The clone went to warn the old man. The clone left, and Naruto continued exploring, looking in the rooms so he could to get a brief idea of what they contained. One of them appeared to be a small study. Upon entering and heading towards the table, he saw a few stamps and a multitude of croquettes with blood on them and various names on them. Senju Ashirama, Senjuto, Bairama, Namikaze Minato, and others I didn't recognize. What could Orochimaru possibly want? With my father's blood, not to mention that of the Senju brothers? Naruto kept wondering until he saw some notes in what appeared to be a diary. That twisted bastard Iruin's local office was having a day normal in his office, and by normal I mean he was cursing Minato for leaving him with the paperwork when suddenly he saw Naruto walk through the door. Old man, he began. I think I've found one of Orochimaru's old bases. What the Okage shouted was that I was doing one of his missions, cultivating a field, until I knocked on a door of metal. After opening it and looking inside, it reeked of snakes and there were corpses all over the place. Naruto said, "Anbu." Okage said, and in front of him appeared an Amba wearing a weasel mask, kneeling before the Okage and waiting. "Orders, bring Anko and Vicky to me, I Okage-sama," the Amba said and disappeared. The Okage turned to Naruto. "Naruto, are you the original?" he asked. To which Naruto shook his head. "The boss is," looking over the rest of the base and making sure no one enters. The clone replied. "Well, then tell him to follow. Watch the entrance until Hanko and Vicky arrive, and tell her to come immediately," said Okage, receiving. The clone nodded. Orochimaru's base. Naruto continued exploring the base until the memories of the clone reached him, causing him to stop and return to the entrance. Naruto waited a couple of minutes until a man and a woman appeared in front of him. The man was 193 centimeters tall and wore trousers. He was wearing black trousers, a long-sleeved black jacket, and a scarf that covered the top of his head. The man had a few scars on his face. Naruto recognized him from a couple of jokes he'd made. It was Marino and Vicky, a Special Jounds and commander of Konoha's interrogation and torture force. Beside Vicky was a woman of about 167 centimeters. She wore a full-body net armor with a short brown skirt and a long trench coat that covered her breasts. She had purple hair styled as if she was a pineapple with brown eyes. Naruto assumed the woman was Anko. Naruto too. Seeing them both, she turned to the woman and said, "I suppose you're Anko. I'm the sexy, single Anko Mayarashi," she exclaimed, raising her arms. The fist, which made Naruto sweat a bead. "I was doing a D-rank mission and I came across this base and, after exploring it, I concluded that it belonged to Orochimaru, so I informed Locke Ag. My job is finished, sir," Naruto said and headed towards Ukage's office. Ukage's office. Naruto. He arrived at Ukage's office and saw him with a sad, thoughtful expression. Naruto assumed it had something to do with Orochimaru, since after all he was one of Irusen's most beloved students, a genius who appears once in life. However, he became trapped by his own ambitions. "This is it, old man," Naruto said to attract the Okage's attention. "I don't even know if I should call this or not. Good luck," Okage said with a sigh. It was the Naruto's clever answer. "You said you were short on cash and wanted a few D-rank missions, and you ended up finding one of my students' old laboratories." Naruto nodded, and the Okage continued, "Since you found it, I'm going to upgrade the mission to an S rank, so you'll never speak of it again, and everything you found and what you saw inside will never be mentioned. That's clear," the Okage said in a serious and demanding tone. "Oh, Okage-sama," Naruto replied as if he were any shinobi, and this brought a slight smile to the old man's face. "I would tell him." "Good luck," Naruto said, smiling. "Well, I'm off then, see you later," Gigi said, and the Okage nodded once. Naruto left the room, and the Okage leaned back in his chair, lost in thought, the wonders of the mission's rank. While laughing, he snapped out of his thoughts and returned to his work. The Okage saw the number of paperwork and shouted, "Damn you, Minato!" Chapter 8, Academy Days and Graduation. For years later, the sun was beginning to appear and shine over Konoha. People were starting to open up. Their shops are open for another day. However, for some people, this is not an ordinary day, so to speak. For long years had passed, and both Naruto and Hinata were now 14 years old. It was graduation day. Over the last 4 years, its growth has been tremendous, and if we were to estimate its current level of power, one could say that Hinata's taijutsu skills are at the Kage level, as is Naruto's level in ninjutsu and taijutsu. However, realistically, his taijutsu is at the Jouning level, because even if they both use gravity seals to increase their strength and speed, their bodies are still developing and they cannot compete against adults. Because they also lack experience, however, these rules do not apply to ninjutsu, much less. For Naruto, his enormous chakra reserves, which dwarf even those of the Leaf Village, and reasonable level of control. In fact, Naruto must constantly train in chakra control because his reserves are always running low. Increase, in fact, paired with the fire and wind natures, both offensive, there aren't many obstacles that Naruto was unable to surpass her. In the last 4 years, Yada had become a master of her own style of taijutsu, derived from the gentle fist style which she calls the fluid fist, which, like her, the name suggests, it flows through the enemy due to Hinata's great flexibility, allowing her to dodge attacks and closes the enemy's chakra points. Even if their own taijutsu is very strong, it's also good. In the original gentle fist, in Naruto's case, his taijutsu style is very different. He trained in his father's style. Father and dominated him. However, if the enemy has any kind of shield, try to hit the pressure points. That would be pointless, so Naruto developed his own style, combining the best offensive Goken, strong fist, and pressure point damage, with the defensive style of the fist, intercepted from the Ukiya, creating what he called the Fist of Dragon. However, we can still add a little twist, so to speak. Naruto, after his training in lightning, he managed to envelop his fists and feet in a layer of lightning chakra, which, if it makes contact with the enemy, it can make a huge increase in the power of the strike, or send lightning chakra through the circulatory system to effectively numb the area with a single blow. The style is called Raiken, lightning fist. In fact, since both Naruto and Hinata possess the wind affinity, they can both create wind blades. Invisible on their fingers, invisible to anyone without jutsu, of course. Using this technique can inflict damage on whatever it strikes, damaging muscles and disabling the enemy. In the ninjutsu department could say that Naruto is a monster with 3 completely mastered affinities. All of them offensive. Naruto is a fearsome force. His arsenal contains a vast number of techniques of each kind. Affinity, including some of her own creations, even if Hinata's levels are high compared to anyone else. Given her age and having Jouning reserves, her advantage over Naruto is her enormous chakra control. Facing off against Tsunade herself, due to her control, she learned some medical jutsu to heal herself. Even if necessary, since Naruto has the fox's chakra in the genjutsu section, let's just say Naruto sucks. In that regard, the only one Naruto is even capable of doing without the Sharingan active is the Kokugan Rano Jutsu. Herald of Darkness, a genjutsu created by the second Hokage and considered a kinjutsu due to the fact that, even after being activated, it constantly drains chakra. If we look at Hinata, due to his control, he knows almost any genjutsu, but refrains from using Kokugan Rojutsu since he cannot expend a large amount of chakra. In the weapons section, both are extremely good with kunai, shuriken, isen, ban, but also in kenjutsu. Naruto named the style she and her sister Yada learned as Izayuken. Dragon Scream sword style. Since his shinobi life was about to begin, Naruto had previously forged his swords. His was a chokudo, a straight sword, created with chakra-conducting metal for his lightning affinity. It was 20 inches long, not including the handle. The handle was dark orange with black stripes down the center and the Uzumaki NT spiral. CCR4 is its profile for the image, and Nada had one. A similar sword, but with a lavender handle. In Fuinjutsu, Naruto truly honors the Uzumaki clan, his ingenuity. His skill in Fuinjutsu is truly astonishing. He is officially a level 10 master, 10 out of 10, in fact. He even has some of his own creations and is currently working on his father's Irasen technique. However, the sure formula of the Hirasen must be created by its own user, therefore, Naruto cannot use his own kunai. Father, since the sure formula is tied to the user's blood, Naruto has to admit that his real father was. Yada is magnificent at creating such a simple yet complex technique. He also has training in Fuinjutsu, but not as much as extensive as Naruto, since Naruto used an army of clones to devour each book. In fact, one would think that Naruto. He managed to read almost every book in the library. One might not believe it, but Naruto focused many shadow clones on the politics and laws of the leaf, since one day he would have to face the council. In the last section we find medical training. None of them have extensive training in this. Hinata, you can use a few simple techniques to treat superficial wounds. However, both have a good understanding poisons and antidotes, as well as human anatomy. That's where the lessons come into play, Naruto can. They mixed in their pressure point taijutsu if necessary, in addition to coating this bomb with a poison. Paralyzing or lethal of their own creation, all the same, Naruto and Hinata are extremely skilled and resourceful shinobi, even if they are actually civilians. However, any civilian who can use chakra can be considered a shinobi. Graduation day, Naruto's house, the sun was rising, its rays streaming in the window. Naruto was sleeping peacefully, but he was beginning to wake up as the sun began to rise. Shining in the room, looking down, he could see what was probably an angel, Yada. She was sleeping with her head on his chest, the sun beating down on her pale skin, making it glow almost like a goddess. A kiss on the forehead. She began to wake up and yawn. Tempted to open her eyes, she noticed a hand. She gently stroked his hair. She knew it was Naruto. She didn't want to leave his warmth and tried to snuggle closer to him. Burying his face in her chest, Naruto, seeing this, let out a laugh. Aina-chan. It began, we have to get up, don't forget it's graduation day, he said as he made a clone so that. I'll make breakfast, I don't want to get up, she complained. And you're needed like my pillow, she said, to which he smiled. Lifting her chin, he placed a kiss on her lips, awakening his sleeping beauty. Let's go, he said, rolling over. He climbed on top of her and kissed her neck, making her laugh, he finally said. Agreeing to go. With the blonde boy getting up and starting to dress, Naruto said. Aina-chan, it's time. Hinata nodded. Today was the day that they would remove their masks. Both were powerful enough to protect themselves and let the world see who they really were. They really were, of course, they wouldn't show it to the world, but the last in the class, the loud, blonde idiot, and the shy and kind Hinata would no longer exist. Naruto was now 165 centimeters tall and had two fangs of blonde hair framed his face. He wore orange pants with black flames on them. The lower part and white straps on the right leg. She had on a white jacket with an orange outline and sleeves. Black. On the back of the jacket was the kanji for 9. He wore black fingerless gloves with metal on the back of the hand and bracelets with storage seals for kunai, shuriken, saban in there. He carried a sword, as well as a small belt with numerous scrolls. Anyone who saw him wouldn't recognize him. Yada was slightly shorter than him, but even when compared to the rest of the class, she would be one of the tallest. He wore black pants with white suspenders that held his kunai pouch and a white jacket with matching fur trim. Color, she also wore a piece of lavender cloth tied around her neck. You look very handsome, Naruto-kun, she said in a voice. A sweet treat that made the blonde man tremble. Boss, breakfast is ready, said the clone, bringing out milk and cereal, wafers, and bacon. For breakfast, they both ate in silence as they prepared for their last day at the academy. Naruto thought. After breakfast, they both left the house and headed towards the academy, her arm around his. Naruto's right, it no longer mattered who saw them. It was the beginning of their careers as shinobi. The walk was silent. Many of the villagers didn't even recognize Naruto. It wasn't until he arrived at the academy that they realized who he was. Quite early, they both went to the back of the room and waited for their classmates and sensei. Soon after his arrival, the hall began to fill up, and moments later the all-powerful Uchiha Sasuke entered. Followed, of course, by his horde of horny fangirls, Sasuke scanned the room and saw Hinata and someone else with her. Ignoring them, he went to the front row and took a seat near the windows so he could see outside. When he was bored, moments later, Yumino Ruka entered through the door. This person wore black pants and the standard Chunin vest. They had brown hair tied in a ponytail, horse, and a large scar that ran down his nose. Good morning, class, he said, upon seeing the classroom and noticing. Feeling ignored, he used his patented big head jutsu and yelled, "Silence!" Everyone fell silent as Iruka began calling his students for roll call until he reached Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto was about to reply when someone else does it faster. Looks like the dobe failed again, Sasuke said, receiving laughter from everyone. Are you blind? A voice from the back of the room said, receiving everyone's attention and seeing him as if he were a ghost. I said, looking at Iruka-sensei's hand. Everyone was blinking at that person, still processing that it was Naruto. Naruto, said Sakura, the pink-haired Bansi. The one and only true one, he said with his foxy grin. The whole class saw the boy's new look and thought it was a huge improvement over the old one. It has to be said that the new outfit looked quite good. Irika snapped out of his daze and finished the list. As you know, Irika began, today is your graduation day. At the end of the day, those who pass will be shinobi of the sheet. We'll begin with the written exam, followed by weapons, taijutsu, and finally, ninjutsu. Now let's begin. Irikai said. I started giving the exams as I approached Naruto. And a discreet smile appeared on Mizuki's face. Mizuki was Irika's assistant, and like many others, hated the demon child and tried everything to make him fail. He wanted his revenge. Naruto sensed something strange about the exam and discreetly activated his Sharingan, and discovered a well-placed genjutsu on him. Making half the tiger sign and thinking kai genjutsu, he dispersed and revealed the real exam began to take place. After 20 minutes, it was over, and Hinata and the two of them waited for the rest of the class. Class time's up, Irika said, and Mizuki stood up to start collecting the exams. After this, the class moved to the training field for the weapons exam. Good class, you have 10 kunai and 10 shurikens that you must throw to hit the marks. Irika explained, and began calling out names in each. The student went to be evaluated. Uchiha Sasuke called Irika and suddenly every fanger started screaming. Sasuke is the better, come on, Sasuke, show them. Seeing this, Hinata rolled her eyes and called. Shinobi, Sasuke doesn't even care about them. Sasuke took the weapons and threw them with the skill of an elite shinobi. Each kunai struck the center of the dummies, as did most of the shuriken, except for one that he missed the highest scoring area. Well done, Sasuke, you got 19 out of 20, he said. Irika and the group of fangirls erupted in euphoria. Sasuke went to his seat and bumping into Naruto said, win? That's it, Tobe. Uzumaki, Naruto called Irika. The blonde simply took the weapons and he noticed they weren't sharp, so he shrugged and discreetly channeled lightning chakra into them. So that they would stick to the mannequin, he threw them all at the same time, hitting each target in the center. Irika's eyes widened. Drink good tea, work, Naruto, you have a perfect score, 20 out of 20. He said. Irika congratulating him. The fangirls, of course, started yelling that Naruto had cheated and Sasuke had simply. She frowned at the blonde boy. Yuga. And Nada, Irika called. Hinata, just like Naruto, walked over, picked up the weapons, and without. He launched them, hitting each target just like Naruto. Irika's jaw dropped. What's going on today? Hinata was never so good with weapons. Congratulating Hinata, Irika finished the class exam and moved to the taijutsu section, or class. For the next exam, you must face Mizuki for 2 minutes. Mizuki won't be very aggressive, but be prepared. Prepared? Irika explained. Uzumaki, Naruto called. Finally, I can get my hands on the demon. Mizuki thought. Seeing the twisted smile on Mizuki's face, Naruto decided to make him suffer a little. Taking his stance, he knelt. Bent over with the right leg slightly forward, the right arm extended with the palm facing the enemy. While the left one was tucked in at the waist, Irika's eyes widened as he recognized this position. But it's the gentle fist, he said. Poor idiot, he doesn't even know what he's doing, Sasuke said, receiving laughter from the rest of the class. Looks like Naruto-kun is going to play around a bit, Hinata thought with a giggle. A jime, Irika said, and Mizuki immediately. He threw a closed fist, attempting to hit Naruto, who lightly caught his fist and turned slightly to be able to dodge. Seeing that Mizuki was losing his balance, Naruto lightly touched him on the shoulder, closing a tenketsu and disabling his left arm. What did you do to me? Mizuki asked angrily at not being able to feel the arm. I closed the main chakra point of your left arm, disabling it. It's over, you can't win, Naruto replied. But how come you don't have the Yakugan? Irika asked. How was that possible? That Naruto was able to close 10 kapetsus? Right. However, the chakra points are fixed in the grid of the enemy, so I can remember where they are and estimate their locations when I see my enemy. After that, I send a small burst of chakra toward the area, since I can't pinpoint the exact location. Anyway, works, Naruto explained. He received surprised looks from everyone, except Hinata, who thought it was possible. Using the gentle fist without the dojutsu. Irika thought. Damn brat, you'll pay, Mizuki said and threw a punch at. Blindfolded as she approached Naruto, he just smiled and said, You're in my range, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 claps, 16 claps, 32 claps, to Roku, Naruto said as he finished his attack and, sending Mizuki crashing into the wall, knocking him unconscious. Naruto left the ring with everyone watching him. He had just used a secret of the main house of the cheating Yuga clan. The Fan screamed, "How can a dope like him beat a Chunin? That power should belong to me, an elite," Sasuke thought. Iruka gave everyone a 30-minute break while picking up Mizuki and taking him to the infirmary. "Okay, now that Naruto knocked Mizuki out, let's have the students fight amongst themselves while I watch," Iruka explained. Yuga Inada versus Yamanaka Ino, Iruka called, "Poor thing. Girl, try not to go out, hurt," Inada teased Ino, to which Inada rolled her eyes. It was time to show them. Who were they? Ajime. Ino dressed quickly, and Nada simply raised her hand and channeled chakra into her palm. She said, "Kusu, air palm." A gust of wind was sent towards Ino and struck her straight to the chest, throwing her out of the rink and onto the floor, leaving her unconscious. "Cheater," she only allowed taijutsu. Sakura shouted, making everyone cover their ears. "That attack is considered taijutsu." "I'm sorry," Hinata explained. "What's going on here?" Yada was never that good at taijutsu, and Naruto always seemed like a street fighter. Iruka thought. Iruka picked up Ino, and after a quick check he left her leaning against the wall, waiting for her to wake up so he could pit her against someone else, since he hadn't seen her do much. After the taijutsu exam was over, everyone went inside the classroom, while Iruka called out to the students. Individually for the ninjutsu portion, Uzumaki Naruto called Iruka and Naruto paired up and went downstairs to be facing Iruka. "Good luck, Tobe, you're going to need it," Sasuke said, smiling foolishly. Naruto thought. "Naruto, please use the no jutsu," Iruka said, and then, with a burst of smoke, a man appeared in front of Iruka who, even knowing he was a geek, made him tremble when he looked into his eyes. His eyes glowed. It was the Sharingan. The man standing before Iruka was Uchiha Madara. "Of all the people, why did you choose him?" said the Kubi. The Kubi despised Madara. "After all, you may not like him, and he may have done more bad things than good, but he was still I'm a powerful shinobi, and I have a legacy to honor," Naruto thought, and received a growl from the Kubi. Interesting lesson. Iruka dismissed the tremors and continued with the exam. "Now prepare for the Kawarim," Iruka said as he picked up a blunt kuna and threw it at Naruto, who switched it with a nearby chair. "Good job, Naruto." "Finally, make two, Bun," Iruka said. Naruto always hated at Bunin and knew he couldn't create just one, even though his life depended on it. Bunin no jutsu said, and tried to release as little chakra as possible. There was a burst of smoke billowed out, and a dead clone appeared on the floor. The whole class was laughing. "I still can't do a damn thing." "Clone, Iruka-sensei, is it okay if I use a different kind of clone?" Naruto asked. "Sure, no problem," Iruka replied, wondering what kind of clone Naruto was going to use. "Kajabunin no jutsu," Naruto said, and after the usual puff of smoke in front of Iruka, there were 10 perfect Naruto clones. The blonde. He simply smiled at his teacher's reaction. Iruka's jaw dropped as he watched Naruto use a Burank Kinjutsu. "Naruto, Kaibunin is a Jounin level technique. Congratulations, you passed," said Iruka. Naruto smiled and picked up his idiot in black, and the Itoto was shortly after him and passed with. The exam was easy for her, however, she could make perfect Bunins, unlike per Naruto. Good class. The exam is over and everyone has passed. The rookie of the year is Uzumaki Naruto, and the best kunoichi is Yuga Natada. Iruka was happy that Naruto passed, and not only that, but that he was rookie of the year. "What?" Kiba shouted. "How can the last in the class be the rookie of the year?" It was a very simple question. Both Naruto and Hinata had a perfect score. Written exam, they had perfect scores in the weapons section and in the taijutsu and ninjutsu sections. Iruka explained. "He's nothing but a loser. I am Yunukia, an elite. I demand a duel between the two of us for the title," he said. "Sasuke, it's your choice," Naruto said. "Iruka, let's go outside, Kao," said Naruto, and Sasuke smiled, thinking he could beat him. Yada just shook his head, knowing how this would end. "That idiot is going to end up in the hospital." Everyone left the classroom and went back to the training field. Naruto and Sasuke entered the ring facing each other, each making half a tiger sign, signifying that they were ready for the fight. This is a duel for the Rookie of the Year title. They can use everything, however, no blows can paralyze or kill, understood? Iruka said, receiving nods of approval. Part of both, he said, determined to prove his superiority and end this encounter quickly. Sasuke charged and he threw a punch. Naruto moved to the side of the blow and kneed Sasuke in the stomach. Sasuke doubled over. A blow, giving Naruto the opportunity to strike him in the back of the neck and knock him unconscious. The floor, it's over, said Naruto, and of course the fangirls started screaming about how Naruto cheated. Congratulations, Naruto, you're Rookie of the Year along with Hinata, Iruka said, and both Naruto and Hinata left the academy. The second one was wrapped in the first one's arms. Seeing this, Kiba became furious because Naruto was leaving with his. Hinata, however, the rest of the class was just wondering what had happened that day, everyone except Shikamaru, who I always suspected Naruto was hiding his true strength. Shikamaru can be seen as lazy and blurry, but he's extremely intelligent and observant. Naruto and Hinata were walking together to dinner to celebrate his graduation and becoming a Leaf Shinobi. They were both walking to Ichiraku and Naruto felt someone running through the trees. Of course, Naruto remembered when Hinata was kidnapped, so people running through the trees always seemed suspicious to him. The two decided it was best to see what was happening in person and went after the person. Guard post, Mizuki ran through the trees with a huge. He rolled onto his back, unaware that he was being tracked. He stopped just outside a small cabin and sat down. He stood on the floor, opened the scroll, and began to read it. With the scroll of seals, Orochimaru was about to give me more power. That he could have dreamed, Naruto said, and upon hearing this, Hinata were about to jump on him to retrieve the scroll. Suddenly, Iruka collapsed in front of Mizuki. Mizuki, how could you do this? Have you betrayed the leaf? He said. Iruka, he didn't understand how his friend could betray the leaf and steal the scroll. Simple, I want power, and when I give Orochimaru-sama this scroll, he's going to give me more power than you could ever imagine. Dream, Mizuki said. She grabbed a couple of shurikens and threw them at Iruka, shouting, Shuriken Kai Bunin no Jutsu! Shurikens multiplied 20-fold. Seeing this, Iruka hesitated and ended up pinned against a tree. Mizuki took a Fuma shuriken and dressed up with it, spinning with the intention of finishing Iruka off once and for all. Seeing this, Naruto jumped between the two, kicking Mizuki in the back. Naruto, Iruka said, surprised to see him. Heal Iruka-sensei, I'll take care of him, Naruto said. Ow, she replied and began to heal Iruka. You damn bastard! Demon, have you ever wondered why everyone hates you? Mizuki asked, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. No, Mizuki. It's forbidden! Iruka shouted. 14 years ago, the fourth Hokage didn't kill the Nine Tails. He sealed it inside you. You are the Nine Tails reborn, Mizuki said, hoping to break the brat so he could escape. Are you an idiot? He asked rhetorically. Mizuki narrowed her eyes, wondering why he didn't do it to her. Nothing, I've known about the Kyuubi since I was 5 years old. Damn, I've spoken to him since then. You were wondering why I have the kanji for 9 on my vest? It's because I'm proud to be a Jinchuriki, and life may not have been easy, but I'm happy that the fourth Hokage chose me, Naruto said, receiving shocked looks from Mizuki. Iruka, enough talk, and since you've broken the third Hokage's law, I have permission to kill you, Naruto explained. Try it, Demon Fox, Mizuki said, taking the last of the Fuma's shuriken and he threw it at her. Naruto dodged it after a couple of hand seals. Kata said, Kakyo no Jutsu. Mizuki's eyes widened as he saw the fireball coming. He jumped to the left where Naruto was. He was waiting and gave him a strong kick in the ribs, causing Mizuki to crash into the trees. Mizuki barely got up, as she had a couple of broken ribs, doing her best to find the child. Demon, suddenly something grabbed his ankle. Looking down, he noticed a hand emerging from the floor and grabbing it with strength. Earth release, Shinju Zenijutsu, said Naruto, pulling and burying Mizuki. Leaving only his head outside, Mizuki tried to get out but couldn't manage it. Naruto. He picked up the scroll and saw Tispo using a technique. Opening the scroll, it said Bunsinda and Bakwa, clone explosion. Rank B, closing the scroll, placed it on his back and headed towards Iruka while Hinata finished healing him. How are you feeling, Iruka-sensei? Naruto asked. Iruka was one of the few people who had ever. They imported Naruto. I'm fine, thanks to you, he replied. Moments later, an Anbu arrived on the scene and took him. Iruka, Naruto and Hinata before the Okaji and Mizuki with Ibiki, Okaji office. The ANBU arrived with the three of them at Okaji's office, and Naruto handed the scroll of seals to Lucid's. Well done. Naruto, thanks to your and Hinata's help, we managed to secure the scroll of seals to catch a traitor. I'm going to consider this a B-rank mission. I saw what happened through my crystal ball and I know you learned a jutsu from. Roll, just be careful. Anything I can do for you as compensation? The Okuji asked. He was secretly happy that Naruto was taking his training seriously. In fact, Gigi, there's something, said Naruto, and it was hit on the head by Luka. Respect the Okage, Snotty one said. Don't worry. So, Iruka, said the Okage, I want to ask you to be on the same team as Hinata-chan and Sasuke. We both know that there will come a time when I'll have to use my eyes, and I don't want any trouble, he said, and the Okage raised an eyebrow. Considering your request, I know what you're thinking. I bet you considered putting me with Sasuke and Hinata, since the Rookie of the Year goes with Kunoichi of the Year, and they have to create a strong assault team, Naruto said and continued. However, you can still get the same benefits if you have Akiba, Sasuke, and Sakura in your assault team, and you can have a perfect tracking team along with good assault if you put me in Hinata Shino, since I have my eyes and I'm a sensor. Naruto finished. Eyes? Iruka asked. The Okage, seeing what Naruto was asking, he silently said, It's your decision, Naruto, Iruka-sensei. If you promise not to tell anyone until I reveal it, I'll tell you, Naruto said. Ike replied. Can you trust me, Naruto? Do you know that? Look into my eyes, Naruto said, closing them. When he opened them, slowly, for dramatic effect, they turned blood red with 3 tomo in each Naruto's eyes. It was a fully mature Sharingan. Damn it! Iruka yelled, and Naruto just scratched his butt. The head? That's why you transformed into Madara during the exam, Iruka said, and the Okage raised an eyebrow. Of course, sensei, I have a legacy to uphold. After all, Madara was my grandfather, Naruto said. Upon hearing this, Iruka, his jaw dropped. Naruto was the son of one of the most powerful shinobi to have ever lived. Naruto, really? You're Konoha's #1 unpredictable ninja, he said, and Naruto and the Okage laughed. Naruto, if you have a Sharingan completely mature, as you were the last in the class until now? Iruka asked. Deception is the greatest a ninja's tool. I sometimes listen to some of your lessons, he said, smiling. You just nodded like a idiot. Everything that starts well ends well, Naruto. I agree with your request. Report to the academy next week for team assignments. See you tomorrow, said the Okage. Naruto, yada, what if the shall I get some ramen as a thank you? Iruka asked, and of course Naruto agreed. The Okage only. He shook his head, seeing the 3 of them leave his office. He sighed and picked up his pencil. No! Okage shouted as paperwork. It came out of nowhere. Naruto laughed when he heard it. Maybe he should tell her one of these days. Chapter 9, Trouble. Iruka, Naruto, and Hinata walked peacefully to Ichiraku Ramen as thanks for. Iruka's part was to thank Naruto and Hinata for saving his life. Iruka was injured by the rain of shurikens, but Hinata did a wonderful job healing him. Naruto, Iruka, and Naruto sat down at the ramen stand. Hey old man, let's go. I'm hungry, Naruto shouted. Oh Naruto. It's nice to see you, Tsuchi said. They both nodded. Since Iruka sensei is paying, you can start with 10 bowls of pork ramen for me, Naruto said, and Iruka. Her eyes widened as she wondered if it was a good idea to offer to buy her dinner. I'll have 2 bowls of ramen from vegetables, Hinata said. I'll have shrimp. Tell me, Hinata, Iruka began, drawing her attention. Were you pretending with Naruto from the beginning? He asked. Sure, you don't actually know, but we're boyfriend and girlfriend, she said. She gave Naruto a kiss on the cheek, making the blonde blush. Who would have thought? Damn, they're so good actors, Iruka said, receiving laughter from both of them. Why did they hide their true strengths and even their relationship? Iruka asked. You know I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, right? Naruto asked, and Iruka nodded. And practically all the villagers and almost all the shinobi hate me for bringing him to them. I'm a painful reminder of that night. Do you know they tried to hurt or kill me many times? If the civil council knew how strong I was, they would do everything they could to prevent the demon from becoming more powerful. Strong, he said. The reason I decided to hide our relationship was quite similar. They would try to hurt her too, I've already called some people the devil, and I'll go to hell if I let anyone hurt her. I'd rather burn the village to the ground than let anyone lay hands on it, so we decided to stay the shadows until we were strong enough to protect ourselves, he concluded. Iruka was surprised as the number one hyperactive one thought of everything. In a million years I would have thought that Naruto was so cunning, and I was certainly tricked, Iruka said, and everyone laughed. They began to eat calmly. And you, Hinata, have I the feeling that you're not the shy little girl anymore, he said, pointing at her. She laughed and gave him an answer. She was shy when I first met Naruto, but over the years I surpassed him thanks to him as well. Who do you think helped him in your jokes? She said, laughing, and Iruka's jaw dropped. Actually, I liked being shy and letting everyone else. They bragged about how good they were. How strong are they really? Iruka asked. In a serious tone, we've never competed against anyone except ourselves, but the furball says we are around Jounin level in terms of taijutsu and ninjutsu. I'm terrible at genjutsu, so I'm low chunin in that aspect. On the other hand, I'm a level 10 seal master, Naruto explained, and of course Iruka didn't know what I mean. The poor guy. Wait, if they're Jouning level, how come you can't even do a single bunsei? Iruka asked, and Naruto laughed. Well, one side effect of having a Baijul sealed inside you when you're young is that you tend to develop enormous chakra reserves. I estimate I have about 4 times more chakra than Gigi, so even if I have control at Jounin level chakra, I still have too much chakra to make a single buncher, Naruto explained. Iruka didn't know what to think or say. The worst student in the academy was a Hunin level. He had chakra reserves 4 times those of Okaji was a master of unsealing. He also had a mature Sharingan. Iruka did what he could and fainted. Hey. Wake up, sensei, you still have to pay, Naruto shouted, trying to rouse the unconscious Iruka. Council room. The Okaji was approaching the room, near the double doors, and Amba was guarding them. The Amba made a. He bowed to the Okaji and opened them. The Okaji entered the room, and to his right were the heads of the clans of Konoha, also known as the Shinobi Council, and to the left were a few civilians. Important figures known as the Civil Council. Near the Shinobi Council sat 3 people. They were Mayomura Headdress, Yudatiko, and Shimura Danzo. They were Okaji's old comrades from his genin days and currently their advisors or elders. The Okaji sat at the small table in front of the Konoha Council. Good day to all. Now, could you tell me the reason why the council has been convened? The Okaji asked in a tone boring. After dealing with all the paperwork, I had to deal with the damn council. Yes, Okajizuma said a merchant of the Civil Council as he stood up. We heard that Demo Uzumaki Naruto graduated from the academy. He can't allow him to become a shinobi. He's too dangerous, the Okage said, sighing, knowing this day would come. Naruto is not dangerous. He has already proven himself to be a loyal shinobi, and he graduated as Rookie of the Year alongside Hinata. Upon hearing the comment, Yasu raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear that Hinata was Kunoichi of the Year. This year's group must be weak, considering she's the best, she thought. Clearly she's a demon. She stole the Rookie of the Year title from Yukiya-sama, and Evane shouted, making everyone tremble with her high-pitched voice. You should choose your words carefully. Careful, civilian, said the Okaji, raising his killer instinct and making her sweat. My law still stands, but Okajizuma cannot allow you to approach the clan heirs. Could you hurt them, a fat merchant? He said as the Shinobi Council rolled their eyes. Enough, the Okage said. Serious tone. Many of you civilians may not know how Naruto saved the village today, he said, receiving confused looks from everyone. What they don't know is that today the teacher of the Mizuki Academy entered Okaji's vault and stole the scroll of seals. He was intercepted by Yumino Ruka and both. They clashed in combat. If Naruto and Iruka hadn't appeared, he would be dead and the village would have lost the scroll. Hinata managed to heal Iruka and Naruto defeated a Chun in the form of the Okage. It concluded and everyone gasped for the news. A rookie fresh out of the academy defeating a Chunin was something that almost never happened, you see. Okajizuma is becoming too powerful. We must kill him now and finish what the Yondaime started. The fat merchant began, trying to reason with the Okaji to put an end to the demon. You keep forgetting. This is a shinobi village, and I, the Okaji, command my forces. My word is law, remember that well. The meeting now concludes, said the Osage, rubbing his temples. I'm too old for this, he thought as he watched everyone leave the room. Later that night, everyone was asleep in the village, including our favorite pair, Naruto and Hinata. Both were asleep as if they were. They used to do that, snuggled up to each other. Naruto had his chest pressed against her back, pulling her closer. Two figures could be seen running across the rooftops. Both wore the standard Jouning uniform of Konoha, the idiot on the forehead, the Jouning vest, and black AMB pants. Remember the plan? One join? He asked, receiving a nod from the other. Let's finish this so we can collect our pay, the other said. He quickened his pace toward his destination. They both reached the red zone of the village and quickly headed to a house in private. The house itself looked old with some holes patched up on the outside. They both approached the window and saw the sleeping pair, the demon and his __. They both decided to enter through. From the ceiling, seeing that the bed was too close to the window, they quickly and stealthily entered the house and toward the bedroom. They approached the bed and one said, "This is the end for you, demon." And he swiftly threw two kunai through their breasts. The Jouning smiled victoriously until there was a burst of smoke and 2 pieces of firewood. They were revealed with kunai stuck in them. They turned around and didn't like the sight. They saw a Sharingan and a Yakugan activated. Oh, so the demon has the Sharingan. He probably stole it when he killed the Uchiha clan. Let's finish this, said a Jounin and ran towards the pair. Yada, take one and I'll take care of the other one. Be careful, Sonin. And even though we're skilled, they're stronger than us, he said. Naruto, there, she replied and charged to intercept one of the enemies. With Naruto, why are you attacking us? He's a What crime is it to attack a Leaf Village comrade? Naruto asked, already knowing the answer. You're not our comrade. Die, demon! The Joun responded, taking the Unyuna and striking horizontally. Naruto ducked and used his foot to strike, by causing it to become unbalanced and tilt forward. Using this, Naruto raised his knee and managed to strike him in the abdomen. The Jouning recovered quickly and jumped back. No. That's wrong, damn it, let's raise the level, said the Jun, quickly making some hand seals, after which he shouted, Earth release. Tsuchi didn't cry and enveloped his body in a hard shell of earth. He's using an earth shield. What? Well, my main affinity is lightning, Naruto thought. They both charged at each other and exchanged some blows. Thanks to the Sharingan, Naruto managed to block or dodge each one. However, due to the enemy's armor rendered his attacks ineffective, and he couldn't strike any pressure points. Naruto switched to his own style of ninjutsu, the lightning fist. Naruto charged his hands and feet. Enveloped in a layer of lightning chakra, she charged and delivered a low kick. The Jouning jumped in order to evade it. Naruto recovered quickly and delivered a massive blow to the Jounin's chest, destroying his armor and making him flying towards the wall. That hurt, damn kid. Ealing yelled. They both began to. They fought again, but this time Naruto had the advantage, deciding to end it and go help Hinata. Naruto dodged a. He struck, imbued his fingers with lightning chakra, and pressed hard against Juningan's head, near the ear. Naruto discharged his chakra into the vagus nerves, causing the Hunin to have a heart attack. Naruto then left the Hunin trembling on the floor. He went to help Hinata. Seeing Hinata, he realized he had the advantage until he made a mistake that the Jounin took advantage of to deliver a horizontal slash. Naruto screamed, deactivating his seal gravity and charged at full speed to help her, knowing he wouldn't be able to arrive in time, so which had to be replaced with her. Naruto was now in Hinata's place, watching as the blade came forward. Getting closer and closer, his Sharingan could be considered a curse, as it showed him his death on camera. Slow, he tried to raise his Kuna to block the sword. But it was too late, just as the blade was at the point of making contact. Naruto unconsciously channeled a huge amount of chakra into his eyes, until these began to spin and reverse their colors. Suddenly, everything became even clearer, and time seemed slowing down even more. Naruto watched the leaf get closer and closer, and just as it was about to make contact with his skin, then something even stranger happened. The blade seemed to keep up with him, cutting cleanly through him, but Naruto didn't. He felt no pain. The enemy Jouning didn't know what was happening. His blade seemed to pass through the demon like if he weren't there. The sword left his body as if nothing had happened. Then when he saw her eyes, instead of blood-red eyes with black tomo, Naruto's eyes changed to a pure black color within the middle, having an incomplete, red, bright circle and with 3 red orbs in it. The hunter didn't know what it was, But it was too late. NTCC4 profile. Zit for the image. Naruto caught the Houndsalt's hand as he was passing by him and broke his wrist, causing him to drop the sword. Naruto looked him in the eyes, his Sharingan spinning, and said, Genjutsu-induced sleep. The Junin fell to the floor unconscious, Naruto realized. She turned around to see Hinata, who was so shocked by what had happened that she couldn't even. She noticed him approaching her. Hinata, are you alright? Are you hurt? Naruto asked, worried about her. I'm not hurt, thanks to you, she said, hugging him while crying. I can't. To think they would stoop so low as to attack us in the night. I guess I was too optimistic, Naruto thought. Both. They separated until Hinata saw him and gasped. Narukin, your eyes, she said. Naruto didn't know what she was talking about. So he went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. He raised an eyebrow. What the hell is this? He thought, that pup is next. The form of the Sharingan, known as the Eternal Sharingan. You're very lucky to have awakened it. Those eyes. In particular, they only awaken when you are in a life or death situation or through intense training. Could be explained, so that's why the blade went right through me? It must be one of his powers, he thought. I suppose so, but I've never seen that particular one. I've seen Madara's techniques using those eyes, but I don't know how. Use them, so you'll have to figure that out for yourself. Take care of the intruders, and I'll explain something about those eyes later, the Kubi said, and Naruto nodded and quickly went to the surviving Hyunin and tied him up, putting. A chakra-restricting seal was placed on him. A couple of minutes later, the dead Junin's body was sealed in a scroll, which Naruto would carry. Later, Luke Okaji took a glass of water and used it to splash the Jounin in the face, waking him up. Hey buddy, let's talk, Naruto said in a sweet voice that made Hinata tremble. Who had the? He activated his Yakugan to see if he was lying. Damn demon, I'm not going to say anything. Fine, you can kill me now, he said. Hunin, trying to hide his fear of being at the demon's mercy after attempting to murder his beloved. Where is the fun in killing you? Naruto asked, activating his normal Sharingan and saying, Magnum, Hellfire Jutsu. The junior. He was trapped in the Genjutsu and felt as if he were being burned alive, since he was tied up and had a. The chakra restriction seal prevented him from breaking the illusion. This continued for a few minutes until he decided he couldn't. He couldn't take it anymore. Okay, I'll talk, please stop. He pleaded until Naruto finished the jutsu and looked at him with the Sharingan, along with Hinata, to detect any lies. Listen carefully, because I'll only say this once, Naruto said, his Sharingan flashing, which Junina quickly sensed. Why did you decide to attack us? She asked. Naruto, he wanted to know why they had suddenly decided to take such a direct approach against him. It was a deal, eh? My friend and I would kill them for payment, Aloin explained, looking at his friend's corpse and thinking it was a mistake. I accepted, but it was too late, now I see. And who requested this mission? The Jounin hesitated to tell him who had hired him. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan and looked the Hunin in the eyes. Cold blue eyes seemed to pierce his soul, making him tremble. It was Tono Kanta, a merchant from the village, and he belonged to the civilian rabbit. The Joun responded, and Naruto already suspected it had been one of the wealthy civilians. As if to hire two Hyunin. Is Hinata telling the truth? Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded. Naruto turned to. He stood next to her and smiled. What are you going to do to me? She asked, fear in her voice. I didn't want to. More pain. I would have preferred a quick death. As much as I want to kill you now, I won't. I'm going to hand you over to Lokash tomorrow morning with your friend, and after that I'm going to request the execution of the aforementioned civilian, Naruto said. Positioning herself behind him, she locked onto his neck with a swift blow. What do we do now? Hinata asked. They were both too awake to go back to sleep. It's 4 a.m., the rental office opens at 7, so. Meanwhile, I'm going to put some security seals around the house to make sure this doesn't happen again, he said. Naruto approached Hinata and kissed her, hugged her, and whispered, I'm sorry, it's my fault, they both came after me. Naruto, he said. He was sad and furious that the villagers had tried to kill her. It's not your fault, besides, don't think that's enough to make me walk away from you, she replied, and gave him a passionate kiss. Thank you, Naruto said. Happy to have found the woman with whom he would spend the rest of his life, Naruto approached the walls and put security and privacy seals, as well as a chakra detector seal on the door with the Kage Bunin only took him. It took him about an hour to completely seal off his apartment, making sure that anyone who tried to break in would have an unpleasant surprise. They both lay down on the bed with Hinata lying on top of him until she finally fell asleep. The safety of his arms, it wasn't how he intended to start his day. Naruto slowly fell asleep and headed to his. He was ready to talk to Kyubi. So Kyubi, what did you want to tell me about my new eyes? He asked excitedly. Having unlocked the eyes that made Madara so powerful, pup, this is going to be a long story, so be quiet and listen carefully, said the Kyubi, and Naruto nodded. It all began a few thousand years ago. The human race lived in peace reigned until a terrifying beast appeared. No one knows where it came from, but it was far too powerful so that humans could defeat it. Many thought it was a punishment from the gods. The beast had 10 tails and she was known as the Jubi. Nothing seemed capable of stopping her until a man appeared and confronted the beast. Only he. The man managed to defeat the beast, sealing it within his own body. He would later be known as the Rikuduin, father of all ninjutsu. The man was praised as a hero for defeating the beast and was considered by all to be a god among men. However, he grew old and sooner or later reached old age, knowing that upon his death the beast would be released, dividing its chakra into 9, creating what are now known as the 9 beasts with tails, ranging from 1 to 9 tails. Are you following me this way? The Kyubi asked, seeing Naruto nod. He continued, during his life, the Rikuduin had 2 sons. The eldest received his eyes and founded the Uchiha clan, while the younger one received the strength of his body and was the progenitor of the Senju clan. On his deathbed, the Sage of 6 Paths had to choose which of his sons would carry on his legacy, due to the ideals. The younger brother chose him. However, he disagreed with his brother. The older brother thought that it was already. As the firstborn, he would be the one to lead the world instead of his father. Enraged, he told his younger brother. His father had already tried to fight his brother for his birthright, but he lost. Upon losing, he realized he had to. He wanted to gather more strength and finish the line of the Enju before it began, but he realized that being alone it would take time to form a clan. So he performed a blood ritual to transform, so to speak, the civilians. Ordinary people in Yukia's. Okay, the story ends here. Did you understand everything? The Kyubi asked, and Naruto replied. Yes, I think I understand. The Rikuda had 2 sons, and the eldest performed a ritual of blood to increase his clan's numbers more quickly so he could defeat the Senju brother. Correct. Now about your eyes, you will see, the descendants of the elder brother are of pure blood, while those born of the ritual. They were known as Mestizo Uchiha. Today, no one even knows the distinction, the key difference between. Both are activations of the Manju. If you were part of the mixed race side, you would have that killing someone close to you to experience the emotion of loss in order to awaken them. Even after doing so, as long as you use your eyes, you will steadily lose your sight until you are completely blind. Unless you remove your eyes and put in place those of your brother, father, or someone directly related to you. By doing this, you would attain the eternal Sharingan. However, pure blood Uchiha attained the. They handled it differently. They activated their eyes in the heat of battle and in life situations or death, and upon reaching it he was in his eternal form. The pure blood Uchiha line was that of Madara, since he only had Minato and his brother. They don't have any children that we know of. You are currently the last of that line. Kyubi concluded. Does that mean my children will one day inherit the Kyujin? Naruto asked. Yes, because the gene from the Sharingan is dominant. Only one parent is necessary, and since you are pure blood, your children would awaken the Manju in his final form, just like you, replied the Kyubi. That's a good thing. I wouldn't want to have to think about killing him. Someone close to me by proxy. I have a question. I heard that Madara stole his brother's eyes. I wondered. Naruto, you can't trust everything you read. I may have stolen them, but I didn't need them, replied the Kyubi. Now that I think about it, that cow always brags about being an Uchiha, and he's not even a pure blood 0, Naruto said. Laughing, thanks, it's almost 7, I'll see you later, Naruto said and drifted off into his thoughts. Naruto stood up and picked up the scrolls containing the 2 jounin. The Ine nodded, dressed, and headed to the Okuji Tower to start the day by giving the old man a nice, fresh, morning headache. Tower of the Osage was leaning back in his chair, enjoying a steaming cup of tea before starting his paperwork. Really? It was the cashier's nightmare. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. "Come in," said the old Hokage. The door opened and he saw a miserable Naruto carrying 2 scrolls next to Hinata. This can't be happening. Be good, Naruto thought. "Kun, how are you?" he asked. "We're doing well, better than before." "These two, in fact," Naruto replied, tossing the scrolls to Luke. "Naruto, what's this?" Luke asked. "Open them and see for yourself." The Hokage opened both scrolls and saw what was a sealing scroll. He channeled chakra toward the 2 of them, and on the floor appeared 1 dead hound, while the other was dead but awake. "Naruto, what does this mean?" the Hokage asked seriously. Naruto walked to the untied Joun and removed the electrical tape from. He opened his mouth and asked, "Will you do the honors?" To which the Joun promptly replied, "We were hired by Tenno Count to kill the demon." Naruto didn't let him finish the sentence, and gave him a cold look with his Sharingan. The man swallowed hard and continued, "Uzumaki Naruto, goodness, what a mess, is the other one dead?" the Hokage asked, and Naruto nodded. "I had to finish this quickly, or Hinata wouldn't be here," he said, placing a hand on the Hinata's man, pulling her closer. "I should have suspected something. Yesterday's student council meeting was about you, and no. It ended well," the Hokage said with a sigh. "At least no one got hurt. Don't worry, Naruto. Any responsible man will be considered a traitor for attacking a shinobi and will be punished," the Hokage said, looking with the hardship to the Jounin. It was a shame to see their shinobi fall so low that they would try killing a comrade, old man. "Actually, it's funny," he said, laughing, seeing Hokage's confused expression continued. "They wanted to kill me because they were afraid I would do too much powerful, and one day I would attack the village. However, they ended up giving me more power," he said, and activated his Sharingan. Then he switched to Sumps and showed it to Hokage. "Naruto is what I think he is," Hokage said, his eyes widening. "Yes, old man, I present to you my eternal Sharingan," he said, smiling and making his eyes spin. He explained everything he knew about pure-blood Uchiha and the activation of their eye. The Hokage had his jaw in the. He stood on the floor, processing everything he'd heard. He snapped out of his daze and said that it means Itachi will end up blind unless he gets Sasuke's eyes, said Hokage. "Correct. However, Sasuke must have unlocked his manja. And knowing him, if he ever finds out, he wouldn't hesitate to end the life of someone close to him," he replied. Naruto said seriously, "I'll try to keep an eye on him. Naruto, meanwhile, keep those eyes hidden, even more so." Now, Uchiha was one of the strongest shinobi to ever live because of his Sharingan. You still have to learn how use them, so keep it hidden. "Yes," Hokage replied, and Naruto nodded. After which he left the room. The Hokage expelled chakra and an Ambutoma appeared in front of him, alive with a Ibiki Yanko. "Also, check that you don't count and send it with a Ibiki," Hokage ordered. "I'm really getting old for this." ___, thought the Hokage. Chapter 10, Teams and Missions. The rest of the week passed without any problems at all. However, Naruto and Hinata were being extremely. They were wary when they walked outside his house. Naruto put several layers of defensive seals on his house, so now it was very secure. Anyone who tried to force their way in would receive 100,000 pleasurable volts through the skull. During the last week, Naruto and Hinata did some research on the possible Hoingrian as his sensei. Naruto also managed to complete his hand seals for the Irisin. He pushed himself hard to achieve them. To use and always be present if Hinata needed him at any time. However, he had not yet mastered the technique, so it wasn't ready to be used in retrospective combat. Both Naruto and Hinata were in home. Hinata was preparing dinner, while Naruto was in the living room working on his seals. "Hey! Hinata-chan, come here," said Naruto, and Hinata came out of the kitchen. Naruto thought she looked even more beautiful with her hair was tied back in a ponytail as she wore an apron and a headband. "Do you need anything, Naruto-kun?" she asked. Naruto approached her and gave her a small kiss on the lips. "I have a gift for you," he said, his hands behind his back, goading her into trying to snatch it from his hands. Finally, she gave up and grimaced, and Naruto beeped. After which he gave her a wrapped gift. She unwrapped it, and finding a small ring, gasped for air. The ring was gleaming silver in the shape of a fox. The ring began with a fox's head and ended with the tail. See CR4's its profile for the image. "It's beautiful, thank you," she said, and gave him a hug. "I'm glad you like it," but the ring is special. It doesn't just say I love you, but which contains the Shik formula of Lira Sin, meaning that if you're in trouble you just need to channel. The chakra will be in the ring, and it will be there in a flash. He explained, and she gave him a passionate kiss, demonstrating their eternal love. Love, and a flashback. Another thing Naruto tried to work on during the week is his new Sharingan. I had to admit that its new form was fucking amazing, the QB also explained. The powers he knew the Q Sharingan possessed, since he had seen Madara use them. Flashback. Naruto was lying in bed trying to sleep, but finding it difficult since the assassination attempt against the Hinata. A couple of days ago, even though he assured everyone that his house was always on alert, deciding to pass the time, he went to his. He thought to talk to the QB about his new eyes. In fact, Naruto changed his mind. He was no longer the old sewer rat. Now it was a forest with nearby mountains and plenty of animals so the QB wouldn't get too crowded. He felt bored. Hey, furball, Naruto said, and the QB gave him an annoyed look. What do you want, brat? He was trying to sleep, said the QB. I can't sleep, so I thought you could explain the new powers I have. Use them with my new eyes, he said. Like I told you, I only saw him using them, not even. I don't even know if you can use them. For starters, the power you used last time, I never saw Madara use it, so it's more than likely that the Q Master won't always have the same powers, the QB explained. That sucks, Naruto replied. It doesn't mean you can't use them. I'll try to explain the powers I saw, so listen carefully. First, one of the powers are an extremely powerful genjutsu called Tsukuyangi, God of the Moon. Once you make eye contact with the enemy, you can use the technique, and the user gets trapped inside the technique. You are Kami, God, you can create and manipulate everything, even time itself. You can make this pass. It's different outside of genjutsu. It might be 3 days in your technique, but in the real world it's a couple of seconds. The time difference varies depending on your skill. Genjutsu is almost unbreakable. Another power I saw is called Amaterasu, Goddess of the Sun. It is the highest level of jutsu known. With your eyes you can summon the called the flames of Amaterasu. They are black flames that burn everything in their path, and do not disappear until the target you desire has been completely incinerated. It doesn't matter if you use a water-style jutsu. They never die until the target it's gone. The last and probably most powerful power is a defensive armor with capabilities. Offensive, he is called Susanoo, God of Storms and the Sea. He creates a humanoid-looking armor surrounds you. The more chakra you use, the stronger and larger it becomes. I have seen the form. The Susanoo's perfect suit, and let me tell you, it's something you wouldn't want to face. This humanoid armor carries a shield with defensive purposes, like reflecting powerful attacks, but it also carries a sword to attack. Do you understand everything? QB concluded and asked for confirmation. I'm awesome! Naruto shouted excitedly at having such powers. Great, he's still an idiot, thought Kubi. Now you know, go away, I want you to sleep, Bara said, ordering Kubi. End of flashback. With the last week now over, we find Hinata and Naruto finished their breakfast. Today they'll learn about their teams, and Sensei, are you ready, Yada-chan? Naruto asked, and felt a sensation. He took her arm and disappeared in a lightning shunin. Towards the academy, they reached the roof without wanting to attract questions. They both went down to his classroom, the room full of his friends. However, Iruka-sensei hadn't arrived yet, and Nada went upstairs. She went up the stairs and sat in one of the back rows. Naruto, of course, followed her, but as she walked he was met with an accusing glare from Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke was still, for losing to the Dobe, the last of the academy. How could trash like him still beat me? Uchiha, next time he'll be begging for mercy, Sasuke thought. Smiling, even though Naruto had grown both physically and mentally, he still couldn't resist a few. So many taunts, especially from Sasuke, a member of the same clan, so to speak. They both stared at each other. Minutes spent rudely confronting each other, until Sasuke had enough and turned around, plotting the different ways in which could destroy his brother. Naruto went upstairs to join Hinata when another problem appeared in the Inuzuka form. Kiba, hey Hinata-chan, how are you? Kiba asked as he moved to sit next to. I'm fine, Kiba, stop, that seat is for Naruto-kun, she replied. Come on, Hinata-chan, I'm better than him, I'm an alpha, Kiba said, rotating his Fingers on the bridge of his nose. Of course, Kiba, being from the Inuzuka clan, had a strong sense of pride and masculinity is based on the fact that he's a man and heir to the clan. I don't care what you are, Kiba, and I already told you. I like Naruto, she said in a murderous tone. Kiba even took a step toward back. The shy, natural girl she knew was gone. Kiba, stop flirting with my girlfriend, Naruto said as he approached them. He walked past Kiba, who grunted at him and sat down next to her. Hinata kissed her on the cheek to make her point clearer to Kiba. Stop bothering her, Kiba shouted, gathering the attention from most of the class and awakening the resident genius. Damn it, Kiba, you're too loud. Troublesome, Shikamaru said, yawning and trying to go back to sleep. Just forget about it and go back to looking at the clouds, Naruto said. Idiot, Shikamaru replied and went back to sleep. Kiba, Yada is with me and I'd appreciate it if you stopped. Annoy us, Naruto said, raising his killer instinct and making Kiba sweat. Above Kiba's head was a small white dog named Akamaru. He is Kiba's companion who helps him in their collaborative ninjutsu. Akamaru only said alpha, but Kiba didn't hear him and tried to hit Naruto. What he saw coming was that Naruto didn't move an inch. It was Hinata who got up and punched Kiba with Juken chest, leaving him on the floor in pain. Don't you think that was a bit much, Hinata-chan? He whispered to Naruto. I'm tired of me always trying to go out with him, Hinata replied, receiving a headbutt from Naruto. Kiba. She slowly got up and went to a different seat, giving Naruto a death glare. A few minutes passed. They rushed past, and a stampede was heard in the hall. Suddenly, the door opened, and Sakura and Ino entered, first place. Sakura shouted, trying to catch her breath. What are you talking about? My foot was clearly in front of you, Ino replied. Sakura seized her opportunity to rush to the seat near Sasuke, which was occupied by Kiba. Kiba, go away so I can sit with Sasuke-kun, said the pink banshee. Kiba just frowned, wondering what Sasuke had that he didn't. Deciding to prove he was the alpha male of the class, he jumped onto the table while who was glancing at Sasuke. Their eyes were only inches apart. Suddenly, one of them students in the row below stood up and pushed Kiba forward, straight towards Sasuke, so that Kiba. It was happening in slow motion. She was getting too close to Sasuke. Pam. Her face connected with Sasuke's. However, the connection was quite unfortunate. As they went for the lips, the entire class froze, watching the most desired boy kiss the alpha male, Shikamaru. He woke up and saw the event. Chuji had just finished eating, and even Shino's glasses slipped a little, it seems. Kiba finally found a girl, Naruto shouted loudly so everyone could hear, all the boys in the class. They laughed, except for the Fangirls, who were plotting Kiba's death. Immediately, Kiba and Sasuke separated and Kiba quickly got his just desserts at the hands of the Fangirls, leaving him lying on the floor covered in blood. They fell silent after the event, and suddenly the door to the hall opened and Irika entered with a stack of papers underneath him. His arms. Good morning, class, Irika said, surprised that he didn't need his giant head jutsu, patented for silence your students. From today onward, you are all leaf ninjas, but you are mere genin. Yuka, the hard part has just begun. Now you will be divided into teams of 3 and will be taught by Unsense and Honing. We tried to balance the teams. Team 1, Naruto fell asleep. Team 7, Arino Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Inuzuka Kiba. The sensei will attack. Kakashi, Irika said. Naruto was happy that the third Hokage had taken his suggestion. And don't put him with the Uchiha. Kiba wasn't happy being with him. He'd have to show him who the alpha was. Team 8th, Uzumaki, Naruto, Yuga and Nada, Abirame, Shino, Sasense and Soraya Kurena. And Irika said, and of course Naruto and Shino were extremely happy to be on the team together. Shino was a quiet person, always keeping to himself. He was logical, a good strategist, and a long-range fighter, so it would be a well-balanced team. Hinata was more skilled in taijutsu, Naruto in ninjutsu, and had Shino as ranged support. Team 9, still active. Team 10, Yamanake no Nara, Shikamaru, Akimichi, Chuji, Sasense, and Saratobia. I'll leave now. Your senseis will be here shortly, Irika concluded. Hinata-chan, I can trust Kurena and Sensei you. You know him, right? Naruto asked. You can trust him? He's a good and kind person, as well as a strong jounin. Like an older sister to me. Are you going to tell her about the Sharingan? Hinata replied. I think I should because we're going to be a team, right? He said, and Nada approached. The living room door opened and two Jounings entered. The first one had. He wore traditional Hoin clothes. He had on black ambu trousers and the standard waistcoat. He was a man of. He had spiky hair, brown eyes, and a beard. He wore the headband of the 12 ninjas. Guardians with the kanji for fire. This person was Sarutobi Asuma, and he was the son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Iruin. Another Jounin was a very beautiful woman. She had shoulder-length black hair and red eyes. Her attire. It consisted of a red mesh blouse with only the right sleeve visible over a bandage-like material with a pattern similar to rose thorns. Her hands and the upper part of her thighs were also wrapped in bandages. It was Yukulanai, the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha, Team 10, see you in the training ground 12 and 30 minutes, Asuma said and left Team 8 us. We'll see you at training field 8 in 30 minutes, Karina said, and then she left too. Naruto got up along with Hinata and Shino, and they all left. Once outside the classroom, Naruto grabbed Shino and used a lightning-powered Chunin shot toward the training field. Kurenai was waiting on the field, thinking it would be a while until they arrived. Sensing chakra around him, he stood up and saw his team arrive with the Chunin, observing. It was Naruto who used it. Naruto, can you use Shun? She asked. One doesn't usually see a genin using Chunin, even if it's a range technique that requires a lot of chakra. Yes, Karina and Sensei. And Nada-chan can use it too, he replied. What do we do now, Sensei? Hinata asked. We introduce ourselves, names, what we like, what we dislike, dreams for the future, things like that. I'll start. My name is Yui Kurenai. I enjoy learning new genjutsu and working in my garden. I dislike traitors and perverts. My dream is to be the best genjutsu user and a powerful kunoichi. What about you? Naruto, she said. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like Yada-chan training and ramen. No, I like traitors and the ignorant. My dream is to be the best Okage Konoha has ever seen, he said, looking at the mountain of the Okage, more specifically to her father's head. Hinata was seen again. My name is Yuga Inada. I like Naruto-kun, cinnamon rolls, training, and collecting flowers. My dream is to become a strong and brave kunoichi, and rid myself of the Yuga pride, he said, spitting out the Yuga surname. Even if he hated his father, I would do my best to help my former clan. My name is Abirame Shino. I like insects. I dislike people who mistreat them and don't understand them. My dream is to become a good leader for the Abirame clan, Shino said. Very well, Karina, Naruto, and Yaina have started. They've been training for a while now, so they can to work well together. I expect the same from you, Shino, she said, receiving a nod from him. No, I expect there will be problems on your end, so officially we're a team. Now I'm going to test your skills. It's 9 o'clock. The objective is to capture me. Do they have up to the noon, understood? She asked. Seeing everyone nod, she disappeared in the woods. The group approached and began to. They were discussing a plan. Kurenai was hiding in the forest, near a tree, and using a low-level genjutsu. When he saw Naruto approaching at full speed, of course, the report said that besides being the worst student, he's noisy and reckless. She thought. Naruto threw a blind punch, which Kurenai dodged and developed, however, and to his surprise, the blow passed right through him, and he realized he was actually an insect clone. He scanned his surroundings and his eyes widened when he saw a fireball coming in his direction. He jumped to the left, where an Hinata. It was there, and it was hit a few times before being replaced with a nearby log. Her team regrouped to plan another strategy. Since the first one almost worked, Kurenai watched more cautiously, since she had been caught with the. My guard was down because of an insect clone under the effect of an edge. I had a few closed tents, but nothing more. Kurenai was leaping from tree to tree when a multitude of shurikens came at her. She moved to the left to dodge and enter taijutsu combat against Hinata. Noticing that she was going to be overpowered, Kurenai. She jumped back and something caught her ankle. She looked down and noticed Naruto was pulling her, letting her. Trapped, Naruto jumped and Kurenai was replaced with a log. Damn, she always escapes, said Naruto. If I used, I could easily win with real attacks, he thought. Disappointed, Kureno decided to hide in a genjutsu of high level while resting. His equipment wasn't weak, he felt like he had almost run out of chakra. The Shino's insects had been draining her chakra when she was distracted. She was pulled out of her thoughts when she heard suit, Hinata said. Reitin Hiba and the Naruto's voice. The combination of this was a wave of electrified water that forced Kurina to jump. She expected this and delivered a vertical kick, sending her crashing to the ground. Kurina got up, but suddenly he was unable to move, and looking around he heard Fuinjutsu for corner seal. Naruto said finally. They had captured Kurina and trapped her in a seal designed for that purpose. This technique works by placing a seal on 4 points, forming a square, and when the target is inside, the user can activate it and freeze instantly. Defeat the enemy wherever they may be. Congratulations, you're all very good, Hinata, Tadajutsu. Along with Naruto's, it's flawless, as is Suninjutsu. Shino, you provided long-range support and you drained a good amount of my chakra. Their clan's abilities seem good, but they'll need elemental ninjutsu too. Naruto didn't know you could use Fuinjutsu, he said. Kurenai, since we're going to be a team, there are a few things I need to tell you. I think I can trust you. Kurina and Sensei responded to Naruto and received confirmation from both of them. First, Kurina and Sensei already know this, but not Shino. They say the 4th Hokage killed the Ninetales, but it's a lie. The Ninetales, he cannot be killed. It is true that his physical body can be destroyed, but it would eventually reform, since he cannot be killed. He can be killed. The 4th Hokage only had the choice to seal him inside a newborn child. I, the Ninetales, am trapped inside me, Naruto said, a little doubtful about Shino's reaction. I understand if you want to change teams, Naruto said, looking at Shino. It doesn't matter, Naruto. For starters, I already knew about Kurama. Since my insects can detect chakra from that thing, also, I can understand you, if only a little. Our clan uses insects that are inside us, so the village is always somewhat uneasy when dealing with us. Shino said stoically. Thank you, Shino. Just one thing, the Kubi is a he. Not a thing, he's a good guy once you get to know him, Naruto said, and Shino raised an eyebrow. Naruto, how can you say he's a good person? He almost destroyed the entire village, Kurina asked angrily. Sensei, I can't tell you everything, but what I can say is that Kirby was being controlled by the Sharingan and was forced to attack the village, Naruto said, and although Kurina wanted to argue, Naruto didn't give in. Speaking of the Sharingan, Naruto said, and he activated his. I am a Sharingan user. Since we are a team, I am entrusting you with this information. I'd like to keep this a secret until I decide to reveal it, Naruto said, and Shino maintained his stoic expression. However, Kurenai was doing a very good impression of a fish out of water. Naruto, are you an Uchiha? She asked. Kurina, I am on my father's side. I won't say anything more until I reveal my lineage, Naruto concluded, and there you have it. Completely mature, Kurenai said. I woke him up when he was 5 and when Hinata was kidnapped, I killed the kidnapper and got the 3 tomes, said Naruto, and Kurina's jaw hit the floor. Are you saying you killed a Jouning when you were 6 years old? She asked. All I can say is that it was pure luck. He underestimated me and paid the price, he explained. Don't worry, Naruto, we'll keep it a secret. Can you trust us? Shino said. Naruto, I have a question. You're obviously very skilled, so why were you last in the class? Kurenai asked. What do you mean? It's true that I was last in the class to hide my true strength, but in the final exam I graduated as Rookie of the Year, Naruto said. But I read your report, and it said you were last in everything. Kurina replied, confused. I understand, the person who filled out the reports was ignorant, and since I was Kubi, they labeled me as the last, probably putting Sasuke as Rookie of the Year. Never mind, it actually makes things better. Now my enemy will underestimate me, Naruto and Kurina said, and left things at that. Alright, team, see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Tomorrow, we'll train in the morning and do missions in the afternoon, Kurenai said. The day ended with Naruto and Hinata going home, happy that they were on the same team. Chapter 11, Mission to the Land of Waves. The last few days they had flown to Kurenai's team. They trained in the morning and did a couple of missions. The afternoons, obviously, Naruto always complained since he wanted to test his abilities in the real world, but Hinata, she was always ready to hit her on the head. Who would have thought that about small, timid Hinata? Kurenai. I was very surprised by the level of skill that Naruto and Hinata demonstrated, if I could judge that. They were around Honing's level. His team was actually composed of a Jounin sensei, 2 green Jounin, and a per genin. Lost in all this, Naruto, Hinata, and Kurenai would never leave Shino behind, so they began to focus more on him so he could become competent as quickly as possible. Naruto, with Kurenai's help, began to do exercises to control Kuji's chakra level. He had 2 exercises that were supposed to give him the highest level of chakra possible control. The first was climbing a waterfall. This exercise, once mastered, allowed the user will control vast amounts of chakra with great precision, since climbing a waterfall is extremely difficult. The other exercise allowed you to have it perfectly matched to Tsunade of the slug Sannin. This exercise in this particular method was quite practical to carry out. The user deposited a lot of sand of different colors into the hand. The point of the exercise was to separate and align the sand by color using only chakra. It was mastered when the user managed to do it in less than 10 seconds. Hinata had no weaknesses, as his overall skills were good, whether in taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, or even kenjutsu, your chakra control. It had no flaws, as it was a requirement for the Hyukin in Hinata's original version. Shino, however, he was on a different level. His taijutsu was low even for a genin, as he was a long-time fighter. Range, and this was a typical weakness of theirs. Senjutsu were the 3 basic techniques of the academy along with those of his clan. His genjutsu was non-existent. In general, he was of an average gen level. However, they intended to change that. Naruto placed a couple of restraint seals on it since it would be too much abrupt that he began using gravity seals. They decided to begin their elemental training, since everyone in the team had their own players under control. Surprisingly, they had both land and water defenses, both defensive elements, their team. It was the perfect combination of offense and defense. In fact, its nature served it better than anyone else. A long-range fighter's weakness would typically be their short-range capabilities, which was compensated for by their training and skills. Along with their training, they also did teamwork exercises. One of what made Konoha the strongest in the elemental countries was its notion of teamwork and loyalty. Above all else, the teamwork was excellent. No one had any problems with each other, currently. We found Team 8, or Team Kurenai, heading to Okage's office after a morning of training. This last point should be clarified. It was training for Naruto, Yada, and Kurenai. But for Shino it would be considered torture. The poor genin was dragged across the floor to acquire the physical attributes he needed. Okage's mission assignment room, the old Okage sat in. He sat in the middle of the table, smoking his pipe while giving missions to the shinobi. To his left was Iruka, the school's teacher, was with the students of Team 8. The Okage was deep in thoughts, recalling his youth and the thrill of the fights, as well as the adrenaline pumping through his system. No. Many shinobi had the privilege of growing old. The life expectancy of a shinobi was around 30 years. Reaching old age was truly rare. However, any shinobi who reached that age, he began recording everything he had done in his life. From birth they were taught to fight, and fighting was everything they did. That was their whole life. There was no greater death. Death at the hands of the enemy in the heat of battle is something no warrior desires. Being taken by old age is something no warrior wishes for. Iruin Sarutobi, 3rd Hokage of Konoha and revered as the Shinobi, the man who had seen. He lived through 2 ninja wars and was reduced to nothing more than a bureaucrat. Don't misunderstand, he loves his village and a place like Okage. But its time was drawing to a close. It was time to pass the torch and have a new generation. The young man took his place. He was pulled from his thoughts as he saw Team 8 walk through the door. Always he brought a smile to Naruto's face, and even to Hinata's. He was like a grandfather to both of them. Hinata had been exiled by her father. He didn't know why. But Naruto's smile always cheered him up, no matter how the man was depressed. Naruto was, for lack of a better word, a bundle of happiness. It surprised him how, too. Despite the stares and hatred he received, Naruto always managed to maintain a cheerful and friendly personality. Team 8, reporting for a mission, Okage-sama, said Kureno, bowing to the Okage. Even if this old man, he was clearly still a very powerful shinobi and one of the strongest in the Hidden Leaf Village. Team 8. Welcome. Let's see what we have here, said the Okage, receiving from Iruka the mission scrolls for the rank of clearing the In Izuka kennels, capturing Tora, helping an old woman move house, the Okaji never managed to finish. Old man, we'll take care of capturing Tora, Naruto said, smiling. The Okaji raised an eyebrow. Nobody liked chasing the damn cat, and Naruto had already done it in the past. Are you sure, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, not being. It's really funny to be chasing after a damn cat. What people didn't know is that the Tora is actually a Ninenko ninja cat trained specifically to help Jonin teams develop their teamwork. Just trust me, Naruto replied, taking the mission order. Hey, old man, what's the record? To catch Tora? Naruto asked with a grin. About 3 hours, why do you ask? Are you planning to break it? The Hokage asked, something like that. Naruto replied. He returned to the middle of the room and took a small scroll from his pocket. Designed to display a small, intricate seal on it, he placed it on the floor, bit his thumb, and it sprouted. He added some blood and placed it on the seal, then he said, Kuchioso Jutsu. And there was a burst of smoke. When the smoke cleared, as it became clear, it was possible to see that in the middle of the scroll was the Tora. Lokaji's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. And Naruto just laughed at the expression that everyone had accomplished their mission. Okajizuma, and I think it's a new record, Naruto said, laughing like a maniac as he handed the cat to Ukaji. How did you do that, Naruto? Kalina asked. Even she had to chase that damn cat back in her genin days. I've had to chase her a few times already in the past, and at some point I got tired of it. So I put a summoning seal on the cat, so I offered a little bit of blood and chakra, which allows me to summon Tora through the seal on this scroll, explained Naruto and Ilokaji and Karina, and they just nodded, dazed. Karina and Sensei, since I've already caught Tori, the record is about 15 seconds. Do you want to do another mission? Naruto asked. Karina didn't have time to answer when smoke appeared in the Okaji's desk revealed a small dog. It had brown fur and wore the Konoha idiate around its neck. Head a dog? Naruto asked, intrigued as to who the dog could be. It's Pakun, a messenger and tracking hound of Kakashi, the Okage explained. Okage-sama, I have a message from Kakashi, Pakun said, handing the scroll to Okage. Who opened it? Mr. Okaji, our client Tazuna lied about the mission parameters. It seems the wave is under Gato's control, and once Tazuna dead, we were attacked by the demon brothers Gozu and Meizu of Kuriga, and we defeated them, we decided. Continue, however, I request reinforcements, as it is very likely that we will be attacked again, this time probably by a new Nin. Honing level attack. Kakashi Sensei of Team 7, Team 8 started the Okaji. Receiving this attention, it seems that the C-rank mission he's sending Team 7 on has been upgraded to a lower A rank. Kakashi requested reinforcements, so I'm sending you. He'll explain everything when catch up with them. You can go. That's what Team 8 said. Team, go home and gather supplies. Meet me at the North Gate in 1 hour, Karina said, and everyone left the office to go to prepare for their first mission. Rank A, North Gate. 1 hour later, Team 80 assembled at the North Gate, ready to leave. Karina inspected everyone's supplies, which were the a Sensei's duty. OD team, before we leave, everyone has their supplies. Kunais, shurikens, food, first aid kit, pills from Soldier Karina, and he called roll and everyone nodded. Since we'll be traveling at high speed, we'll catch up with Team 7 in a couple of hours. However, we don't know what Kakashi took that route, so we'll take the main one, Karina said. No need, Sensei. Do you still have the... What message did Kakashi send? Naruto asked. Yes, I have it. Why? He asked. Kulinai, intrigued by what he would do, saw Naruto bite his left thumb and blood trickled down his palm. Right, he made some hand seals: boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and... He slammed his hand on the floor and said, Kukyo's Enojutsu. There was a burst of smoke, and after it dissipated, he found himself a medium-sized brown fox with 5 tails. Flashback. Hey, pup. Come to the seal. I have something I want to talk to you about, said the Kubi. Naruto was 10 years old. He sat in the lotus position and began to meditate. After a few seconds, Naruto was in front of the Kyugi, who was on the ground beneath a large tree. Do you need something, Kurama? Naruto asked. In fact, Kurama was the Kyubi's true name. It seems that young Naruto had fallen in Kyubi's good graces, and the Kyubi entrusted him with his name. I'm going to give you your birthday present, said the Kyuubi, smiling. It's a big and amazing one. Jutsu? Naruto asked excitedly, during Naruto's birthday, on the 10th. Every October, Konoha will always celebrate the defeat of the Kyuubi by the 4th Hokage. Some of the villagers would gather to try and harm Naruto, so his birthday was always a dark day for him, but Kurugi, Hinata, and Okaji always managed to cheer him up. It's a great technique, and you'll be the first to use it. I trust you will use it wisely, Kurama said, and a rather large scroll materialized in front of him. This is the Fox Clan summoning contract. Open it, and write your name in blood on it. The first slot. Kurama explained. Naruto did as instructed, opened the scroll, and bit his thumb, writing his. He placed his name in the first slot and pressed his 5 fingers, leaving a print. Now to summon a fox to help you, bite your thumb and use the following stamps. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and channel your chakra into the technique. Try it, Kurama explained. Naruto performed the technique, and when he finished it, a small fox appeared before him. Thank you, Kurama, you're the better, said Naruto. Of course I am. I'm the 9-tailed fox, king of the Biju, the most powerful being in the world. Kurama was boasting about himself. You're still a snob, Naruto said, laughing and dodging Kurama's tails. Kubi was trying to crush him. End of flashback. Naruto, do you need help? The fox asked. Yes, 5th. We need to track down Kakashi-sensei to provide reinforcements. This paper has his scent on it, Naruto said and gave it to him. Paper to Quinto to track him. Got it, are you ready? Quinto said, and Team 8 stepped off the sheet. Heading towards Team 7, you didn't know you could summon, Naruto. Kurenai said. I have the fox summoning contract. It's a gift from Kurama, Naruto explained, and received an affirmation from Kurenai. He didn't want to go too far. A few hours later with Team 7 had left the boat that they used it to cross and reach the land of the wave. They all walked at a civilian pace, since they were carrying Tazuna with them. Tazuna was, in his own words, an amazing bridge builder. They traveled in formation. Diamond, Sasuke in front, Sakuragawa on the sides, and Kakashi behind, while Tazuna was in the middle of them. They walked calmly, but didn't let their guard down, since Kakashi had warned them about the possible encounter with the Jounin. Suddenly, Kiba sensed something in the bushes and quickly grabbed and threw a kunai. Cow, stop playing with Kuna! Sakura shouted. I'm not playing, I thought something was there, he replied. Kiba went to check the bush, finding only a small white rabbit. Kiba, you're an idiot, you almost killed the poor thing. Rabbit, Sakura said, and that made Kakashi think. White hair in spring is a strange thing, unless it's used as a kawarimi. Down! Kakashi shouted and everyone threw themselves to the ground, while Kakashi pulled Tazuna down. Just then, a huge metal sword flew over their heads and embedded itself in a tree. Moments later, a person appeared atop the sword. He was tall and noticeably muscular, with pale skin. She had short, spiky black hair, brown eyes, and thin eyebrows. She was wearing bandages, which served as a mask on the lower part of his face. Beneath the mask was a jawbone, relatively small and with sharp teeth. What is this? A bunch of boys playing at being a girl, he said. Mamaki Zabuza, an A-rank ninja from Kiryakure, known as the Demon of Kiryakure, said Kakashi, preparing himself to face him in battle. Oh look, if it's not Sharingan. No, Kakashi, the shinobi, now identified as Zabuza. Just give me the old man and you can leave. You know I can't do that, Zabuza, Kakashi said, raising his eye tate, revealing his fully mature Sharingan in the left eye socket. Are you going to use the Sharingan right from the... I'm honored to begin, Zabuza said, drawing his sword and making some hand seals. Kirigurino, the mist technique. The air began to grow heavier, and after a few seconds, the entire area was enveloped in a thick fog. Kakashi could barely see his own hands. Team, keep your senses open. Zabuza is a master of the silent assassination technique, Kakashi said, and his entire team trembled. I demand that. Show your face, Zabuza, and face me! Sasuke shouted. A Jounin was someone against whom he could test his power. And once he defeated him, he would be closer to killing his brother. Are you serious? Zabuza asked. Using rhetorical form, projecting his voice in the area so as not to reveal his position, Zabuza began to unleash his murderous instincts, and Sasuke began to tremble. He could no longer bear it, and brought his kuna to his neck, preparing to commit suicide. Relax, Sasuke, I won't let my teammates die, Kakashi said, reassuring his team. Suddenly, Zabuza appeared between Sasuke, Kiba, and Sakura, who were protecting Tazuna. He raised his sword and began an attack. A horizontal cut, ready to kill everyone in one blow. However, Kakashi was faster and managed to impale Zabuza, revealing that he was a Mizabunsen. A water clone, another Zabuza appeared behind him. Kakashi cut him in half, only for him to turn into water. Zabuza felt sharp metal in his throat. He slowly turned to see Kakashi with a kunai, ready to kill him. However, Kakashi didn't expect this. Zabuza was a clone. Seeing the Zabuza in front of him turn into water, he tried to locate him in the nearby, but received a kick to the stomach, which propelled him towards a nearby lake. Zabuza used a Chunin too. He approached Kakashi and used a pair of hand seals, after which he said, Suetun Surajutsu. The water around him. Kakashi began to rise and enveloped him, trapping him. Zabuza remained there, with his hand on the water sphere, keeping Kakashi in place. Damn, he got me, Kakashi thought. Everyone get Tazuna and run, this water clone can't get very far from the original. Kakashi said his team was in trouble. From that location I could only hope reinforcements arrived in time. Zabuza can't stand up to me, I'm elite. Sasuke said and charged at the enemy. Zabuza created a few water clones. Sasuke challenged them to a taijutsu match, but quickly realized it was a bad idea. Sasuke couldn't. Sasuke struggled to keep up with Zabuza's speed and strength. The fight ended quickly when Zabuza kicked Sasuke and slammed him hard into the trees. Sasuke couldn't stand up and could barely breathe. They should have. They ran when they had the chance. They can't even scratch me, Zabuza said. The boy's arrogance was, which would cost him his life. Zabuza's clone recognized his sword and moved to finish the job. Sakura. She was trembling, barely able to stand, and Tazuna was on the floor. His legs had given out. Seeing that Sasuke was in danger, Kiba ran towards Zabuza. Sasuke might have been an idiot and an arrogant bastard, but no, would allow himself to be killed. Upon reaching Zabuza, he attempted to strike him, but Zabuza simply caught his wrist and, with his other hand, he grabbed Kiba by the neck and began to beat him mercilessly. After a few, instead of punches, he simply threw him to the ground. Zabuza was heading towards Sakura, who was still frozen. Sakura knew that he was no match for Zabuza, having barely graduated due to his excellent chakra control and academic ability. Hope seemed lost when Zabuza heard a scream, fire release, lightning release jutsu. Zabuza had no time to dodge when a torrent of blazing fire came from the trees, destroying everything. Complete clone. In front of Tazuna and Sakura arrived Naruto, Hinata, Shino, and Kulinai. Naruto looked around and didn't see. They could see things clearly. Kakashi was trapped inside a water prison, and Sasuke and Kiba were on the ground. Wounded, Sasuke and Kiba quickly gathered around Tazuna and Sakura. Naruto said, Kurena and Hinata recognized. Sasuke and Kiba regrouped with Tazuna. Knife jutsu! Naruto shouted, slamming his hand on the ground, and then, as the smoke cleared, a small, light red fox with 4 tails appeared. He must be our summoner. Naruto-sama, my name is Kagura, a fox physician, said the fox. Nice to meet you, I need your help. Sasuke and Kiba and I look injured, and I need you to help them as much as you can. I'll cover for you. Fox is summoned. Where did he get the contract? I need to talk to him if we're going to get out of this, Kakashi thought. Kakashi, in fact, he knew about Naruto, as he was watching him from afar trying to make sure he was safe. After all, Kakashi was one of the beloved students of the 4th Hokage, Naruto said, adding, blank shadow clone jutsu. Clones appeared. They separated, forming a square around Tazuna, Sakura, Sasuke, Kiba, Kagura, and Ninpu. Shinjin, ninja art, 4-flame formation. The clones said at the same time. Suddenly a purple barrier surrounded them, ensuring Zabuza couldn't enter. Don't touch the walls or they will be burned. The barrier will remain like this for their protection, Naruto explained. Oh, Genin who knows Fuinjutsu. Perhaps you're better than the rest, Zabuza said, creating. More water clones appeared inside the barrier. Sakura and Tazuna sighed with relief that reinforcements had arrived. Kagura. He was healing them. Sasuke had broken ribs and a punctured lung, while Kiba only had a few bruises and a dislocated shoulder outside the barrier. First we have to free Kakashi from prison, he said. Karina and the team ascended. The water clones approached Karina's team, and one of them said, "Kiriga." No jutsu created a thick mist that blocked everyone's view, and Nada activated his Yakugan, but it wasn't very effective. Because the mist was imbued with chakra, Naruto activated his Sharingan and expanded his senses, trying to find Zabuza. However, he sensed someone watching the fight. That person had the ability to attune in, calculating in chakra levels. Someone's watching. Since he's not helping Tazuna, I can only assume that he's with Zabuza, Naruto thought, and using sign language, he discreetly warned his team about another shinobi watching over them. Futon Daitopa, Naruto, and Hinata said at the same time, took a deep breath, and sent a gust of wind swept away the fog completely, causing Zabuza to frown. Each member of Team 8. He separated from the rest and they confronted the clones. Naruto destroyed Zabuza's clone with a fireball and took the opportunity seized him. He grabbed a kunai, charged it with lightning chakra, and hurled it at the trees with great speed. The shinobi. He was seeing something he hadn't expected and didn't have time to react. The kunai plunged deep into his shoulder, upon seeing. Once he was captured, the shinobi joined the fight and took his place beside Zabuza. "How did you know about Aku?" he asked. Zabuza was surprised they found Aku. She was quite stealthy. "We're a tracking team. I'm a sensor, so when you used your Kirigakure no Jutsu, I extended my senses and found it," Naruto explained. "Never mind, let's finish this now," said Zabuza, and AK made some hand seals by tapping their feet in the lake. Sensatsuya said, "I'll use needles of death and send water needles toward Team 8. Hinata said. "Naruto." A little more than a whisper. That's when she answered and jumped in front of the team. Spinning, she began to release chakra from all her. "Tenkwitsu Kyukaiten," she said, and a blue chakra dome appeared around her, reflecting all the needles. "Looks like I'll have to start training my team seriously," Kakashi thought. He was deep charging his lungs. Using chakra, they tried to buy as much time as possible. Team 8 quickly dispatched the clones. Water, Naruto and Hinata made some hand seals and said in unison, "Fire release, water release jutsu," said Naruto. Fudanatopa said Hinata. Naruto's fire attack combined with Hinata's wind resulted in a massive torrent of fire hurtled towards Zabuza. Aku didn't have time to use a water jutsu on his shoulder. Injured, so they both jumped, causing Zabuza to release his grip on the water prison, freeing Kakashi. Kakashi tried to catch his breath and jumped toward Team 8. "Thank you," Kakashi said, squatting down. "Aku, we're leaving," Zabuza said, "and we used a shunin together. I knew he didn't have one." Opportunity, she was facing Yui Kulinai, and besides, the blonde boy and the Yuga girl seemed good. Besides that, Kakashi was now free. Naruto dropped the barrier and went to check on his teammates. "Team, how is everyone?" Naruto asked Kagura, who was finishing healing Kiba. Sakura was. "I was surprised at how strong Hinata and Naruto were, and how well they worked together. I've already healed them. Their injuries weren't serious. Their lives are in danger." Kagura said this, pointing to Sasu, who needs to rest for a few days. He had one lung. "Tazuna, take us to your house. Zabuza will be back and we need to prepare," Kakashi said, and everyone. They marched with Karina and carrying Sasuke, since he couldn't make any effort and was still unconscious, to Tazuna's house. After a few more kilometers, the teams arrived at Tazuna's house. The house itself was near the ocean and looked like a simple wooden house. Tazuna led the shinobi inside. "Tsunami, I'm home," Philip said, finally having arrived. "Father," Tsunami said, hugging him. "I'm glad you're home. Be well." Tsunami was a beautiful woman. She had dark blue hair that reached halfway down her back and eyes. Black, she wore a pink shirt with red sleeves and a dark blue skirt. "Thanks to these shinobi, they saved me," Tazuna said. Tsunami approached them and bowed, saying, "Thank you for protecting me. Father Shinobian, you are welcome in our home. We appreciate you. Is there a place where we can lay down two of my students who were injured in the battle?" Kakashi asked Tsunami. He went upstairs and led Leader Join to the second-floor rooms. "Sakura," Kakashi said, summoning his morning. "We'll start training more seriously. We have to prepare for when Zabuza returns, since Naruto. He injured his partner. It will take a few days until he's ready. How will a little training help us?" "Against a Joun?" Sakura asked, wondering if her sensei wanted to kill them. "Sakura, who saved us?" she asked. If I remember correctly, Kakashi rhetorically said that the genin of Team 8 confronted Zabuza, while Kiba and Sasuke and his men were crushed. Kakashi explained, making Karina smile inwardly. Okay, but I still don't understand how. A few days will help us, Sakura kept pressing. Any training is good for you, if you have to. To face Zabuza, let's raise the odds, if only a little. Kakashi said, to which Sakura replied. He finally ascended. Kakashi stood up and approached Naruto, who was chatting with his team. Naruto said, Kakashi. Attracting Naruto's attention. How do you know my name? He asked. Maybe not. Just so you know, I actually used to keep an eye on you sometimes when you were about 4 years old. Kakashi said. You knew dog? He asked. Naruto filming an A&B wearing a dog mask who sometimes helped him with mobs before he met his father. And his training began. That's me, he said, giving his trademark one-eyed grin. Come on, Kakashi said, offering his hand. On his shoulder. We need to talk in private, Naruto suggested, and they both used Chunin to leave the house. To the nearby forest, Naruto and Kakashi in the forest. Kakashi and Naruto arrived at the forest using the traditional Chunin technique. The kind of leaves Kakashi used. That Chunin is getting old. Why don't you use an elemental one? Naruto asked. Everyone in Konoha always used the leaf Yunsin, and while it did its job, it was, for lack of a better term. Bored, Kakashi raised an eyebrow at Naruto's question. Can you do the Chunin? He asked, to which Naruto replied. He approached, and we used his lightning Chunin to back away a few meters. Kakashi was indeed surprised to see a genin can use Shunjutsu, let alone an elemental version. I see you can, Kakashi began, and so. It seems you've also mastered the lightning element. How? Naruto studied the man for a moment. Even if he helped on several occasions. When I was young, people tended to change, and after a few seconds of not finding any deception, they realized it. He decided to answer him. I've been training on my own since I was 5 years old. Naruto said, and Kakashi. He was surprised to see someone without a clan training from such a young age. However, he quickly remembered his burden and I needed to be strong to withstand all the hatred of the village. I see. Perhaps I can teach you some jutsus of Raiten, since my affinity is the same. But I think we're getting off topic, Kakashi said. How can you summon foxes? Kakashi asked. Naruto froze, wondering if he should tell him the truth about the Kubi. There are many people who tried to get close to Naruto to finish him off, without. However, he decided he could trust Kakashi. It was a gift from him. Kyubi, Naruto said, making Kakashi look bad. Suddenly, the air between them dropped a couple of degrees in temperature. Naruto began Kakashi in. He spoke in a serious tone. However, Naruto didn't even flinch. He was used to this from the villagers and simply ignored it. Kurugi attacked our village and nearly destroyed it. You can't trust him. Upon hearing this, Naruto began to curse. His luck, it was always the same. Every time he met someone and told them about the Kubi, they all told him no. He could trust him. Kakashi studied Naruto for any sign of lying, but found none. However, he decided he should talk to Okaji about this new development. It's best to be safe. I'll trust you, but keep in mind that foxes are very cunning, Kakashi said. Kakashi-san, remember that if it weren't for the fox, the doctor I summoned, Sasuke probably wouldn't have made it. Naruto emphasized this, and Kakashi, ascending, acknowledging that it was probably true. Do you remind me of the fourth Hokage? Always seeing the good in everyone, Kakashi said, reminiscing about his genin days, when he was always an idiot until his best friend died. To save him, already? Naruto asked, intrigued by how Kakashi met him. Until it finally made sense. One of the days Naruto was wandering around the Namake's mansion, he found a photo of his father's genin team. There was a silver-haired boy with a mask covering his lower body. From the face, a pretty girl with brown hair and 2 red marks on each cheek and a boy with spiky black hair, black eyes and orange glasses. Naruto turned around and saw them saying to Mika Minato, attack Kakashi, Inuzuka Rini and Yukiya Obito! Naruto shouted, making Kakashi jump. Now I remember, you were on my father's genin team. With Rin Obito, right? He asked. That's right, Pepe, your father, Kakashi said. Stuttering, Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. How could he be so blind? For God's sake, he's a copy. To his charcoal, how on earth could Konoha have been so blind? He should have been there too. His sensei's son, he should have done more. Oh, __, Naruto said, knowing That he had made a mistake. Naruto began to panic. He wasn't supposed to say that yet, Kakashi-san, no. You can't tell anyone until I reveal it, Naruto said. Don't worry, I know very well why you can't do it. No, Kakashi said, calming the boy's worries. And I'm sorry, I should have been there for you. If I had known, I would have taken you in, Kakashi said, his head bowed. Don't worry about it, it wasn't so bad. If they had adopted me, I wouldn't have met Hinata-chan, Naruto said. Kakashi calmed down and asked Hinata-chan. Was your father? Hinata exiled her from the Yuga clan when she was 8 years old for being weak, and she has lived with me ever since, furthermore. She's my girlfriend, Naruto explained, and Kakashi burst into laughter. If you're thinking what I think you're thinking, I'm going to hurt you, Naruto said, pulling Kakashi from his perverted thoughts. Oh see, but I must say it will be a stunning girl in a couple of years. You did well to steal her while she's young, Kakashi said, and Naruto gave a. He grunted as the Joun ruffled his hair. Actually, I was wondering if you could tell me about my parents, Naruto asked shyly. I asked Okajiji, but he never had prolonged contact with them. Sure. I knew them very well. To begin with, I can say that you got your obsession with ramen from your mother, Kakashi said, laughing, and receiving a smile from Naruto, and so they talked for a few hours, Kakashi telling him everything that she knew, mostly about her father. Since she knew him better than her mother, they talked and spent hours without. No one noticed until the sky was already dark. Well, Naruto, I think it's time to go back. It's getting dark, Kakashi said. Thanks for telling me, Nizan, Naruto said, feeling that he had formed a bond with Kakashi. After all, after the death of Kakashi's father, he grew closer to his sensei. The fourth Hokage was the closest thing he had to a father. Nien, you say, oh come on, Oto, Kakashi said, ruffling her hair and leaving the forest behind him. The next day, the teams. When they arrived, everyone was quietly enjoying the breakfast prepared by Tsunami. They decided to eat. Until Kakashi broke the ice and explained things, Kakashi began by getting everyone's attention. Present, let's train. As I explained to Sakura yesterday, Zabuza will be back and will probably bring some help, so let's be ready. We'll alternate between protecting Tazuna on the bridge, protecting his family and training, Kakashi explained, and everyone nodded. They continued eating for a few more minutes until everyone was done. They were finished. Sasuke was recovering from his injuries and could now walk. However, he couldn't do anything. Basically, a mitigating factor for their bodies, Sakura, Sasuke, Kiba, Naruto, and Yaina. They will come with me to train, while Karina and Shino will stay and protect Tsunami Nari. After the training, will take me to the bridge to protect Tazuna. Is everyone okay? He asked. Kakashi and everyone else nodded. A few minutes later, Kakashi's team, accompanied by Naruto and Hinata, left the house for training in the forest. Training, oh gee, now we'll train chakra control, Kakashi said. Chakra control? Sakura asked. Yes, we all know how to use chakra without. However, they don't know how to use and manage it properly. By doing this exercise, they will last longer and they'll fight, and then they'll be able to learn new jutsus faster, Kakashi explained, and Naruto wondered what kind of that would be exercise. Now let's climb trees, Kakashi said, and Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. Kakashi Yaisen, don't tell me that you brought your team on an A-rank mission without even teaching them proper chakra control? Naruto asked. Kakashi, and in fact he felt bad for not teaching more personal skills. Don't worry, Tobe, we already know how climb trees, Sasuke said, and Sakura agreed. Naruto just shook his head, knowing Sasuke didn't understand the point of the exercise. Actually, I focused more on team exercises. You know how Sasuke and Kiba act? Both. They're reckless and tend to jump into situations without thinking, Kakashi said, while Sasuke and Kiba frowned. Frown? Wait, did you miss Kakashi-sensei Nissan? I thought you didn't have anyone, Sasuke asked. It's not really my brother by blood, but we are both orphans and consider the same person as our father, Naruto, and Hinata raised an eyebrow. He knew who Naruto's father was, which meant Kakashi must be close to the fourth Hokage. Enough talk, I want you to focus on the chakra in the bottom of your feet and climb the tree. When you can walk to the... We've reached the summit twice in a row, we'll continue, Kakashi explained. What do you mean by walking in the tree? Sakura asked. His infinite wisdom, to this Naruto said, and began walking towards the tree. When he got close to it, He simply placed one foot on the log and began to climb it. Everyone on Team 7, except Kakashi, was. They were shocked to see Naruto walking upright. "Oh, Naruto, you know this control exercise," he said. Kakashi and Sasuke gritted his teeth. "Dobe, how do you know how to do that? I demand you teach me," Sasuke said, and Naruto? He ignored it. You already knew Sasuke too well from the academy. Sasuke believed that. "Everyone should be grateful that I let them breathe. Don't you listen to your sensei?" I asked rhetorically. "You need to channel chakra to your feet and run up the tree." "Exactly. Take these kunai to mark your progress, Hinata." "I assume you already know how to do this," Kakashi asked, yapping. "Hey, Hinata-chan, look at me. I'll do this in less than an hour," he began to boast. Kiba, I already told you I'm with Naruto-kun. If you open your eyes, you'd see there are other girls besides me," Yada Iba said. He frowned. Perhaps he was right. "Team, begin, Naruto and Hinata, come with me to the bridge," Kakashi said, and they nodded and began walking across the bridge to protect Tazuna. One could never be sure if Zabuza would attempt a surprise attack. On the bridge, everyone on the. They were working peacefully on the bridge. It was a bright, sunny day, and the air was quite warm due to the ocean breeze. Kakashi was reading his usual orange book and laughing like a maniac. Naruto only sweated when he. I saw her taking out the book, and Nada was simply leaning on the bridge watching the ocean, and Naruto seemed to be working on it. Something. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and decided to see what he was doing. "Hey Oto, what are you doing?" Kakashi asked, drawing Naruto's attention. The blonde boy held out both palms. His hands were slightly separated and he seemed to be channeling lightning chakra between them. He was working on a jutsu that. "I'm creating it. If it works, it'll be something huge," Naruto said, smiling, and Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Naruto reminded him of himself. Even when he was young, after graduating as Junin, when he was 13 years old, he had already developed his own jutsu. "That's not so easy, you know," Kakashi said. "You'll never know until I try it," Naruto replied. Naruto decided to take a break and help out on the bridge. "Hey!" Tazuna called out to Naruto, which caught their attention. "Old man, I'm tired of doing nothing, can I help?" he asked. "The more better," Tazuna replied, but before he could continue, Naruto made a cross with his fingers and said, "Kaibunin. No jutsu," and out of nowhere, 100 clones appeared. Kakashi's eyes widened at the number that the blondie could do it, and Nada just said it was a normal scenario when they trained. "Tazuna, tell them what to do," Naruto said, and Tazuna just stared blankly. "Naruto, how can you do so many?" Kakashi said, still shocked. "A side effect of being a Jinchuriki is that they develop enormous chakra reserves." Kakashi shot him a look significant and pointed towards Hinata. "Don't worry, she knows everything about me, including regarding my legacy," Naruto explained to Kakashi. He sighed. The work on the bridge went extremely well with help from Naruto's clones. If they continued helping, the bridge would be finished in 2 weeks. Later that day, Tazuna's house. The group sat down to eat while a small boy came and he shot a look of revulsion at the group of ninjas before him, declaring how stupid they all were for confronting him. The cat and they were going to die, which Naruto angrily denied. What could they possibly know about pain? "I bet you've all lived sheltered lives in the ninja village and don't know what suffering is," the young man shouted. Meanwhile, after Naruto denied that what they were doing was useless, and things are bad, but you know what, it's been much worse. You still have a mother who loves you and a grandfather, a home to keep you warm, and food every night. You don't know what it's like to be hated by your own village for something beyond your control. You don't know what it's like to be beaten and kicked out of stores and forced to scavenge for food in the trash. Think your life is bad? Fine, but don't. You feel bad about it and regret it. Do something to change it. Don't be a coward, Kakashi-sensei. I'm going to clear my head." After saying this, Naruto hurried out the door. Hinata got up and quickly followed him. "Kakashi-sensei, Naruto's life couldn't have been that bad, right? He must be lying to get attention," Sakura asked. "No, Sakura, everything she said is true. Naruto was taken from the orphanage at the age of 3 and lived on the streets for months. Before he found him and brought him before the Osage gave Naruto an apartment, but he had to learn. He did everything on his own. He was constantly being beaten and thrown out of stores. That's it." The censored version, Kakashi said, leaving the group in the room stunned. Even Hinata was expelled from her own clan when she was 8 years old. because her father showed her to be too weak and unworthy to be the heir to the clan. Luckily, they found each other, Kakashi said, and everyone began to see them in a new light. They were brave children who didn't back down. Tazuna's Okuji, rooftop, Naruto. She left the house and went to the rooftop to look at the dark sky. She needed to forget her argument with the spoiled brat. Moments later, Naruto saw Hinata approaching, but he didn't say anything. Hinata walked towards Naruto and she sat down beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. Neither of them said anything as they continued to gaze at the stars. A comfortable silence fell until Hinata decided to break the ice. You know you shouldn't blame him, he's just naive, she said, trying to calm Naruto down. It's just that we all suffer. I suffer because I'm a Jinchuriki, you for being expelled by your family, even Sasuke after his entire clan was murdered by his own brother. Compared to us, he had a good life. Naruto replied. It's true we suffered. But not everyone has the strength to move on and forget the past. If it weren't for you, I'd probably still be the same shy and weak girl I was. You were the one who gave me strength. Look at Sasuke, he is moved by the I hate him, which has made him obsessed with revenge, she said. You're unique, Naruto-kun continued and said. People who he knows you, he draws strength from you. You were my beacon of hope, you just need to be for that child too, she said. I'll do my best. And Nat-chan replied with a small smile, pulling her closer. More to him, now that I think about our lives, you need to take me on a date, she said. Naruto was caught by. Surprisingly, she had a point. In a relationship, it was common for couples to go on dates. I've never thought. I'm not really sure about that, but it wouldn't be a bad idea. We can use the time we have here, away from prying eyes, from the hatred of Konoha. How about I take you out to dinner tomorrow? Naruto replied with a smile. I'd love to, she said. She kissed him on the cheek and pulled him inside while Naruto calmed down. The next day, the 7th of the next day passed normally. Everyone trained with Kakashi and Kurenai. However, Naruto and Hinata trained separately, as they were more advanced. Today there was a changing of the guard. Tazuna was on the bridge. Karina's responsibility, along with Team 7, and to say they were boring was an understatement. Sasuke of. He seemed ready to commit murder just to pass the time. He wanted to train but was stuck. Watching over Tazuna, a few workers and a bunch of Naruto clones working on the bridge. Sasuke. He ground his teeth when he reached the bridge and saw all the clones Naruto had made. That power should belong to him. Because he had to avenge his clan, no matter. Only an Uchiha can defeat another Uchiha, he thought, if only he knew. We currently find Naruto getting ready for his first date. They asked Kakashi and Kurina for permission and now they were on a mission, and none of them had any clothes other than their shinobi uniforms. The difference is that they left their protective gear at home, indicating they were out of service if possible. They walked through the town deciding where to eat. When they arrived in the center of town, they were both surprised. It was a poor town. There were people looking for work, children living on the streets, and even the resources available in the markets to sell were scarce and of poor quality. Cat. He had destroyed the small village. At least if his mission was successful and Tazuna managed to finish the bridge, he would be able to recover from this. It wasn't how they wanted their first date to go, but they already loved each other, so the date wasn't a big deal. They were both walking along, looking at the various shops and restaurants, trying to choose a good place, until they heard shouts in the streets. Hurry up, old man, we already told you have to pay, he said. One of the catmen. There were two guys trying to collect their payment from a shop owner, who was on the floor, terrified. But I already paid this month. The owner replied. The boss said you sent more merchandise for. He told her to ship her, and that she needed to pay more taxes this month, he said. If you don't pay, I'll take your wife as payment, he concluded. And began to beat the man. Seeing this, Naruto and Hinata jumped into action. In a flurry of blows and kicks rained down on the catmen, who ran wounded and bleeding, wondering how two children had managed to do this. Kyo. Jutsu, Naruto said, and after the smoke cleared, he saw a small, one-tailed black fox. Its name was Kfu. He was a fox spy with great skills in gathering information and stealth. What do you need, Naruto? He asked. I need you to follow those men to find where is the cat base and any information you can give me. Naruto explained, and the fox disappeared. Naruto turned towards Hinata. Shall we have dinner? He asked, extending his right arm, which Hinata took and pulled closer to her. Finally deciding where to eat, they went in and found the place pleasant and welcoming. It wasn't a. It was an elegant restaurant, but they didn't care about that. During lunch, they tried to talk, however, they were already. They knew everything about each other. It was a rather strange date, as most of it was spent in silence, and they just ate. Before leaving, Naruto decided it was still early, so he took Hinata to a local movie theater to see something. A couple of hours later, they arrived at Tizuna's house. Their date hadn't gone very well, but they didn't care. After all, the point was. The purpose of the date was to spend some time with each other, and since the mission began, it was to train or protect Tizuna. A week later, a week had passed, and the teams were preparing for combat on the bridge. It was a sight terrifying for any civilian. Watching a shinobi preparing for combat, the floor was littered with weapons, kunai, shuriken, senbon, explosive tags, stun grenades, ninja wire. Giant shuriken and even Naruto's sword were out of their storage seal. He decided to load it into the sword, as he might need it at any moment. "Everyone ready?" Kakashi asked, and everyone nodded. The fox that Naruto had sent to gather information and spy on Gato had been useful. He found that Zabuza. He would attack today, since Aku had healed from his shoulder wound, as well as Zabuza from his chakra exhaustion, since Gato plans to betray Zabuza. Once the fight is over, he might send someone here. If he does send someone, he's probably not a shinobi, Kakashi said, putting his hand to his chin and beginning to ponder who could be. They should stay, keeping in mind that they would face Zabuza and Aku. What if we leave Sakura and Nataik? Since they have good taijutsu and can easily defeat any thug cat sends, the rest will go to the bridge. I can fight Aku alongside Sasuke if necessary. Kakashi-sensei, Kurena, and Sensei can defeat Zabuza, while Shino provides general support and protects the client, Naruto suggested. Kakashi thought. Shino's going to be in trouble. Zabuza Ogu doesn't stop and goes after the target, Naruto said. He appeared on this stage. I can put up the same barrier. That's what happened last time. Also, Shino can control his insects from inside the barrier, right? Naruto asked. And Shino, okay, everyone stick to the plan. Tizuna, are you ready? Kakashi asked. It isn't a weekly, after all, she would be the bait to lure them out. Everyone started to move, and before they could. As they left, Naruto gave Hinata a small kiss while whispering, "Good luck. If you need me, use the ring." Hinata climbed onto the bridge. Tizuna was approaching the bridge, which was being guarded by Kakashi, Kurenai, Naruto, Sasuke, and Shino. They entered the bridge and there was already mist in the air. Naruto discreetly activated his Sharingan. While he had a genjutsu on him, they headed for the bridge, moving as silently as possible, all except Tizuna, who was sweating profusely and breathing heavily out of fear. Naruto used his Sharingan and could see two chakra sources. They're here, Zabwa, Yaku, about 100 meters over there, Naruto said. And everyone remained on guard. How do you know that? Kakashi asked, after. All in all, Kakashi's censorship skills weren't that great, and he was considering summoning one of your dogs. I'll tell you later. I can't handle Sasuke. Here, Naruto whispered in his ear as Kakashi ascended. Now it wasn't time to chat. They continued walking until they were a few meters apart. Kakashi, see you later. Again, I'll enjoy collecting the bounty on your head, Zabuza said in a grim voice. So many places from where choose. I can slit your throat, stab your heart, destroy your lungs, burst your kidneys, break your spine. Zabuza continued, unleashing a powerful killing instinct. Kakashi, Kurena, and Naruto, they seemed immune to it, while Shino and Sasuke were sweating and Tizuna was already on the floor because his legs, they had failed. Naruto saw Zabuza move from his position, but he didn't have time to announce the team. He drew his sword and he leaped in front of Kurenai, blocking Zabuza's sword. You're very good, boy, to have managed to block me, he said. Zabuza, not many people could keep a cool head enough to think through these situations, sometimes even the Jounin was captured. If it weren't for Naruto, Kurenai would already be dead. Tell him goodbye to your mist, Zabuza, Naruto said and made some hand seals, releasing a gust of wind that made dispel the mist. Zabuza frowned. I really hate wind users, Zabuza said, drawing his sword on his shoulder and preparing to attack. As planned, everyone take positions, Kakashi ordered. Why should the dobe fight alongside an elite like me? Just stand there and watch, Sasuke said in his typical tone full of Arrogance, now is not the time, Junin, Kakashi said seriously, making Sasuke swallow. You will stay with Tazuna outside the barrier and only enter if Naruto needs you to. Is that clear? Kakashi asked. Isuke, get ready. Tazuna retreated with Shino. Naruto made 4 clones of shadows, formed a square, and said Ninpu. Shianini appeared, a purple barrier with Tazuna and Shino inside. She and Sasuke were outside the barrier. Kakashi and Kurenai approached, ready to fight Zabuza and Naruto, sword in hand, ready to face Aku. Zabuza created several water clones that surrounded him. Kakashi, Kurenai, and Naruto. Naruto turned to Kakashi and nodded. Naruto vanished swiftly, and a second later each clone turned into water. It seems we found our rival in speed, don't you think? Aku asked. It seems so, Aku replied, and ran towards Naruto. Upon seeing this, Naruto tightened his grip on his sword and began running towards Aku. They collided midway and they began exchanging blows. Either gained the upper hand. Naruto blocked. He launched each attack with ease, yet failed to land a single one. They were at a stalemate. Naruto. He blocked Aku's kunai with his sword. Aku, having one hand occupied, began using one-handed hand seals and finish, said Swiss Sensatsu, and immediately needles of water formed from the water clones and began to rain. Naruto, seeing this, knew he didn't have many options to avoid it, and decided to try his new eyes and the power he learned to wield. He changed his eyes into the Manjeki. Authority of the gods. Naruto made his body intangible, and everyone watched in fascination as well as fear, while each needle passed through it, emerging on the opposite side. That's not possible, Aku said. You're not a Bunsen. I can sense your chakra, and your sword is pressing against my kuna, she explained. It's one of my most powerful jutsus, she said. Naruto, smiling, used this moment of distraction and delivered a powerful kick to Aku's chest. It flew off. It landed on the ground near Zabuza. Zabuza was still wondering. How did the kid manage to do that, even beating Aku in speed? You're too good to be a genin, he said. Zabuza, Kakashi laughed and said, smiling. Zabuza, what if I told you that Naruto is actually the worst in the academy? Zabuza's eyes widened. The brat couldn't be any worse, that Konoha has. He's been seriously training his genin. Zabuza, before we start fighting for real, I have a proposition for you. You, Naruto said, and Zabuza raised an eyebrow. What do you want? He asked. I heard Gato. He plans to betray you once the job is done. He plans to kill Taya once. That you killed Tazuna for not paying him. So, how about we join forces and kill Gato? And in return you come back with us to the Leaf? Naruto explained, and everyone raised an eyebrow. Naruto, can't you offer asylum to a ninja? Lost just like that? Kakashi said. Kid, are you crazy? What makes you think I'd join the Leaf? Zabuza asked. I bet you're tired of always running around and having to keep looking for missions just to live, and I know the old man well enough. Both of them could be great warriors for the village. Zabuza is one of the 7 swordsmen and Aku has the ice element, Naruto said, and Zabuza silently agreed. They were both tired of constantly running. They'd have a nice place to stay. How do you know about my line? Blood? Aku asked. He hadn't revealed it the last time they faced off. Did you really think that only? Were we training while we weren't fighting? Information is half the battle, so I sent a fox to spy on the cat warehouse and see about your training, Naruto explained, and they both frowned. A Joun being spied on without realizing it. Be that as it may, I still have a reputation, and in my current situation, that's all I have. We'll fight, and if the cat appears to finish us off, then we'll join forces, and then I'll decide if we'll go to the Leaf, Zabuza said, and Naruto walked away. If he was lying, Zabuza couldn't know, and he would be destroying his reputation if he betrayed his client. Immediately, Aku began making hand seals and said, Makyu mirrors. Demonic ice surrounded Naruto. Ice mirrors began to form, trapping him in an ice dome. Aku. He walked to a mirror and stepped into it as if it were nothing more than a reflection, inside the ice dome. Naruto could see that Kakashi and Kurenai were already fighting Zabuza, even if the two of them faced him. Zabuza wasn't a pushover. Naruto needed to finish the fight so he could help them. Sasuke was nearby and he knew that if they needed help, he could enter the battle with pride, Uchiha, and all that fun. Naruto was an Uchiha. But even though he was proud of his blood, He was never arrogant with his power. Naruto focused on his battle and he noticed that every mirror around him had an Aku's reflection in it. He noticed that each Aku held 3 Emben in each. Aku's hand was ready to attack. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized that Aku was much faster. Now, if he didn't have the Sharingan to keep up with its movements, he would need to resort to more powerful attacks. High level, Aku looked at Naruto in surprise. You're the first to even dodge my attack when they're trapped in this Naruto jutsu. Just smiling, Aku continued his relentless assault, shifting from mirror to mirror. While throwing countless ones, this continued for a few minutes. Naruto. He simply dodged all the seamen without even needing his kami. How are you dodging my attacks? Aku shouted. Finally losing his temper. You can't win, this jutsu uses up a lot of chakra, and you're almost empty, Naruto said. With simplicity. Shut up. Aku yelled and picked up Naruto as fast as she could, but Naruto's Sharingan could still track her. The perfection and watching every movement of her muscles in slow motion while she dressed, Naruto seized the opportunity and he grabbed her hands and threw her toward one of the mirrors. Suddenly, near where Aku landed, a kunai became embedded in the ground. With an explosive seal, the seal exploded and braced for impact without receiving a lot of damage. Naruto saw who he had thrown the kunai at and realized that Sasuke was in the dome. What are you doing here? Naruto asked. I thought a dove might need help, or Sasuke with his classic, arrogant smile. He took advantage of this opportunity and launched some attacks. Naruto noticed the attack heading towards Sasuke and didn't have to. Just enough time to catch up, so Sasuke was struck by the Senbon and fell to the ground. Naruto's eyes. They widened their defenses and ran towards him. Naruto saw this and noticed that the suns had struck them in the neck in a non-lethal area, and when using his Sharingan noticed that his red chakra was still activated, so Sasuke was only in a state of fake death. Naruto decided to end the fight and said, Katan Gokya no Jutsu. Fire release, God's technique, and launched a fireball at one of the mirrors. Thinking it would be destroyed, but to their surprise the ball hit the mirror, but remained as if nothing had happened. You can't defeat my technique with such a low-level attack. Aku said, let's level up. Then, Naruto said, creating a single clone, and both of them used hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Naruto said, Futon Daitopa. The clone said, the combination of ninjutsu 18. Rank B combined with the wind attack resulted in a large fire dragon that clothed the mirrors. Aku tried to pump. He channeled more chakra into his technique, but it wasn't enough. The dragon's pressure, coupled with the tremendous heat, made it impossible. The ice dome shattered, sending Aku crashing to the floor. Bruised and burned, her mask shattered. Forgive me, Zabuza, I can't defeat this boy, Aku thought as he coughed up a little blood. Naruto approached him. Cautious in case he could continue attacking, Naruto made some hand seals and said, Chakra seal. Placing his hand on AK. He blocked her chakra and tied her up with wire. He went to see how the others were fighting, outside the ice dome. Some minutes earlier, Kakashi and Kurenai were about to face Zabuza. Kakashi. He raised his forehead protector and revealed his Sharingan. The Sharingan mocked Zabuza again. Be proud, Zabuza, you are the first enemy to see me twice. Kakashi said, and began using hand seals. Fire release, great fire release, great fireball technique. He said. Kakashi sent a fireball towards Zabuza, who didn't even flinch. He used some hand seals and said Suetun. Tsujaniki created a wall of water that blocked the fireball, creating a cloud of steam surrounded them. Kakashi ran towards Zabuza and began using taijutsu. It was a move that was wrong, since Zabuza was stronger because he was used to using his great sword. Kakashi sent a low kick, causing Zabuza to jump. Kakashi attempted to use this by striking Zabuza, but he blocked it. Zabuza jumped back just in time to block one. A barrage of shurikens was launched by Kurenai Suetun Suryuden. No jutsu, Zabuza said, and sent a great water dragon into the air. Heading towards Kurenai, she was caught on the floor and thrown against the wall, leaving her momentarily incapacitated. Kurenai called out to Kakashi and went over to check on her. When he got close, she was regaining her composure. Awareness, they both made a battle plan that would end with Zabuza when suddenly they heard an explosion coming. Like ice. Naruto both thought, but what the two of them, along with Zabuza, saw was a huge torrent of Fire erupting from the dome with Aku flying towards the ground and Naruto simply walking out of the ice dome. Now it was almost completely destroyed. The brat managed to defeat Aku. He's not a Genarian, at least he must be. You're good enough to defeat Aku without even getting hurt, Zabuza said, watching Naruto tie up Aku and head towards his fight. Do you need help? Naruto asked, not a little tired, his enormous. Her chakra reserves weren't even slightly empty, that's for sure. Kurenai came out bruised. Let her rest a little while she gets ready, Kakashi said, and Naruto began to sink into the earth. How many jutsu does he know? He's a genin fresh out of the academy, and so far I've only seen his cat and wind jutsu. High level and low level Doton, Kakashi thought. Something was off. Zabuza was on high alert. If there was one thing he knew, it was that he couldn't underestimate the blonde boy. He had easily defeated Aku. Suddenly he felt. He sensed a presence behind him and turned around, but he was too slow. Naruto stepped out of the apartment and was right behind Zabuza. In his hand, a blue ball of chakra. Rasengan, Naruto said, whipping the condensed blue chakra ball at Zabuza. Until it turned into water. Damn water clone, Naruto thought, turning around to see Zabuza with the sword. Ready to cut him in two. This is the end, kid, Zabuza said and made a horizontal cut to split Naruto in two. Kakashi shouted. Naruto activated his Kamui again. He had to admit it was an amazing power, and more than. It probably confused the enemy to the point of madness. Zabuza watched as his sword passed through Naruto, and it left his body without even a scratch. When the sword left him, Naruto hooked Zabuza and jumped. Zabuza stepped back near Kakashi. He regained his balance. What the hell is that attack? Zabuza demanded angrily. I've never seen anything like it. That's something I know you should find out, he said, presumably making. Zabuza grew even angrier. Suddenly, a tree began to grow behind Zabuza and trapped him with its branches. Jwaku, Karina said, and the tree grew, trapping Zabuza in place with no chance of escape. You are too dangerous to allow you to live. What I'm going to show you is my personal jutsu, Kakashi said. He began gathering a large amount of chakra in his right hand. The chakra transformed into electricity until it began to produce a loud sound. Kakashi dressed it in order to end Zabuza's life with Chidori, Malaves. I was about to unleash the jutsu on Zabuza when I heard. Look at the demon defeated by an idiot, a man said. From the other side of the bridge, Kakashi stopped and deactivated his chider, and Gato said with disgust. What are you doing here? Cat? Zabuza asked, getting the impression the blonde boy was telling the truth. I'm here to kill you. Too expensive when I can pay some thugs to do the job, Gato said, smiling as he thought he was untouchable, surrounded by 50 thugs, all armed. Free me! Now! We are not enemies, were you right, child? Zabuza and Karina said, letting go of their illusion. He recognized his sword and was about to charge at Gato when Naruto put a hand in front of him, which it confused Zabuza. I want to try the new jutsu I've been developing, Naruto said. Hey, old man. Tazuna, how are your supplies for finishing the bridge? Naruto asked. I have plenty, why do you ask? Tazuna said, confused. Kakashi and Sensei, Karina and Sensei Zabuza are. It's time to see my first creation, look closely, Naruto said, and everyone wondered what he was going to do, even Sasuke, who had woken up a few minutes ago. Do you really think you can defeat us all? One of the Naruto is irritating, said the thugs. Naruto clasped his hands together and clapped them together. She began to focus. She slightly separated her hands and began to concentrate lightning chakra between them. A few seconds later, the lightning released chakra began to shrink into a small, perfect blue sphere. Naruto sent the sphere into the sky and expanded with a flash of light, and immediately noops began to be found in the sky. Thunder could be heard as the sky began to darken and a heavy rain began to fall. As the thunder intensified, everyone watched in wonder as the boy managed to do. It was raining without much difficulty. Is that how you're going to kill us, Rain? Asked Kat. Everyone thought what he was doing had failed, but Naruto simply listened. Naruto concentrated. He activated his right chakra in his right hand and sent a small beam into the sky, and everyone saw as a huge lightning dragon appeared. It formed in the sky as if awaiting its master's orders. Watch closely, Naruto said, lowering his hand and ordering the dragon attack. Lightning release, Kirin, said Naruto. He left the sky and charged at Gato and his thugs with such force that speed that everyone could see, just a glimpse of the lightning before the bridge where the cat was exploded with a tremendous force, so much so that everyone had to gather chakra in their feet to avoid being blown away. Everyone watched with fascination with the power of such a jutsu. When the dust settled, there was nothing left where the thunder had struck. Where Gato and his thugs had stood, there was now a large hole, even the bridge itself was gone. Destroyed, so much power, Kakashi said, seeing everything with his Sharingan. That technique was easily S rank. Perhaps I should go to the leaf. I wouldn't want to be on the other side of that, Zabuza thought. That power should be mine. With that I could win with ease to my brother. Yes, that power will be mine, Sasuke thought as he gazed in wonder at the enormous a flash of lightning. What the hell are these shinobi? They can't be human, Tazuna thought with fascination and a little. That's scary. Great, my technique worked! Naruto exclaimed happily, and everyone. They turned back to him, their eyes fixed. Congratulations, pup, Kurama said. It's over, cat is more than dead, he said. Kakashi laughed when he saw Naruto. So, Zabuza, what do you think about Naruto's proposal? Kakashi asked. Zabuza began to think. He was tired of this life, and if he went to the leaf, perhaps he could see that attack again. The lightning dragon was beautiful. I'll go with you. I'm tired of this life. Besides, I didn't want to be on the other side of that, Zabuza said, pointing at the huge piece of bridge and Naruto. Smiling. By the way, congratulations, Naruto is a powerful jutsu. Easily. S rank, Kakashi said, pleased that he had inherited his father's talents. And the best part is that his chakra consumption is almost non-existent, since the dragon is powered by the natural electricity of the sky. Naruto and Kakashi replied. Walking. Perhaps you can teach me. Kakashi said, you need a very high affinity for lightning, since you need to manipulate the very essence of electricity and gather it in the sky, but if you have it, I would be delighted to teach you, said Naruto. Nisan? Asked Zabuza. We're not brothers. Actually, we're close enough, Naruto said. Tobe, I demand you teach me that jutsu, Sasuke said. Walking towards Naruto, he didn't answer simply, what do you mean by no? That my power should belong to an elite Uchiha, Sasuke said. The reason I won't teach you is because you have the misguided goals, revenge and lust for power, Naruto said and walked away, leaving a furious Sasuke behind. The council will hear about this. Sasuke thought, oh gee, we're all going home. Tazuna, now you can work on peace since Gato is dead. It will probably be a few days since Naruto decided to blow up the bridge, Kakashi said, giving him an annoyed look. Naruto just scratched his head. A few days later, everyone was at Tazuna's house packing to leave. The bridge was complete, and the land of the wave was beginning to recover from the cat's tyranny. Aku became friends with Naruto and Hinata. Since they shared a similar background, they were hated and persecuted for what they contained, be it a demon or a bloodline. Aku recovered very well, as Naruto summoned a healing fox to help her in her treatment. Zabuza gave Naruto some advice about his sword style. Zabuza was surprised to learn. Kakashi learned that Naruto was an Uzumaki, masters of the sword. He nearly fainted when he found out about Naruto. Flashback. Everyone had arrived at Tazuna's house after the battle. They found it was a good idea to leave. Reinforcements were called to the house. As two thugs had attacked and attempted to kidnap Tsunami Nari, Kakashi called Naruto, and they both left the house and headed into the woods. So, you want to explain how you were able to see Zabuza Yaku in the middle of it all? From the fog? Kakashi asked. I know I can trust you, Kakashi-sensei. My father never told you this. In fact, I don't think he ever told anyone except my mother, Naruto said, activating his Sharingan. Kakashi's eyes widened when he saw a three-tomo Sharingan in place of the eyes of Naruto. How can you have the Sharingan? Neither your father nor your mother were Uchiha, he said. Kakashi, actually, my father was an Uchiha. I just didn't tell anyone. Did you ever wonder how he could to be so fast? It's true he used irisin, but a normal person without any bloodline wouldn't be able to. It's about reacting in time at those speeds, Naruto explained, and Kakashi wondered why he never realized it. Of that situation, how many people know you're an Uchiha? Kakashi asked. So far, the old man, Hinata, Shino, Kurina-sensei, and you. I'm happy not to tell anyone since I woke them up when I was 5, anyway. Perhaps that way I would have joined the Uchiha clan in the grave. Naruto said, making Kakashi tremble. Oh, one more thing, it started. Naruto, you copycat, and since it's lightning release and that's my primary affinity, do you mind if I use it? Naruto asked, scratching his head. I have no problem with that. Besides, the Chidori was created to be used in conjunction with the Sharingan, so that serves you well. Kakashi said. I wonder why Sensei never told me. Kakashi said aloud. Probably. It's because of who his father was. Naruto said, and Kakashi raised an eyebrow. My grandfather was Uchiha Madara. Naruto said, and Kakashi. He froze upon hearing the name. How is this possible? Madara asked. Or fight? Against Asarama, and a few years later my father was born. Naruto said. Carry, with blood like that and the way he is, Naruto will be extremely powerful. Kakashi thought. You know the council will be on your backside when they find out. Right. Kakashi asked. Don't worry. I've already studied law and politics. I know I'll need them someday. Naruto said, laughing. That's why I asked the old man not to put me in your place. Team, I knew Sasuke would be with you so you could train his Sharingan when he awakened it, and someday I'll have. I want to use it, and I don't always want to have to cover it with a genjutsu. He explained, and Kakashi elaborated. I'm imagining the. Just wait until the council finds out. Kakashi said, laughing. Let's go home and rest, you need to work on the bridge tomorrow since you blew it up. Kakashi said, and Naruto sighed, and a flashback, everyone on the villagers gathered on the bridge to bid farewell to their hero, the brave shinobi who killed Gato and freed the wave. Don't cry, Inari, I'll come visit. Naruto said, and Inari simply nodded. Take care, old man. Naruto told Tazuna. Goodbye, and don't forget to visit us, Tazuna said, and everyone nodded, after which they left for the leaf. How should we name the bridge? Asked one of the villagers. How about the super grand one? Tazuna's bridge? Tazuna said, and Tsunami hit him on the head. What about Naruto's great bridge? Since he was the one who he killed Gato and convinced Inari, because of what he loves. Tsunami said, and everyone agreed, the great bridge of Naruto. Tazuna said as everyone left Okage Tower. The next day everyone was in Okage's office giving them the mission report. Since the group consisted only of shinobi, they managed to reach the Leaf Village much faster, even if they had to stop a few times so Sakura could rest. Naruto has the same talent as his father, he thought. Okage, upon reading about the lightning attack, turned to the lost ninja in the room and began massaging his. 7. You give me nothing but paperwork, Naruto-kun, said the old man. How about this? You let Zabuza Yako join the Leaf and how to defeat paperwork, said Naruto, and in an instant the Okage threw 2 headbands at Aku and Zabuza. She began shaking Naruto's shoulder, begging him to tell her. Everyone saw this and sweat dropped. 2 words. Naruto said, and the Okage concentrated. Kage Bunin. He said. The Okage calmly stood up from his chair, opened a drawer, and took a piece of paper that said, hid here. He put the paper on the table and began banging his head against it. Stupid, stupid. I'll allow it, Zabuza, since you're a lost ninja, you'll have a 6-month probationary period. The Okage said and ascended. Aku, since you have no affiliation with any village, you can join a team in the following graduation. What do you think? He asked. Actually, Okage-sama, I'd like to become a combat medic. I have knowledge of poisons and medicinal plants, she said, and the Okage thought, very well, you can start in the hospital. I'll have someone teach you the basics, but you need to be on a genin team and advance at least to chunin, so you can dedicate yourself to it full time. The Okage explained, ascending. Everyone can leave, she said. The Okage created 3 clones to do the paperwork. Naruto-kun, how about I treat you to some ramen? He said. Okage and Naruto began jumping and shouting. Ramen, ramen, this village is crazy, Zabuayaka said, ascending. Chapter 12, Mission to the Land of the Waterfall. The week following the return from the mission to the wave passed without incident. Problems. The Okage gave them the week off to train and rest, besides doing the occasional mission. During this week, Naruto and Hinata trained their kenjutsu with Zabuza and Hinata's Suiton ninjutsu. In addition to they trained with Zabuza, they also did their regular training with Karina and Sensei, but there wasn't much she could teach them. Aku started in the hospital learning the basics of medical ninjutsu. It was really skilled at it, Naruto also trained Hinata, as she began to show an affinity for lightning, with his. During her training, she began to develop a new style of taijutsu that was quite lethal, a small touch. And that was it. This new style could be considered an improvement on his modification of the Hyukin, currently. It was around 4 p.m. and both Naruto and Hinata were relaxing on the couch, engrossed in a session of kisses. Naruto was on top of her, planting kisses all over her neck, which made her laugh, she decided. She returned the favor and switched positions, with her now on top, and began kissing him. He kissed her deeply on his lips for a few seconds, leaving him dizzy. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door and Naruto. She grimaced, as they were running their time alone. "I swear I'll kill whoever's playing," she said. Naruto muttered after getting up and going to the door. Naruto turned to look at her with a malicious smile that made her. I trembled. I opened the door and saw a masked ambush standing there. "Yes?" Naruto asked. "The Okaji demands your presence in the council chamber," the Anbu said, taking his arm and preparing to lead him away. Naruto pulled his arm out of the grip. "We'll be there in a moment," Naruto said in a cold tone. "Living in?" He looked menacing with his blue eyes. The Anbu approached, and Naruto closed the door and returned to Hinata, who? He was waiting. "I'm sorry, but the council wants to see me. Do you want to come? It's fun," he asked, smiling. "Sure, let me get a coat," she replied. She got a coat and they both left the house. When they were outside, they used Chunin to reach the Okaji Tower, council room. Naruto and Hinata arrived at the tower and headed towards the council chamber. When they arrived, they encountered a ambu soldiers stood outside the gates, guarding them. The ambu soldiers opened the gate and entered the civil council. He immediately started giving him a dirty look and simply dismissed him. Yasi was giving him a death glare. Hinata wondered what he was doing there. "What are you doing here, Hinata?" he asked. "Aren't you? Can I be here with my boyfriend?" she replied and kissed him on the cheek, which made him receive a. Yasi and the civilians looked disgusted. "Disgusting? How can you associate with D?" And if it didn't end. Because a kunai was thrown by Naruto that embedded itself in the wall near his head, cutting some hairs and causing the man to freeze. "Careful, Yasisima, I wouldn't want you to break Okajizuma's law," he said. Naruto smiling. The Hyuga were always known for remaining cold. No matter how stressful the situation was, everyone's eyes widened. If she wanted to, she could have killed him. Right there, nobody saw him draw the kunai. "You dare attack me? I can kill your beautiful bride, here with the sun, or just raise 2 fingers," Yasi said calmly. "You can try, but you'll fall to the floor. Dead before your fingers even made the tiger seal," Naruto said calmly. "Is that it? A threat?" Yasi said, his eyes narrowing. "Not just a threat. Warning, if you do anything to hurt her, in this case I could call it the Hyuga massacre, except only. I'll kill the main house, since they're all arrogant," Naruto said, and everyone gasped. Yasi simply frowned. He frowned. He would have his revenge, but not now. "How can you have weapons here?" "Ambu had to make sure no weapons were allowed in here," Yazi said. The Okaji watched the interaction with fascination. Here was a 14-year-old boy angering the council. He was amused by the demons and just watched. "Look at these little things," Naruto said, showing his wristbands. "These wristbands have storage for kunai, shuriken, and seinen. It's much easier than carrying a bag. Besides, it's not my fault the Anbu didn't inspect them," Naruto explained. "Also, I don't understand why they prevent the possession of weapons here, but allow shinobi to use their chakra freely. Chakra is the ultimate weapon of a shinobi. Without him, we'd be no different from civilians," Naruto said, and everyone pondered his words. "He has one point, you know?" Shikaka asked rhetorically, and some nodded. "That's not why I'm telling you. We called," a civilian said. "Before we begin, may I ask what Sasuke is doing here?" Naruto asked, and everyone nodded. They watched, wondering how he managed to sense her chakra. Sasuke emerged from the shadows, smiling. "How did you know I was here, Dobe?" he asked. Everyone seems to be following. "Forgetting that I'm a censor," Naruto said and sighed. "Hey, old man," he didn't finish. "Show some respect to the Okage." "Brat," Yasi said. Okay. Sama was wondering what the reason was for. "He called me," Naruto said. "I'd like to know too," the Okaji replied. looking at the civilian council, who were. We're a little nervous. We're here so Naruto-san can teach Hachi-sama the lightning jutsu we used in the last mission, a civilian said, and Naruto looked at him with disdain. Sorry, but I'm not going to show it to you. It's an S-rank jutsu. My own creation, therefore it belongs to me and only I can choose who to teach it to, Naruto said, and the side of the civilians erupted in protest. Naruto just hoped they would calm down. You should be proud of teaching Hachi-sama, said the Bansi. Her name was Mabuki, Sakura's mother. I don't understand them. A couple of weeks ago, they complained about me becoming a shinobi, and one of you hired Joun to assassinate me, and now you want me to. I'll teach him, Naruto said, and the shinobi's side froze upon hearing that they had tried to assassinate him. Could you? How can I clarify the attempted murder? Naruto asked Burame Shibi, who is Shino's father and the current head of the Aburame clan. The night after graduation, Genin, a member of the civil council named Tanokanta. He hired 2 thugs to kill us. They managed to break into my house during the night and tried to stab us, without. However, I managed to sense them and we killed one of them while restraining the other and handing him over to the Okaji, he explained. Naruto. Should we kill? Shibi asked. And Nada, does he live with me? Naruto explained, and he thought that his daughter couldn't sink any lower. Then the man who hired them was executed for the attempted murder of a shinobi. From the leaf, Naruto explained. Today, just as a warning, if they try again, I've already protected my house with so many security seals, so if anyone tries to break in, they're in for a nasty surprise, Naruto said as he smiled wickedly and made the civilians tremble. We're getting off topic. We demand that you show him that jutsu to Hachi-sama, Mabuki said, returning to the topic of the meeting. I've already said I won't do it, it's my creation. For example, Naruto said, turning to Yas, and the Kaiten technique doesn't require any kind of bloodline. So anyone could learn it, why don't they teach it to all shinobi? Naruto asked, that technique? It's a Hyuga clan secret, how do you know about it? Yasi asked, and Naruto told me, and Hinata stood between them. From the room and began to spin, forming a low-energy cluster that wouldn't destroy anything. How dare you use a technique of the main house of the Hyuga? Yasi shouted as he stood up. He had finally lost his temper and he raised his fingers to activate Hinata's curse seal. Seeing this, Naruto ran at blinding speed and lashed out. He placed both hands against Yasi's chest, saying, Paralysis seal, and applied a seal that stopped all movement. Yasi, freezing him where he was, suddenly, Ambu appeared in the room with drawn swords, pointing at him. Naruto's neck, everyone's eyes widened at the events that had transpired just seconds before. The Okaji was simply enjoying himself. Naruto's speed was phenomenal, as was his work with seals. Only a skilled master could apply them with their hands. Naruto activated his Kamui with the hidden Sharingan and he simply walked through Losamba and their swords in the direction of Hinata. The Ambu just watched as he walked through them like a ghost. I told you council meetings were fun, Naruto said, and Hinata laughed as everyone watched the pair. Naruto-kun, remove Yasi's seals, said the Okaji, and Naruto complied. He removed the seals from him. Yas, refrain from actions like this, the Okaji concluded. Yasi continued to look threatening to both of them, and unleashing a bit of killer instinct that didn't even affect them. Now I won't teach Sasuke. For 3 reasons. Naruto started first. He doesn't deserve it. He's an arrogant kid who thinks everyone should kneel before him. Second, you need a very high affinity for lightning to be able to use it, which must be on par with the second Hokage has an affinity for water, but in this case, for lightning. Third, I'm a shinobi, so you have no authority. Regarding my conclusion, Naruto seeing this, Sasuke gritted his teeth as Naruto explained, you don't deserve that power, and you, like everyone else, should kneel before the Uchiha, Sasuke said and ran towards Naruto with a kunai. Naruto dodged it and strangled him, and after a few moments let him fall to the ground unconscious. You killed him, Anbu, kill the demon! Mabuk shouted, and Naruto just sighed, I wouldn't kill him just because of his temper, Naruto, he explained. And you all worshipping Lukia will bring you down. One day, can you explain to me how he managed to pull a kunai out of his bag? Naruto asked. No one answered. The council Shinobi wasn't very sympathetic to the Uchiha. He was an arrogant idiot, but the civilians fulfilled each of their duties. Demands: Naruto-san, we agree that the jutsu is yours and only you can choose who to teach it to. He told him. Shibi. Thank you, Abiramen. Naruto said, happy that this was over. However, he hoped he could have a little more fun with everyone. However, can you explain the requirements and disadvantages of the jutsu for classification? Shibi said. That jutsu could very well be a kenjutsu. There's no problem. To begin with, whoever uses the attack must have a great affinity for lightning because they need to take the energy from the Earth's electromagnetic field. Once you manage to gather enough in one place, they will form noops and create lightning. Once this is done, I can manipulate the lightning and direct it at the enemy. Because it uses natural energy instead of chakra, the attack is extremely powerful. The disadvantage is that after using it you can't use it again in the same place for a few minutes so that the field's energy will stabilize. Naruto explained, and everyone was thinking about the possibilities of that jutsu. It could to easily demolish a building or wipe out a small army. You're very skilled, Naruto-san, my son. He was right. Shibi and Naruto said. Can we go? Naruto asked, and seeing Lukager, he started to leave the fort until they heard the civilians whispering, Demon! But everyone could hear it. Oh, for holy God, how? Damn it, can I prove I'm not the Kyuubi? Naruto asked, but everyone remained silent. Naruto decided to give them. He got a terrible fright and said, Oh, I have a way. And everyone got scared. Hey Kyuubi, wake up, Naruto said to Kurama. But loud enough for everyone to hear. Everyone was wondering what he was going to do, and the civilians were sweating. Bullets! What do you want, pup? Kurama asked. How about we play a little? Just don't kill anyone? He thought. Naruto and Kurama smiled. Kajibun no Jutsu, said Naruto and made a solo clone. Kurama took control of the clone. Her eyes turned blood red with vertical pupils, her birthmarks much more pronounced, and her teeth lengthened into fangs. Hello, said the Kyuubi in a very dark voice, frightening everyone on the side. The civilian, the Okiji, already knew he was helping Naruto, but the shinobi side was a little scared. Kakyubi? Mabuki asked. Lord Kyuubi, you pathetic mortal, said the Kyuubi, and Muki shrank in her chair, just watching the now transformed Naruto. Are you hungry? Naruto asked. Could I eat something? The Kyuubi replied, Can you start with the banshi? Naruto said, and Mabuki began to tremble until she fainted. Naruto just sweated a drop and fainted. Choose someone else, he said. Not only forget it, I'll eat them all, said the Kyuubi, and used an arrow to transform into a medium-sized fox with 9 tails and orange fur. Calmly walked toward the civilians. The rest I just watched as one by one on the civilian side fainted and lay on the floor drooling. That was funny, said Kurugi, making Naruto and Hinata laugh, while everyone else just broke out in a sweat. Come on, see you tomorrow, hee, said Naruto, leaving the room. I like his style, said Tsum. He was the head of the Inuzuka clan and Kiba's mother. Sniff, sniff, what's that smell? He asked. I think I know. Who's going to carry them home? The Okiji asked, and in a flash, the shinobi had vanished. Minato taught them liaison? The Okiji wondered. With our favorite couple. I told you council meetings were fun, Naruto said, laughing. How are you feeling? You haven't seen your father since he expelled you, Naruto said, worried. I'm fine, he doesn't mean anything to me anymore. He was never really a father. I don't think I ever loved him, she said sadly. Besides, now I have you, and that's everything I need, she said, kissing him on the cheek and wrapping her arm around him as she rested her. He rested his head on her shoulder. Shall we continue where we left off? Naruto asked, remembering what they had been doing before they left. Are you sure? She whispered seductively. Naruto lifted her bridal style and used a shun to go to home. A few days later, Team 8 headed to Okiji Tower to receive a new mission. Their week. The free time was over, and they were ready to do real missions, no more of those stupid rank missions. For the rest of the week, Naruto learned some lightning jutsus from Kakashi. In retrospect, Naruto walked towards the training field where Team 7 was located, as they had a training session scheduled. With Kakashi, Naruto waited a few minutes, but remembered Kakashi's bad habit of to be late for any appointment. Naruto heightened his senses and located Kakashi a few hundred meters away. distance, he walked toward him and found him standing before the memorial stone, Naruto. He approached him, but Kakashi didn't even notice, lost in thought, so Naruto said to attract Kakashi's attention, "This is where you spend your time," he continued in a low voice, seeing his parents' names on the stone. The memorial is a stone monument in Konoha, where the names of the shinobi are written. Killed in action, a reminder of their sacrifice to protect their home. None of them said anything for a few minutes passed before Naruto spoke. "You shouldn't dwell on the past, I know, but I can't forget my past actions. If I hadn't been so arrogant back then, he'd still be alive," Kakashi said. "I'm the last one left on my team. Genin, my friend Obito died to save me. Rin sacrificed herself, forcing me to. I killed her, and Sensei died defeating the Kyuubi. In his last moments, I promised Obito that I would take care of Rin and Fle," Kakashi said, his voice nearly breaking. "You can't protect everyone, even I know that. The only thing we can do is, let's try with all our might. Like you, I would do anything to protect those I care about, but we can't be everywhere," Naruto said. "I feel like it's my fault," Kakashi said. "You did what you could, no one could ask for more. Time to let them go," Naruto said, placing his hand on the other's shoulder and slowly turning to leave. It would be best to leave him alone after his talk. Perhaps he's right. I've lived in the past enough, he thought. Kakashi, seeing the stone for the last time, thought, "I promise, Sensei, that I will do my best to protect and guide your son." As she smiled and walked towards Naruto, she said, "Naruto, wait, I think I remember. We have a training session," Kakashi shouted, making Naruto stop and turn to face him. "I think my talk did some good," Naruto thought. "Let's begin. I'll teach you some lightning jutsus. I have quite a few." Kakashi said, raising his forehead protector and revealing his Sharingan. "Kakashi-sensei, why can't you disable your Sharingan?" Naruto asked. "It's because I'm not Eunuchia and I can't cancel the chakra flowing into it. The eye," Kakashi explains. "Perhaps your eye is forcing itself to consume chakra to stay active, Naruto." He thought for a few seconds and said, "I can apply a seal to your eye that will completely sever the chakra and that it would allow it to appear normal, but still reactivate the Sharingan." "Really?" Kakashi asked incredulously. If he could do it, that would be a good thing. He hadn't seen anything with his left eye. Years of battles too, furthermore, it would eliminate his blind spot when he wasn't using the Sharingan. "I'm pretty good with the seals, so let's see what I can do." "Let's begin," said Naruto, activating his Sharingan. "First, I'll show you. Raitun, chain of lightning," Kakashi said, and made a few Kagebun. Kakashi clashed his. Kakashi's right hand met the clone's left hand, and when they separated, they created a thin line of lightning chakra, both Kakashi and Kakashi. Like his clone, he ran towards a tree, cutting it down cleanly. "Wow, that's an A-rank jutsu," Naruto said excitedly. Kakashi smiled. His sensei was always encouraging him to learn new jutsu. The following is the version. Mikidori's end. He is called Raikiri, lightning cutter, instead of gathering. Draw the lightning chakra into the palm of your hand and envelop it. Doing so increases the penetrating power of your hand, making it possible to penetrate or cut anything. That's why I called it Raikiri, because I used it to cut through a beam. This technique requires more chakra control in your element, and is an S-rank technique, Kakashi explained. End of the retrospective. Mission assignment room. They arrived at the mission assignment room and they found the Okuji in the center of the table, Iruka to his left, also in the room and near the edge of the. At the table sat a girl. She was around Naruto's age. She wore a green hair clip that made I play with his orange eyes. His ninja outfit consisted of a short, sleeveless white shirt with red armor. Underneath, she wore long white elbow pads and red shorts with a short white skirt over them, her protector. She carried it on her right arm. Naruto saw her and felt a strange energy emanating from her. The Okage simply looked at Naruto. Analyzing the young woman, "Naruto is rude, he stared at people like that," Karina said to the blonde boy. Shino remained stoic as always. "Pup, I'm getting a demonic chakra reading from her. She's the Jinchuriki of the 7 deadly sins," he said. Kurama and Naruto nodded. "It's good to meet you, 7. I'm Uzumaki," Naruto said, and everyone wondered what he meant. She was referring to calling 7. "It's good to meet you, 9. I'm Fu," she replied, and both Team 8 and Iruka. They saw the young woman who had called Naruto. New. Seeing that Naruto called her 7. It could only mean that she was a Jinchuriki, who would have guessed? So, old man, I guess the mission involves food, they asked. Naruto and Aokuji Ryo, this mission I have for you is a B-rank mission, more for its importance than for being dangerous. The Okage has begun. The mission is to go to the hidden village at the waterfall and negotiate a trade agreement, Fulos. He will accompany the village, as he is difficult to find. The Okage concluded. The Okage took the mission scroll and threw it to him. He spoke to Karina and said, "Here are the mission details." Naruto glanced at her and asked, "You rigged this, didn't you? I thought you might like to meet another Jinchuriki." The old man said, "I appreciate it," he replied. Naruto turned to Fu. "Let's go, I want to see your village," he said. "Before we leave, let's prepare for a week-long mission. Assemble at the West Gate in 1 hour," Karina ordered, and everyone left the West Gate room. An hour later, after an hour, everyone was ready in front of the door, after they signed the forms. Upon leaving, they departed the village, traveling at shinobi pace towards Fu's village. The journey passed without major incident. They were attacked by some low-level bandits, nothing they couldn't handle. "So Fu, what's your style? Village?" Naruto asked, and Fu looked a little hesitant. "All I can say is that she's beautiful," she replied. "What I like most is that she's beautiful. I love its beautiful sunsets," he explained, and Naruto nodded. "Also, my village tends to have a slightly humid atmosphere because the waterfalls are perfect for finding new insects," she concluded. "Insects?" Shino asked, raising a eyebrow. "Oh, right, you're from the Aburaim clan that specializes in insects, aren't you?" she asked, and Shin nodded. "A side effect of being the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi is that I can communicate with insects and use them like weapons," he explained. "By the way, what's the Nanabi like?" Naruto asked. "If you want, I can open a channel," Fu said. Naruto advanced, Kurama opened the channel, and they were both pulled into what appeared to be a dark room and into the. There was light in the center. A few seconds later, 2 figures appeared in the room. The first one appeared to be a giant insect with horns and wings, and on top of its head was Fu. The other was an enormous fox with 9 tails and orange hair. On top of him was Naruto. "Chumiai, it's been a long time," said Kurama. "Huh? It's been a while," Kurama replied. "Chui. And you know what? I thought I'd never see you being kind to your vessel," Chum said, smiling. "Laugh all you want. But it's boring being sealed for 100. I'm years old and I need something to keep me entertained. Besides, the puppy isn't so bad," Kurama replied. "Of course not. I'm bad," Naruto replied, and the Kubi used its tails to pull him off his head and send him crashing to the ground. "You're still a brat," Kurama said, and he furious. Naruto stuck his tongue out at Kurama. Furball, he muttered. "It's good to see you're okay, see you next time," Kurama said, and they both snapped out of their thoughts. "What happened, Naruto?" "They both seemed lost," Kulinai asked. "We're talking amongst ourselves with Kubi and Nanabi. They haven't seen each other between 100 years. Naruto said, seeing Kulinai's confused expression. Fur decided to explain, "The Jinchuriki. We can create a mental link between us and speak through our minds." Fu explained, and everyone nodded. Hours later, on the edge of the waterfall village, Teammate and Fu were arriving at the village entrance when Naruto's instincts warned him, making him jump in surprise. "Is something wrong, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked. Worried, there wasn't much conversation after what Naruto said. "Naruto-kun, is it your girlfriend?" Fu asked, wanting to get some juicy details out of her. "She is, but 103. Chakra signatures were coming at high speed from all levels." "Juning," Naruto said, and this made everyone. They took their positions. "Fur, what's your rank?" Naruto asked. "I'm only Genin level, but if I use the 7 tails chakra, I'm around Chunin level, but I can't control more than 2 tails," she explained, pointing at Naruto. "They may not be enemies, however, let's take precautions," Naruto said, and Karina took charge since there are 3 of them. "Jouning, we'll need to split up. Naruto, can you handle just one?" Karina and Naruto asked, nodding. "I have a few tricks up my sleeve, and if necessary, I can use the chakra of Kyubi," Naruto replied. "Then Naruto, you'll take care of one, Hinata and Shino from one and Fu and I from the third," Kurenai ordered. Moments later, 3 figures emerged from the trees and They landed in front of teammate and Fu. The figure in the middle appeared to be the leader and was wearing a full-body suit and sleeveless, mostly black with light purple sides. She had green hair and purple eyes. The others, two of them, wore the same outfit, which consisted of a black full-body suit and a shirt over it. Purple with short sleeves and a black belt, their faces completely covered by a black mask that it revealed only the eyes. However, all three shared an idiot with the design of a musical note. Who? Son? What do you want? Karina asked, keeping her guard up. My name. It's Rokuso and we're going to take her, he said, pointing towards Fu as he said this. They all formed a defensive line around her, and Aoi joined Oto. Instead of Am Rokuso, Hoi, you're a nuke Nin from the Leaf Village, Karina said. What do you want from me? No. I recognize the symbol in your Ida. Fu asked you. We are from the hidden village between Sound, and we love you for being the guardian of the Yunomizu, water of the hero, Aoi said, preparing to take her by force if it was necessary. Hero's water? Naruto asked. Fu was somewhat reluctant, but she decided to tell them since it was likely they would help her. Hero's water is a special liquid that only exists in our village and it is considered a forbidden drink. When consumed, the water gives the user a huge increase in your chakra. Water multiplies chakra output by 10, however, it reduces the hope of life. Our ancestor used it to defend our village when needed. The reason they love me is because I am the guardian of the source, Fu explained, and teammates' eyes widened. Multiplied by 10. The chakra release is a great power, but no power comes without a price. You won't go with them, Fu, Naruto said, taking a step forward. Forward, a brave genin, isn't he? Smiling, Ai drew his sword. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight of the sword. That's the Raijin, the sword of the lightning god, said Naruto and Karina. And he wondered how the second Hokage's sword ended up in that position. Enough of this, if they don't hand it over. Girl, we'll take her by force, Ai said. We won't let her get away, so we'll fight. Karina and Sensei, I'll take care of it. From Aoi by the sword, my affinity should be good against him, Naruto said. He channeled chakra into his seal of storage, and in a burst of smoke, he found his Chokudo in his right hand. He channeled right-un chakra through. She sparked and began to glow with a blue light that surrounded her. Naruto versus Aoi. The group split up until only Ao and Naruto remained. They looked at each other before making any move. You have. It's very brave of me to face you in combat, but with this sword I'm invincible, Ao said, smiling. Naruto shook his head. You're too confident. No shinobi is invincible. There will always be some weakness or mistakes that we will commit. Ao ran forward with the intention of killing the irritating blonde. He made a slashing motion towards. He went down, trying to kill quickly. However, Naruto blocked the Raijin with their own swords, and both fought for dominance, leading to a draw. How can this be? How can you block this sword like that? Ao asked, irritated. His sword was supposed to be the best powerful in existence. As I said, no one is invincible, and that sword is not all powerful. My sword is made of. I have chakra metal and a very high affinity for lightning, making my sword almost on par with yours, he explained. Naruto smiled, and this angered Aoi. Senbon rain, Aoi said, and she took her umbrella and threw it into the air. The umbrella began to spin and released enormous amounts of senbon toward Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto realized there was no way to dodge them all. He made some hand seals. Earth release, Doriwaki, said Naruto, and the earth rose up, blocking the Zban. You're not bad to be a genin, Ai said. Genin in name only, Naruto said, smiling and doing more hand seals. Katan go Kakuya no Jutsu, Naruto said, and sent a ball of fire towards Aoi, who only raised her sword and made another vertical cut that sliced through the fireball and made it disappear. Ao ran towards Naruto, but this time he channeled chakra into the sword and tried to electrocute Naruto. The sword sent a shockwave toward Naruto, who withstood it without moving an inch. Ao laughed, thinking that finally he had Naruto, but he called quickly when he saw that Naruto had been electrocuted, but he was standing like if nothing happened. See, how can you still be there? He asked. I told you I have a very high affinity for lightning. I'm enveloping my body with chakra. Any lightning attack I receive is ineffective, basically. Nothing less than a jutsu, SU rank, another extremely well-focused one. It won't do anything to me. That's the reason why I decided to fight you, Naruto said. Yao gritted her teeth. It doesn't matter, I'm going to kill you anyway, Aoi said. Once again he tried to cut Naruto, but was blocked again and jumped back. Let's see what you can do without your precious sword, Naruto said, and activated Sun's. It would be the first time he'd used it at long range, Kamui said. Naruto focused on the sword. Moments later, what could be described as a small crack appeared. Sucking the sword inside her, Aoi only saw the sword being literally ripped from her hands. Bastard, eh? Where did you send the sword? Ao asked, getting seriously angry. I took the sword and I intend to bring it back to Konoha, where it belongs, Naruto explained. It's time to end this. I need to see how the rest of the team is doing. He ran forward and, as expected, Ao couldn't do much without his sword. Aoi followed the path that most people with a Kek and Genkai took. They focused only on that and thought that they were invincible. Naruto made a vertical slash with his sword, causing Aoi to block it with a kunai and jump to the right. Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, Naruto said, and sent 5 shurikens that multiplied to 100. Ao raised his. He grabbed an umbrella and blocked them all. Ao ran towards him and before Naruto could react, he was stabbed in the back with. A kunai clanged until Naruto dispersed into a blue light, and sent a wave of lightning chakra surged through Ao, electrocuting him. Aoi was convulsing slightly as he watched. Aoi barely dodged Naruto's hand as it rose from the land and tried to catch him. Suitanti Pudemos sent a few bullets towards Naruto, who was hit by 3 of them. They shot him twice in the chest and once in the leg, leaving him on the floor in pain. Ao approached Naruto, ready to. He finished him off with a kunai. He made a cut towards his neck and slashed until Naruto exploded into smoke and suddenly he was unable to move. He only saw Naruto appear behind him and slam his hand across his back. How Aoi barely managed. You let your guard down. When you hit me with the bullets of water you thought you had me, however, when you sent them, I switched places with the clone and hid underground. When you approached me to kill my clone, I came out from underground and applied a paralysis seal to you, Naruto said. Yao cursed his luck at being defeated by a mere 14-year-old boy. Now that you can't move, you'll answer a few questions before I take you back to the leaf, Naruto said, walking towards Aoi and stopping at a few centimeters away from him. What do you want the water for? Naruto asked in an emotionless tone, and Ao just watched. His cold, blue eyes seemed to reflect Ao's soul. As if he were going to tell you something. Ao growled, and Naruto. Just smiling. Let's have some fun then, said Naruto, licking his lips in a way Anko would, making that Aoi trembled. Damn it, pup, where did you learn that? Kurama said, surprised by Aoi's repentant change of heart. Attitude. When you have Kage Bunsen paired with the Sharingan, you gain photographic memory and are destined to learn a few things. Have you forgotten that I read almost the entire library in Konoha? Naruto explained, and cut the. Aoi decided to focus on Naoi first. Naruto activated his Sharingan, but it only gave him a tremor. Aoi would give up. Let's try this, Megan, Jigaku no Jitsu, said Naruto, and he trapped Ao in an illusion that made him believe that he was being burned alive. This went on for a few minutes and Aoi didn't break. That alone isn't going to break me, he said. Weakness. Even if I didn't succumb to the illusion, I was still weakened by it. I wonder why you don't speak. I mean, you're going to Konoha anyway, so why not make it easier for yourself? Naruto said, trying to reason with him. It's not Konoha I'm scared of, Ao replied, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Hey Kurama, I can't use Tsukuyumi, can you give me a hand? Naruto asked. Sure, I'm always around. Ready for some fun? Kurama said, smiling. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan and channeled the Ninetales chakra. His eyes turned to blood red with slit pupils. Naruto saw Ao and suddenly he was dragged into the Naruto's mind. Ao wondered where he was until he was confronted by steel doors that seemed made to keep something locked up. However, that thought made him tremble. When the doors were fully opened, Ao looked inside only to see 2 blood-red eyes glowing. In the darkness, eyes grew larger as a figure approached. A few seconds later, the figure. He revealed himself to Aoi, causing him to freeze in place. In front of him was an orange fox with 9 tails, twitching. Facing him was Kabino Yoko, the most powerful Bijulu of all. A Tentai, you're too good to me. Puppy, Kurama said, walking slowly towards Aoi, who was still in the same place. but apparently had losing control of his bladder. I told you I wasn't a bad person, Naruto said simply, seeing that Ao. He was literally soaking wet. Kurama approached Ao, licking his fangs, ready to devour him, or I'll tell you everything that. Set stuttered today, unable to control her body at that moment. Wasn't it so difficult, or was it? She asked. Naruto rhetorically, why do you want the water? It was a mission, the leader of our village made getting water a priority, but I don't know what they want it for, he replied with. Quickly, I see, who is the leader of your village? Naruto asked. Orochimaru, the snake Sannin, said Ao, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Orochimaru founded his own village. Interesting, I'll tell the old man when we get back, Naruto thought. Anything else I should know? Naruto and Aoi asked. Which they won quickly. Naruto released the illusion and approached Aoi from behind, striking her in the neck. Knocking him out, Naruto released the paralysis seal and instead applied one that suppressed his chakra. He tied him up with wire and he sold it in a preservation roll to keep it alive. Thank you, Kurama, Naruto said to the others. Naruto walked away. He arrived at the other fights just in time to see them end. Naruto, are you alright? Kulinai asked. Yes. I have this sword, and he's sealed in a scroll. I'll take him back to question him, but I managed to get the fact out of him. That his village is ruled by Orochimaru, Naruto explained. Orochimaru? Kulinai asked. Yes, we'll let Gigi know when we get to the village, Naruto said. How is everyone? We're all fine. Shino and Fu are a little out of breath. They have some scratches and bruises, but nothing serious, he replied. Hinata, let's go to the village to rest and discuss the details, Kulinai said. Village gates, Team 8. Guided by Fu, they approached the gates of the waterfall village. They arrived near the gate and were stopped by two guards. The guards turned toward the approaching people and saw the Konoha team with Fu. Why? Did you die? One of the fur guards asked with clear disgust. She frowned, but approached. The team saw this and weren't happy, especially Naruto. My name is Yui Kulinai and I am here with my team Aburaim Shino, Yuga, and Uzumaki Naruto for negotiations, he said. Kurina handed him the scroll with Ulkich's seal. Welcome to the village of the waterfall, the same guard said, and they allowed them to pass. They walked toward the center of the village where the leader lived. The team seemed to notice that Fu. She received the same hateful stares and insults that Naruto received in Konoha. It seems you're not very popular here, Naruto said sadly. It's the fate of all Jinchuriki. We're treated badly, but even there are people. They see us and not the beast. Fu explained. I don't understand why people can't see the difference between a scroll and a kunai. They're human like the rest of us, Hinata said. Naruto laughed, but his laughter was filled with. Ironically, this earned him confused looks from everyone. Jinchuriki is the power of sacrifice. Human, Naruto began. I've thought about it a lot, and the more I do, the more I realize we're not human, he said, and everyone gasped. Even the Ninetales and Nanabai were listening, Naruto assumed. A pose of thought before continuing. At the moment the Biju are sealed within a human being, ba. Whether we're newborns or adults, we're bound to them until the end of our lives, because if you remove the host's Bijulu, this last one died, said Naruto, and again he received gasps of surprise. It's strange, the Bijulu and its host, we don't need them, and we can't live without them. The moment they're captured, they become part of the host. Us, Naruto said, and everyone stopped walking, simply listening to the blonde boy. If we combine our forces, we're unstoppable. And yet, a piece of paper with ink can incapacitate us, making us strong but fragile. Once we are bound, each host gains abilities that no one with a Kekkei can achieve. Our chakra begins to change in order to adapt to the demonic chakra of the Biju, making it stronger than that of other humans. So as you see, I'm not the beast, but I'm not the same human who came into this world, Naruto concluded, and nobody said a word. They all started walking and thinking about what the blonde boy had said. Is it true? Fu thought. The puppy is in. The truth is, the moment we were bound to you, you became something more, because you are not us, but you are different from the others. Even I didn't know that, Chui said. Puppy, and I thought you were nothing more than a brat, Kurama said, laughing. To think you could come out with something like this, he said. Kurama, but Naruto just approached without saying anything. Everyone continued on their way, thinking about what the blonde boy had said. Tower of the waterfall, they arrived at the center of the village and stopped in front of what was supposed to be the waterfall tower. They could see stairs winding around a tree, which was actually a building. They headed towards the tower and stopped. They stood before two red doors that, according to Fu, led to the office of Shibuki, the village leader. They knocked and listened to tell someone. Between the team and Fu, they quickly complied and opened the doors and found themselves facing a modest, small office. There were a few full bookshelves, a small armchair, and some. There were many paintings, and in the back, a desk with Shibuki behind it, working. Shibuki had black eyes and long, dark brown hair. He wears a forehead protector symbolizing his status as a shinobi. He was wearing pants. Gray pants, a green shirt, and ninja sandals. "Oh, Fury-chan, welcome," he said. Shibuki smiled. Apparently, she was one of the people who treated Fu well. "Why, mission accomplished, Shibuki-sama," Fu answered and stepped aside so Team 8 could introduce themselves. "Thank you for having us," Shibuki-sama began. Karina bowed. "My name is Yui Karina, and this is my team, Abirame Shino, Yuga and Natada, and Uzumaki, Naruto," she said, and everyone bowed in respect. "It's nothing, I trust the trip went well?" Shibuki asked, observing. There was a bit of doubt on the part of the Konoha team. "What happened?" he asked. "We were attacked by Konoha's nuke Nin, Rokusa and two other Jouning. Apparently, they're from a new hidden village that was recently founded in the Rice Country. He was behind me and his goal was to steal the hero's water. Fortunately, we managed to win. Aoi was captured and the other two killed," Furuibuki explained, putting his hand to his jaw as he processed the information. "Do you know why they want her?" Shibuki asked. Naruto took a step forward and began to explain. "I question. Its leader is AI, and apparently its village is called the Hidden Village Between Sound, and its leader is the Nuke Nin of Konoha. Orochimaru, the Snake Sand Nin. This is troubling news," Shibuki began. "Water is very dangerous, even more so in Orochimaru's hands. I'll increase the security around the edges and the fountain to make it." "Sure," he finished. "We'll take Aoi back to Konoha for questioning and send the information that we found it," Kurenai said. "Thank you, I appreciate it," Shibuki replied. "Now, Kurenai, let's discuss the trade agreement," Karina said and went up. "Fu, accompany them to the hotel until we finish our talk," Shibuki said. They all bowed and left the village. "Are you right? The village is amazing," Naruto said. As everyone walked towards the hotel, the village had a very natural setting. There were trees, grass, and other plants everywhere. Everywhere, even the road was dirt, yes, and it seems to have many insect species, Shino said, observing the village and trying to find the different insects in it. "Is that all they think about? Insects?" Naruto asked. "Insects are my weapons," Shino said in his usual stoic voice. "You know?" Naruto began. "Fu, since you've never used insects, you don't know how useful they are. They're excellent for espionage. They can stealing chakra from enemies, poisoning them, removing poison from yourself, and many other things," Fu explained. "I guess that's right. However, I have my Kage Bunsen to gather information, and Kubi takes care of the poison," he said. Naruto noticed Shino talking to Fur about insects. I guess those two won't shut up about insects for a second. "Soon, it's getting late and the weather's nice. How about we watch the sunset?" Naruto asked. "Who would believe you're so romantic?" Hinata asked, and kissed him the next day. The other day there had been. They arrived, and apparently the negotiations had gone well, and Team 8 was preparing to leave. They regrouped with Fu stood at the door and they said goodbye. Even if their stay was short, just one night, that was enough to form a bond. After all, Naruto, being a Jinchuriki, became good friends with Fu and Fu in turn with Shino. "Don't become strangers, try to visit us," Fu said. "Sure, we'll do our best," Hinata said. "Hey, Fu, I have a gift for you," Naruto began, and everyone raised an eyebrow. "Here," Naruto said, and handed him a kunai with 3 points. "This is a very special kunai. If you need help or just want to talk, throw it on the ground and it will be there." A flash, Naruto explained, smiling. Fu readily agreed, since there weren't many people who were good at. "Thank you, Fu," she said, watching them leave and disappear into the distance with Team 8. A few hours had passed, and Kurenai couldn't contain her curiosity. "Naruto, I have a question," Kurenai said. "Shoot," Naruto replied, already suspecting what was happening. The kunai you gave Fu, that wasn't a normal kunai, he said. Kurenai was practically demanding an explanation. That kunai contains the Shiki formula for the Irasen no Jutsu. Naruto explained without revealing too much information to see his sensei's reaction to the Irasen no Jutsu. But that's the fourth Hokage stuttered, stopping and looking at Naruto. Looks like you figured it out, Naruto said. I use it because it's my legacy. Minato Namikaze was my father, Naruto said. Even Shino was surprised. Finally, his stoic expression faded, replaced by one of surprise. See, how is this possible? He asked. Kurenai, what do you mean? Naruto began. Didn't your mom give you the lecture? He asked, making Hinata and Karina blush. Idiot, Karina replied, hitting him on the head. The old man. My mother named me Uzumaki because my father had many enemies, mainly from Ayue. I think I am strong enough to protect me and everyone I care about, so maybe I'll ask the old man to announce it when I come back, Chunin, Naruto explained. And to think I never noticed, blonde hair and blue eyes, only the fourth Hokage had that. Not that particular combination, she replied. Don't worry, even Kakashi-sensei didn't notice, and it was his student, Naruto said. Did you tell Kakashi? Kurenai asked. Yes, I've been training with him these past few weeks, Naruto replied. I should have known when you used the Rasengan. In Zabuza, she said, the Irasen no Jutsu was his most powerful technique. My father truly was a genius in every way. In the sense of the word, Naruto said, recalling their brief conversation when they first met. But I can't use him at his level. I can't handle extreme speeds either. Every time I try, I end up crashing into something, Hinata said. He started laughing, remembering how Naruto would bump into walls and trees when he tried. You can still use it though, Kurenai said. I was starting to piece together the puzzle and realized that Naruto and Hinata were prodigies. The ability they possessed at such a young age to master high-level jutsus and even create their own. My team is going to kick ass in exams, Chunin thought. And I'm going to bet on them. He thought and started laughing. Location office, and that's what happened, Kurenai said. Geez, what's going on with the missions? First, a C rank mission gets upgraded to A rank, and now one of those B rank items almost went up to S rank, the Okuji said, puffing on his pipe. Hey old man, take this, Naruto said, tossing him 2 scrolls. One of them is sealed for further questioning, and the other contains the sword he stole, the Raijin Noen. Naruto said, and Iron's eyes widened. The Raijin Noen was stolen many years ago by Aoi. I didn't think that she still had it. Irusen opened the scroll where the sword was, she channeled chakra through it, and it reacted. With yellow sparks, the Okuji stopped his chakra and thought for a moment before launching himself at Naruto again. Naruto He caught it, but looked at the Okuji with confusion. The old man became suspicious and put up a sound barrier. This would be a conversation. It's long. What I'm about to tell you is a secret only I know, said the Okuji. I trust you'll keep it to yourself. Silence, Karina said, and Shino nodded. The Okuji thought about where to begin. The sword belongs to Naruto. What do you mean, it belongs to me? Naruto asked, still confused. You have Uchiha blood. However, you are the heir of the Sahat clan, son of the Okage, and everyone froze. A needle could be heard falling to the floor. Everyone on Team 8 watched Naruto, who was still processing what the old man had said. Kyuk, Naruto asked quietly. You know that your mother was Uzumaki Kusina and that she came from the land of whirlpools, right? He asked, and Naruto assented. I'll start from the beginning. Asarama Senju and his wife Uzumaki Mito had 2 children. A boy and a girl. The girl was named Shinju Tsunade, and is well known to be the slug Sannin. Later in life, Tsunade had a daughter named Senju Kusina. However, due to the war, the Senju clan was decimated, leaving only Tsunade and Kushina to rebuild it, because the women were, and did not want to be, used as a baby factory. They faked Kusina's death, and this led to the birth of Uzumaki and Kusina, said the Okuji. You know the rest, the Okuji concluded. Kusina married Minato and I, Naruto said, and the Okuji ascended. Naruto didn't say anything for a few minutes while he thought about what had happened. Wait, what about everything I found about the Uzumaki clan at my father's mansion? Naruto asked. I chose the name Uzumaki because they were cousins of the Senju clan, During the wars, the Uzumaki clan was destroyed. But your mother and father went to the Whirlpool village and saved what they could. That's one of the reasons why you. Father was so good at Fuinju, the Okage said, and Naruto tried until he remembered Tsunade. Tsunade is still alive, me. She abandoned it. Naruto asked, not really wanting to know the answer, Hinata. She approached him and took his hand. The Okage didn't begin. Tsunade lost everything she had. Her boyfriend and brother died in the war, and when the Kyuubi attacked, his daughter died too. She was in a village at that time, but she heard the news and escaped. I tried to find her, but I couldn't. She probably doesn't know that. Kusina had a son. The Okage explained. Naruto frowned for a few moments, thinking about it, then I'll find her and bring her back to the village. Naruto said with his trademark grin, take the news better than what you expected, said the Okage. Well, if Tsunade had raised me, I probably would never have found Hinata. Even if I had a hard life, I wouldn't trade her for anything, she said. It made the Okage smile, seeing that Naruto had good values. That means Uzumaki isn't even my real last name, but somehow I got close to him, said Naruto. Well, when you choose to reveal your heritage, you'll have to choose a name for your clan, Senju, Namikaze, or even Uzumaki. However, you can't choose Uchiha, because Sasuke is the heir, explained the Okage as if he wanted to live with that idiot, Naruto said, laughing, and the Okage followed him. So the sword is mine. Naruto began. What about Tsuna from Bachan? Isn't she the heir? Naruto asked. The Okage smiled when he saw him calling her Bachan. He hasn't been on active duty for over 10 years. Since you've already completed missions, you're the current heir, said the Okage. And Naruto. Ascending, Naruto channeled chakra into the sword and something strange happened. Instead of the usual yellow sparks, the sword was enveloped in a blue light. The sword sparked with more power than the twice he saw her. And CR4's it profile for the image. What the hell? Naruto said. Why is it blue? The Okage asked, entering professor mode and quickly formulating a theory. Don't you think? You said you had a high affinity for lightning? The Okage asked, and Naruto nodded. Because of your high affinity, the sword probably reacted more strongly to your chakra, making it more powerful, he explained. Okage, I guess I'll change my metal sword, Naruto said, laughing, and deactivated it. Suddenly, Naruto was. Iruen froze, remembering something. She raised an eyebrow, silently asking what had happened. I'm wondering what the council will say when they find out I belong to the two most powerful clans in the world, he said. Smiling, it's going to be so much fun, he said, and everyone sweated a little. The old man just laughed. The old man hated the joints of the advice, but apparently young Naruto seemed to enjoy them. Chapter 13. The exams begin. Chunning, it was just another ordinary day in Konoha. He simply got up to warm up the new day. In the village hidden in the leaves, the villagers began their daily tasks, and the shinobi prepared for their daily lives. Currently, we find Naruto and Hinata at Training Ground 8 fighting Aku and Zabuza, since Naruto obtained with a new sword. The Raijin Noan decided to ask Zabuza for advice on how to use Kenjutsu in a real fight. And Hinata was fighting Aku in a no-holds-barred battle. Aku could only keep raising his mirrors of ice, which led to his defeat due to his massive chakra usage. Zabuza versus Naruto. Only Kenjutsu, Zabuza said. While facing Naruto, they were separated by a few meters, each wielding their own sword. Kubikirabocho versus Raijin agreed, said Naruto, imbuing his sword with energy, blue light emanating from it. Sword while it threw sparks, not yet as powerful as my favorite weapon. Perhaps one day I will use it, but it sticks out too much, Naruto thought. Let's see what you can do, Zabuza said as he charged at Naruto. He made a vertical slash, but Naruto blocked it. He soon discovered that was a bad idea, because Zabuza had more brute strength than he. Naruto was forced to jump back. Rule number 1, no blocks. Blows from enemies stronger than you, Zabuza said. Naruto ran towards him, jumped into the air, and tried to do a vertical cut. Zabuza dodged it and tried to kick him in the chest. Naruto. He blocked and grabbed his leg to throw him into the air. Zabuza quickly regained his balance and landed gracefully on the apartment. Not bad, brat, but if you want to beat me at Kenjutsu, you need more strength, Zabuza said. I could always. I'll beat you in speed, Naruto said, smiling and deactivating his gravity seals. Zabuza saw his body glow. He moved lightly and prepared himself. Naruto disappeared in a flash of speed. Zabuza instinctively raised his sword. Just in time to deflect an attack that would have decapitated him, Naruto disappeared again, and this time Zabuza. He left the path just as Naruto fell from the sky, making a vertical slash. I grant you that you are fast, but that alone isn't enough. I have years of experience, Zabuza said. He readied his sword again. He ran with impressive speed and exchanged a few attacks with Naruto. However, Zabuza couldn't maintain his speed, and using a great sword didn't help. You can't maintain that speed, and Mike countered Naruto and continued blocking his attacks, quickly changing his position and keeping Zabuza on the defensive, who had had enough of this. He relaxed to focus his. He sensed an attack coming from the right. He raised his sword, but instead of simply blocking, he pushed hard, causing Naruto to lose his balance. Zabuza took advantage of this opportunity to reposition himself with. Zabuza swiftly drew his sword from his opponent's neck. I win, speed isn't enough, Zabuza said, withdrawing his sword. Naruto's neck blade. One of these days I'll beat you in Kenjutsu, Naruto said, deactivating his sword. Inada. Against Aku, are you ready, Akuzan? Inada asked, changing position and activating. Subukugan. Aku always responded by taking a Saban and placing 3 in each of his hands, and Nada ran with. He moved quickly toward Aku. He darted to the left to avoid the attack that was thrown at him. With his Yakugan, he could easily track the Emban, and Nada approached Aku and tried to make a punch to Juken's chest. Aku quickly ducked and delivered a low kick, and Nada jumped and attempted a kick. A flying attack that sent Aku tumbling to the left. They both charged at each other and exchanged blows. Aku. He quickly realized he was no match for Hinata in taijutsu. Hinata simply avoided all his attacks. As if she were dancing, Aku tried another direct punch to the face. However, Hinata dodged it, and with a chakra-infused strike managed to close some tenkwits on Aku's wrist, who surrendered in taijutsu and jumped. He stood back, rubbing his hand. Aku began making hand seals and said Swiss Sensatsu, and sent countless summons towards Hinata. Hinata said Kaiten and began to spin, creating a blue dome of chakra that completely blocked the semen. Aku. It took her that long, forcing chakra into her tenonkeis to painfully open them. Hinata was a water user. Primarily, since it was the first affinity to train, as there was no nearby lake, it was decided to change the terrain. To his advantage, he quickly made some hand seals and shouted Suetun Susuai and pumped water from his chest, expelling it through his mouth. In a few seconds, the training field was flooded. That was a bad move, Yadasan. With so much water it's much easier for me to use my ice techniques, Aku said. But Hinata kept watching her and preparing for her next move, ice release. Flying shards of ice, Aku said. And as Hinata began to spin, however, she wasn't blocking anything. The water swirled and rose up around her. Suddenly, the water surrounding her began to freeze, and the water scattered from her. Miles and miles of ice fragments. I can't hold the crowbar long enough to block all of that, he thought. Hinata began to make more hand seals. She stopped and said, Suetun. Swinikiawa began to rise from the floor and enveloping her, blocking all the ice fragments. However, Aku continued sending more, and Hinata had. I have to do something. I've got it, he thought. I hope this works. I haven't quite mastered it yet. And Nada was still inside the dome of water. As the fragments continued to come, he concentrated and suddenly released a vast amount of chakra. A flash of lightning radiated from his body and spread through the water, electrocuting Aku. That was surprising. I didn't know that you could use the lightning element, Aku said, trembling slightly. I only discovered it a few weeks ago, Hinata said. As he released his protective dome, he said, Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. And a huge dragon rose from the floor and she charged at Aku, who barely managed to create an ice dome around herself to shield herself from the attack. Aku released her Sujitsu and looked around trying to find Hinata. Suddenly, behind Aku, Hinata rose from the water, kunai in hand and trying to kill her. Aku sensed this and, faster than Hinata, created an ice blade around her arm, slicing with speed, causing Hinata to disperse into water. My unit, Aku said in surprise, and suddenly felt cold steel at her throat. She realized the clone was just a distraction. Looks like I'm winning, Hinata said with a small smile. Looking forward to the next opportunity, Aku said, sitting down on the floor, missing a. She was a little breathless. Are you okay? Hinata asked, worried. Yes, I'm fine. Little Chakra, what about you? Aku said, surprised that Hinata wasn't even slightly tired since he had used a couple of jutsus that demanded high amounts of chakra, as well as that defensive dome, something that it would deplete anyone's reserves. When you train for years with a phenomenon possessing enormous amounts of stamina, you'll need to increase your own reserves if you want to keep up. Hinata said, laughing, while Aku just watched her, smiling. She had been happy ever since she arrived on the leaf. She had a simple and peaceful life, no more worn beds, and they must be constantly on alert for potential hunters. Training Ground 8, Karina and Shino. They were approaching their team's training field when they saw all the commotion. Karina and Shino had the jaws dropped as they watched Naruto stand up to Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Even Hinata using high-ranking water jutsus, I might have to increase my training if I want to. I have something to teach them, Karina said, and Shino just ascended. They had truly become good shinobi, Naruto. Yada, Karina said, drawing his attention. Zabuza-sensei, I'll see you tomorrow, and thank you, Naruto said, and Zabuza just moving forward. Hey Aku, do you want to stay for a while? Hinata asked. Sorry, but my shift at the hospital starts in a few minutes, and then I have a meeting with my own team, Aku and Hinata said. Nodding, both Zabuza and Aku left the training grounds. So Karina and Sensei, what are we going to do? What should we do today? Naruto asked. Karina put her hand in her pocket and took out 3 pieces of paper and gave one to each of them. These are the registration forms for the Chunin exams. I have nominated all 3 of you. If you wish to participate, please be in the academy in a week, Karina explained. Retrospective, the Okage was in his office, and in front of him were all the senseining of Konoha and a few other shinobi. I've called you here for a reason, Ilokaji said. Since most of them were Sensyun, they already suspected the meaning of this. Is it time yet? Kakashi and the Okage asked, ascending. Yes, I will announce it tomorrow. We have officially announced that we will be hosting the Chunin exams this year. The Okage explained. Now, someone wants to nominate your teams for the exams, asked the Okage and Kakashi. Kulinai, Asuma and Guy stepped forward. I attack. Kakashi, senseining of Team 7. He nominated Yukiya Sasuke, Inuzuka Kiba, and Arino Sakura for the exams. Kakashi said. I, Yukalanai, sense of the teammate Namino Uzumaki Naruto, Yuga and Aburaim Shino for exams said. Kurinai me Mato, Gay, sense of Team 9 Yagani, Rogel and Igara's Tenten. For the exams? Gay said in a serious tone that surprised everyone who expected him to start yelling. I, Saratobi Asuma, sense Yuning of Team 10 nominated Nara Shikamaru, Yamana Kano and Akimichi Chuji for the exams. Asuma finished and everyone started whispering about the rookies being nominated. Wait a minute, I understand about Naruto and Hinata, but the rest aren't ready for the exams. Irika exclaimed. Wait, you said they aren't prepared except for the last one in the class, and the shy princess said to Suma, laughing. Hey, Asuma, what do you think about a small bet? Karina asked, smiling inwardly. What kind of bet? Asuma replied. The team that the one with the most promoted members wins, Karina said. What's the prize? Asuma asked. What do you think of this? If I win, you won't smoke for a month, Karina said, and Asuma laughed. Fine, but if I win, I'll take you to a date, Asuma and Karina said, blushing slightly, and a flashback. Now, what if? Shall we fight a little to see what they've learned? I already saw them against Zabuza Yaku, but more training is never a bad thing, Karina said, and only then did she wonder if it was a good idea. Oh gee, Karina and Sensei, you against me, Naruto said, and Karina swallowed. Naruto was a chakra monster and his taijutsu was pretty good. She would have to rely on her genjutsu and hope it was enough. How wrong I was. Can I use everything? Naruto questioned Karina and wondered if she would make it out of this alive. Sure, as long as I make it out alive, she said. Naruto laughed. Get ready, Karina and Sensei, Naruto said and ran at blinding speed, colliding with Karina and whoever else. I expected it to be that fast. They both crawled across the battlefield until they stopped. Damn it. Sorry, Karina and Sensei, I forgot I deactivated my gravity seals, Naruto said, laughing as he helped Karina to get up, still dizzy from the impact. You should consider that a taijutsu move, Karina said, and she rubbed her head. It felt like she'd been hit by concrete. "Here I go," said Naruto. "Katan Guaikian Ninjutsu," he said, and sent a fireball toward Kunai, who jumped out of the way and made hand seals in A. He blinked and began to disappear into thin air. Seeing this, Naruto activated his Sharingan. Behind him appeared a tree and wrapped itself around Suyo. Kurenai appeared in the tree with a kunai ready to stab Naruto. However, Naruto used a counterjutsu with his Sharingan, and the illusion changed. Now it was Naruto who was inside the illusion. The tree was ready to kill Kurenai. Kurena, seeing this, bit her lip to quickly break the illusion. She was broken and cured, and ducked just in time to avoid a horizontal slash from the rain. Naruto saw her duck, and he adjusted quickly. He landed a powerful kick on her chest, capable of blocking it, but the force was enough to send her flying across the floor. Kurenai. He recovered and threw a couple of shurikens towards Naruto, who had his Sharingan activated, and saw that some of them didn't. They had chakra, so she realized they were an illusion and quickly dispelled them. Kurena and Sensei, Genjutsu is useless against me, even the most powerful is insignificant, said Naruto. Naruto, just because you have the Sharingan doesn't mean you're useless against me, even the most powerful is insignificant, said Naruto. Naruto, just because you have the Sharingan doesn't mean you're useless against. That means you're immune to everyone. Kurenai scolded. It's not because of the Sharingan, since I'm on good terms with it. Kyugi, he can disrupt the flow of my chakra, which dispels any illusions, Naruto and Kurena explained. He cursed his luck, there was no way he could win now, he had to catch him by surprise. They both watched each other, waiting. Neither wanted to make the first move. Suddenly, Naruto took some. He threw 5 shurikens, saying, Kage Shuriken no Jutsu. And the 5 shurikens multiplied to become 100. Naruto made more hand seals and said, Futon Daitopa. The shurikens won. They moved at incredible speed and headed straight for Kunai. I didn't have many options to dodge them, so we used Kawarimi with a nearby piece of firewood. He recovered and searched his surroundings just in time to jump out of the. I saw a hand emerge from beneath the earth, trying to grasp her as she leaped backward, a presence. He appeared behind her and said, Katsu. Naruto's clone exploded, sending Kurena crashing into a tree and leaving her between conscious and unconscious. Naruto appeared behind her with a kunai at her neck. Congratulations, Naruto, are you more than prepared for the exam? Kurena said weakly. She had almost no chakra left, and her clothes were destroyed by the explosion. You're not in good shape, Sensei said, biting his thumb and slamming his hand on the floor, after which Kuchioso Senjutsu said, and Kagura appeared. Kagura, can you heal Kurena and Sensei? I was a bit rough in the fight, Naruto said, grinning foolishly and scratching the back of his head. A little rough, you almost made it. Fly, said the Kyubi, laughing. It was just an explosive clone, and it wasn't fully charged, replied Naruto. You have good luck, otherwise you would have killed her. She didn't stand a chance against someone like you. You have better taijutsu, tuning. Genjutsu is ridiculous, and even if you can't use much genjutsu, you're immune to it, Kurama explained, and Naruto alone. Naruto and Kurenai walked back to the middle of the training field to see Hinata, amazed. She was kneeling on the floor, tending to an unconscious Shino. What happened? Kurenai asked, rubbing her ribs, which were still a little sore. I used a water jutsu and Shino didn't have time to dodge it and collided with. He knocked him out, Hinata explained. Naruto and Kurenai sweated a little at the way she said it, so casual. Or, you can go, I'll take Shino home, Kurena said, and everyone left the training grounds. Konoha Center. Naruto and Hinata walked peacefully through Konoha. They noticed that the looks Naruto was receiving were somewhat different. They showed more fear than anything else. Hey, Ayami, am I or are the looks more discreet? Naruto asked. Yeah, they don't seem to be giving you dirty looks openly, they just seem scared. I'll ask why, Hinata replied. Maybe it was because of my silly antics during the council meeting, Naruto said, laughing. Yada joined him. What do you want to do? He asked. I'm a little hungry, since I had 2 fights. How about we go for cinnamon rolls? Hinata said, her mouth watering. You really do have an exaggerated taste for them. Sweet, Naruto said, laughing. Let's go. They walked peacefully until they noticed a box following them, from Do you really think I don't notice? Naruto whispered to Hinata. She apparently replied, You can go out with Noamurud, son. Naruto, suddenly, the box exploded in a huge cloud of multicolored smoke. 3 children appeared from the smoke. He was 8 years old. The middle child was Konohamaru, the grandson of Iru and Sarutobi. The third age of God, they became good friends a few years ago. Flashback. It was the day after Genin graduation and both Naruto and Hinata was standing in front of Okuji processing their ninja licenses. Naruto's photograph was quite. She was expressive, and Okuji wanted the picture taken again. Suddenly, the bedroom door burst open. Naruto wasn't thinking as he channeled chakra into his wristbands and grabbed a few shurikens. Hey, Gigi the kid! He didn't even finish speaking before he was frozen. The boy was pinned against the wall with 10 shurikens piercing through his clothes. Hey Naruto, what are you doing? The Okuji asked, his eyes wide. Naruto was really fast. It took her a moment to react. She realized the person who had burst through the door was about 8 years old. He was old, and in his hand he held wooden shurikens. What did you expect, old man? This is what happens when Thomas, by surprise, confronts a shinobi, said Naruto, trying to apologize even if he thought he didn't. He hadn't done anything wrong. The Okuji was just a businessman, his head in the sand for his grandson Naruto. Take him down from the wall, he said. The mess. Naruto went to the boy and removed the shurikens. My fault, kid, although you shouldn't surprise a shinobi, Naruto said, and the boy kept looking at him. What's your name, boss? Can you teach me how to do that? The boy asked. I'm Naruto. Kid, you should start the academy this year, so they'll teach you this, Naruto explained. I'm not a child, I'm Sarutobi Konohamaru, future Konoha's Okuji. The boy said, now identified as Konohamaru. Naruto felt angry. He reminded him a little of himself. Suddenly, the door opened and a shinobi rushed in. Honorable Nieto, there he is. It began until he looked around the room and noticed Naruto. Oh, if it isn't the closet pervert, what are you doing here? I'm not a pervert, brat, Ebisu said, giving him a death glare. Whatever you say, he said. Naruto then performed one of his most powerful techniques, an SSS rank jutsu. Who will not be named. In a burst of smoke appeared a beautiful blonde girl, completely naked. Except for smoke covering all the important parts, both the Okuji and Ebisu flew through the air and slammed. They were lying on the floor, unconscious from blood loss. Wow, boss, teach me that jutsu. You even managed to defeat the old Yavisusens, Konohamaru said at the same time. Naruto was about to answer when? Naruto-kun, you're not going to teach him that, are you? Hinata asked, in a voice so sweet it made them both take a couple of steps back. Of course not, said Naruto. He nervously scratched the back of his head. Come on, let's go with Noamuru, let's leave him on the floor, he said. Naruto tried to calm the situation. The 3 of them then left the room. The end. The retrospective. What do you want with Noamuru? Naruto asked. Do you want to play? To be a ninja? Konohamaru asked suddenly. The 3 of them heard laughter. They turned around. And they saw Pink Ban. Sakura, what kind of ninja plays at being a ninja? He asked presumptuously. It's quite fun. In fact, you can also practice stealth, traps, strategy, and even tracking, Hinata explained, and Sakura just stared at him. Get out of here, flat-chested, Konohamaru said, and an immense silence fell over them. Konohamaru, you should run now, Naruto said as a murderous purple aura surrounded them. He wrapped Sakura around him, which would frighten Orochimaru. Konohamaru swallowed and started running with Sakura hot on his heels. Naruto and Hinata just laughed when they saw Sakura chasing Konohamaru, obviously Sakura being a fangirl. She was on a diet to maintain her figure, so she could barely keep up with an 8-year-old boy. Konohamaru followed. Running, he managed to make a sharp turn and collided with another shinobi who was turning the corner. Damn it, brat. That hurt, the shinobi said, grabbing Konohamaru by the neck, ready to punish him. Naruto and Yaina. They heard the crash and went to investigate. They arrived and saw 2 shinobi with the Sand Shinobi's idiot. The one holding Konohamaru wore a loose-fitting, black, full-body suit with a red and yellow circle on the forehead. She wore a black hood that completely covered her head and was shaped like cat ears. She also wore his forehead protector. He also carries a bundle on his back completely covered in white bandages. The other shinobi's outfit consisted of a purple, off-the-shoulder garment that extended to the middle of her thighs, a scarlet band around her waist. In addition, she wore red on her shoulders and legs and around by the neck. "Leave the child alone, Kankuro," said the kunoichi. "I have to teach him some respect." "Timar and Kankuro," answered the kunoichi. "Fine, but if you get into trouble, I won't help you," Temari replied, and Kankuro, preparing to strike Konohamaru, Sakura watched in fear until Naruto and Hinata arrived on the scene. "Hey, clown, come down with Amara, Naruto. Who are you calling a clown?" Kankuro asked. "Adi, are you carrying a full-body cat suit along with makeup?" Naruto replied. "It's not makeup, it's war paint," Kankuro said angrily. "Whatever you say, now put the kid down," Naruto said, ready to spring into action if necessary. "I'm going to teach him some manners," Kankuro said as he made a fist and prepared to punch Konohamaru. Naruto and Hinata vanished in an instant. To any untrained eye, they appeared to be mere smudges. A second later, Hinata had Temari with a kunai to her throat, and Naruto had Kankuro in the same position, the kunai and all of Naruto's had 3 points with the seal. However, none of them recognized it. "Now what do you think if we... Do you lower yourself gently?" Naruto said in his sweetest voice, and a small drop of blood fell from the neck of Kankuro. Kankuro and Temari were sweating. They hadn't been seen, they were just blurs. "Besides, your partner in the team doesn't seem happy at all," Naruto said, pointing to a nearby tree. Suddenly, another tree appeared from behind it. "A shinobi of the sand. He is slightly shorter than other males his age. He has fair skin and short, reddish hair. Pointed, it has green eyes with no distinguishable pupils, nor eyebrows. Its two truly remarkable features were, first, black rings around its eyes similar to those of a tanuki raccoon, which was a birthmark. Second, he has the kanji for love engraved on his forehead, Gagara," he said. Kankuro, in a dry voice, clearly fearing the shinobi now identified as Gaara, performed a sand shunin towards him. Team, just as Hinata and Naruto withdrew their kunai and regrouped with Sakura and the now free Ohamaru. They managed to get past Temari and Kankuro. "They're good," Gaara thought. "Stop this or I'll kill you," Temari said, and Kankuro gave a. He took a step back. "He was just teaching them a lesson," Kankuro said, his voice trembling. "Shut up, you're a disgrace to our village," Gaara said in his usual cold voice. "You know?" Naruto said, drawing the attention of Redhead. "It's nice to meet you, Ichi-1," Naruto said, and the sand team froze. They knew all too well what it meant. "How do you know?" Gaara asked. Naruto just turned to show them the kanji for 9 written on its back. "The fur ball says Tanuki is a crazy bastard," Naruto said. "Mother says you're strong. I'll prove my existence by killing you," Gaara said, unleashing her killer instinct as arena. It began to disperse from its pumpkin and dance around it. Poor Sakura was now on the floor, barely able to. He breathed from the sheer amount of killer instinct. Naruto only applied his own, which surpassed Gaara's to the point that his. The team took a step back. Temari and Kankuro were soiling their pants. Here was a Jinchuriki, like his brother, but this one had the strongest of the demons, the Kyubi Yoko. Suddenly, another team arrived where they were. This team was from the Cloud Village and they were being accompanied by their sensei, Yun. He was a man with skin, dark-skinned with a robust complexion, as well as white hair and a spiky beard. On her right shoulder she had a tattoo with the kanji for iron was tattooed on his left cheek, and on his left cheek was one with a bull's horn. His upper lip had a slightly tinted hue, darker than the lower one. He wears oval-shaped sunglasses and a white forehead protector. He also wears the traditional one-shoulder vest from his village, and a large red rope belt tied around his waist. The standard Kumo hand guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around the neck, also. He carried 7 swords on his back. The rest of his team consisted of 2 girls and a young man. One of the women had long, blonde, straight hair, tied with tight bandages, and dark eyes. She wore a short-sleeved purple blouse and black pants, both with a cloud design on them, and gloves, purple fingerless sandals, and a string of white beads around her left hand. She also wore the protector. He wore a standard-sized Kumo hat, sandals, and a kunai sheath attached to his right thigh. He also wore bandages around her legs and arms, as well as a red belt. The other girl was a dark-skinned kunoichi with. She has long red hair and amber eyes. She wears a long dress with short sleeves, complete with the white Kumogakure vest, 2 simple yellow earrings, red socks, and high boots. With saws and a forehead protector, he also carries a long sword on his back. The last member was male, it is. A dark-skinned ninja with short, spiky white hair and dark eyes accentuated with lines, curves at the corners. He wears a dark outfit consisting of a long hooded shirt, with hand guards made. Wearing red bandages and a forehead protector, he also carries a long sword, as does his companion, as is. As usual, the QB immediately warned about the others. "Is this a meeting?" Naruto asked, and they all turned to face the Kumo team. "It's good to see them, too, or I Muzumaki," Naruto said, Sakura and Konohamaru. They remained unaware of what was happening, but the rest could feel the tension rising between the teams. Jumo. He had tried to kidnap Hinata when she was 6 years old, so they were both wary of each other, and Gaara. It seemed like a point where he could jump in and attack everyone. "It's good to meet you, Mr. New. I fly like a butterfly and sting like a bee. I am the Jinchuriki of the Chibi, the powerful killer bee," shouted Bee, raising his fist in the air. "Silence," Bee shouted the blonde and hit Swanee on the head, and Yito said, "Oi, carry!" Suddenly another. The team joined in the cooling off, sensing the tension emanating from the entire village. "Do you mind if I join the party?" said a girl with green hair. Everyone turned to the newcomers, and Naruto and Hinata gasped in surprise. "I guess everyone's here for the exams?" Naruto asked, and everyone nodded. "It should be fun." "Looks like there's quite a bit of competition," Naruto said, and some people smiled, the sand around Gaara only. She was just dancing around him when she noticed the arrival of Kumo's team. Kankuro and Temari were sweating bullets. They noticed the smile on Gaara's face. Kakashi, Kiba, and Sasuke arrived promptly when they sensed the killer instinct unleashed by Naruto and Gaara when they first met. "Hey, Kakashian," Naruto said. "What's up?" "Here?" said Kakashi as he noticed what appeared to be some kind of confrontation. Kumo, Suna, and Taki's team was there. I also sensed some tension between them. "Kakashi-sensei, you'd better train your team if you want them to survive. I can guarantee you right now that everyone here will reach the end," Naruto said, and everyone smiled except for Team 7 and Kakashi, who still didn't know what was going on. "What are you doing? What makes you say that?" Kakashi asked. And Naruto laughed. "What's so funny, Dobe?" Sasuke asked. "Nothing," Naruto replied. "Kakashi-sensei began. Ichi 1, he said, pointing at Gaara. Ni 2, he said, pointing at Yujito. Nana 7, he said, pointing at Fu. Achi 8 said, pointing at Killer Bear. Ku 9 said. While he was aiming, when Naruto finished, Kakashi's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. In front of him, 5 of the 9 Jinchuriki were there. It was extremely rare for them to meet by mere chance, but it seems fate played a part in this. "Don't try to look like Sasuke-kun," Sakura shouted. "Shut up, Sakura. I'm allowing entry to the exams, but if you face one of these teams, do you give up at that moment?" "Am I being clear?" Kakashi asked seriously, and she nodded. "As if I could win against an Uchiha," Sasuke said with his traditional, arrogant smile. "I will enjoy spilling your noble blood, Yukiya," Gaara said, and everyone trembled. "Furball is right, you're a Tanuki at heart," Naruto said, and Yito, Fu, and Bee laughed. "That was funny. See you in the exam," Naruto said, and left with Hinata. The rest soon dispersed and went to attend to their own affairs. Team 7, I was serious when I said that if they face any of those teams, they should run. Am I being clear? Kakashi asked, and both Kiba and Sakura nodded quickly. "HN," was Uchiha's reply. "Let's train. They need to be better prepared for this," Kakashi said, dragging his team onto the training field. Naruto and Hinata, who would have thought so many of us would be competing? Naruto said. "The exams? They'll be interesting," he said. "Don't tell me you want to fight them," Hinata said. "Sure, all the Jinchuriki. They tend to be strong. It's not fun fighting weak opponents," he said. "Naruto and Hinata are just businessmen with their heads. Come on, I'll show you some tricks that will help you against the Jinchuriki, since you might need them against 3 of them," Naruto said. "Team Gaara of the Sand, I think we should avoid that guy." "Blonde," Kankuro said. "I was scared of both of them." "Silence, I'll enjoy spilling his blood as much as Lukia's." "Yes, I will prove my existence with the blood of both of them," Gaara said. "With the team of Kumo. That blonde guy seems strong," Yujito began. "Do you think he can work with the Kubi?" she asked. Achubi says that Kyubi never got along with its host. Let's hope that's true, even Achubi can't in its own way. On the contrary, said Killer Bear. What if we end up facing him in the exams and then he releases the Kyubi? That would lead to the destruction of the Hidden Leaf Village, Oma said, taking a tentai from Karui. The way he knows us all. It seems he's at least talking to him. Just be careful, be said for the first time without rhyming, Team Taki. How? Do you know the blonde boy? Asked one of Fu's teammates. He escorts his team to our village in a mission, Fu explained. Be careful. He faced a Konoha Nupnin named Ao and defeated him, although this. It was a hoing, she said, and her team's eyes widened. Did he use the power of the Kyubi? The other member asked. No. I didn't feel anything at all, it was just him, so let's be careful around him. Also, the girl he saw is his girlfriend. She also took charge of a jouning, so we keep our distance from this team, Fu said, and the others? They nodded foolishly. A week later, Naruto and Hinata were home. They were getting ready to go to the academy to start the exam. Both had new wristbands with storage seals. For shurikens, sambunas, and swords, each carried a roll of supplies. Food, first aid kits, a few poisons and antidotes in general, everything you could possibly need. You never knew what might happen or what kind of exam you'd face. Ready? Hinata asked. Yeah, let's kick some ass. But, Naruto replied, and immediately left the house for the academy. They arrived at the academy using the Shunin. Noticed that Shino was already there waiting for them. Sorry if we're late, it took some time to gather the supplies, Naruto said. No problem, let's go, Shino said, and the three of them entered the academy. Team 8. He entered the academy to find his sensei waiting for them. Karina and Sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. I stopped here to wish you all good luck. I'm glad you all decided to participate, Karina said. Thank you, Sensei, let's go. Kick ass, Naruto and Karina said, smiling. Team 8 continued walking through the academy, heading to the designated room, which was room number 1 on the 3rd floor. They arrived and noticed a small group of genin trying. Enter the exam room. Genjutsu whispered to Hinata about her team, and they both nodded. It's your cousin's team. You must be trying to hide his ability, Naruto said, just as they were about to go to the room. Next floor, as this was the wrong one, masked by a small genjutsu, Team 7 arrived, inserting his nose. Dispel the genjutsu now, Sasuke ordered. Idiot, Naruto thought. Yada. And sure thought the same. My failed cousin, what are you doing here? Neji asked. A confident tone. Neji was Hinata's cousin and recognized as a prodigy of the Yuga clan. From what little she knew, Neji had long black hair that reached halfway down her back and was tied in a ponytail a few centimeters high. Before the end, while 2 ribbons attached to a forehead protector beneath his ninja headband frame him. Face, he wears a black forehead protector and a colored shirt. Khaki shirt underneath, which she wears another blue one with red armor underneath them, dark brown shorts and blue shinobi sandals. He also wears bandages around his right arm, chest, and left leg. Participating in the exam, of course, she explained. It seems different, at least hers does. The stuttering stopped. Neji thought, it's useless. You're destined to be a loser and a useless kunoichi, she replied. Neji, I don't believe in fate, and I will rise above it as you should. Nobody. He controls destiny. We make our own decisions, Hinata explained, trying to catch up with the stubborn one. His cousin, it's not possible. You can't change fate, and I'll prove it in these exams, Neji said and approached Yada. He just shook his head. I guess we'll have to beat him to prove that fate means nothing, he said. Naruto and Hinata were just walking. Neji wasn't a bad person, he was just blinded by his own biases. Because of his hatred for the main house of the Yuga clan, another member of Neji's team took a step towards Team 7. An 8, he had very thick eyebrows and large, round black eyes with very prominent eyelashes. His hair was styled in a bowl cut like Gai Sensei's, and he also wore the same outfit consisting of a suit, green, orange leg warmers, and a red forehead protector worn as a belt. Damn, he's a clone of Gai, Naruto shouted. I see you know my great sensei, Mato Gai. I'm Rogel. It's a pleasure to meet such a great person, Lu shouted, causing some people to put their hands to their ears, thinking it was a wind jutsu. Yes, it's nice to meet you. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said, extending his hand, which Sasuke gladly took. Are you Uchiha Sasuke? The shinobi with the duck-like hairstyle, who was standing nearby, asked. In fact, everyone would know who he was since he was wearing the Uchiha symbol was on his shirt, and he was the last of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. The boy turned to look at him and merely nodding. I want to fight you, Lee said in his trademark boyish pose. Well, you know who I am and still? You want to fight me? You're an idiot, but it'll be a good warm-up, Sasuke said. Come on, I want to see this, he said. Naruto and the teams went with Lee to watch the match. Dove, watch carefully and you might learn something. Something, Sasuke said boastfully to Naruto, who was standing on a balcony. That's what I intend, he replied. Naruto activated his Sharingan, concealing it beneath his usual genjutsu. Both Sasuke and Lee were facing off while the rest of Team 7 watched, with Team 8 strange, Naruto thought as he analyzed. Lee with his Sharingan, can you check Lee's chakra levels? Naruto and Hinata asked, activating. He gasped, I don't think he can use chakra, his circulatory system is too small. You probably can't mold it, Hinata explained. Lee was basically a civilian. That's what I thought. If you can't use genjutsu or ninjutsu, you can only resort to taijutsu, so it must be good, Naruto said and saw the beginning of the fight. Sasuke vs. Rogal. Sasuke charged forward and tried to strike Liago, but it vanished just as Sasuke's punch was about to connect. Sasuke regained his balance just in time to see Lee in the air, about to spin and say with a swirling blade, making an attempt to kick Sasuke, who ducked to avoid it. Seeing that Sasuke dodged his attack, Lee put his hand on the ground and tried to perform another spinning kick. Sasuke saw it and knew he wouldn't be able to dodge it, but he tried to block it. Lee, however, was faster and the kick connected with Sasuke's face and sent him reeling across the floor. A good opponent gives me the opportunity to do this, Sasuke said, and he saw Lee with Team 8. Oh, Sasuke managed to activate his precious Sharingan, Naruto said. 2 tomo in each eye, not bad. Sasuke vs. Rogue. With these eyes, they're invincible. Sasuke smiled arrogantly. So that's the Sharingan, he said, preparing to continue the duel. Sasuke ran. He advanced, confident in his superiority. Lee did the same, but managed to get past his defenses and positioned himself. He stood next to Sasuke. He bent down and kicked him in the chin, sending him flying through the air and crashing to the ground. Again, Sasuke stood up, wondering what was happening, and ran back towards Lee. They faced off, but he won every fight, often sending him crawling across the floor. Sasuke's Sharingan was ineffective against Team 8. Well, Sasuke doesn't stand a chance, said Naruto. The Sharingan can't track him, Hinata asked. The Sharingan can track Lee, however, Sasuke isn't fast enough to position himself in the place to block attacks. Even if Sasuke can clearly see Lee's attacks, he cannot defend himself against them. That's one reason why I trained my body and used gravity seals. The Sharingan alone isn't enough. All powerful, Naruto explained. So there's a weakness in those eyes, Shino said. The weakness isn't something derived not from the eyes, but from the fact that Sasuke's body is not trained enough to handle those speeds, so he can't keep up. Let's go, this fight. It's over, said Naruto, and Team 8 left in the direction of the exam room. As it was about to begin, exam room, Team 8 arrived at the correct floor and stopped near the exam room and opened the doors. They entered and were met with murderous intent. However, for someone who sensed the Kai, that there was something like this, didn't even bother them. Naruto entered the room and he scanned with his hidden Sharingan, recording as many faces as possible, observing weapons and other details that he could find. He also noticed the teams from Kumo, Taki, and Suna. Moments later, Team 7. He arrived with Sasuke in bad shape. His right cheek was bruised, and neither of them knew medical ninjutsu, so it remained like that. Looks like the whole gang's here, Kiba said as they entered the room and saw the equipment. Number 10. Sasuke, do you want me to heal your face? Hinata asked. Even after despite everything he suffered, he was a kind person. This scratch is nothing, Sasuke said. First of all, Sasuke is so strong, Sakura thought as she wandered in her thoughts about healing her Uchiha. Sasuke-kun, shouted Ino as she ran to hugging poor Yukiya from behind, despite Sakura's protests. I thought you weren't coming, fans, said one girl. Everyone turned and saw Yujiro walking towards Naruto with her team. Whiskers is a good name. Don't you dare, Hinata said, laughing. What are you going to do? Naruto commented. What are you going to do? Hinata asked mockingly. He simply shrugged and kissed her on the lips, leaving her dizzy. Wow, do I get one of those every time I... Did I call you mustache? Hinata asked, tapping her chin in a way that made her look really cute. Get a room, Ino said, making them both blush. What bad luck. I grimace. Cute guys always. They're drunk, keep quiet, a guy said, and everyone turned to look at him. She wore a pair of round glasses. She had hazel eyes and ash-colored hair, which she kept in a ponytail. His hair extended down his upper back, and his sideburns framed his forehead. He wore a purple shirt. Dark with a high collar, white shirt, dark purple fingerless gloves, with metal plates on the back of the hand, a white wristband worn at an angle, dark purple pants, blue sandals, and a kunai case. On the left leg, they're making everyone more nervous, already. That's enough as it is, the man said, pointing at the AIM ninjas present in the room. Who are you? Sakura asked. I'm Yakuza Kabuto, but you're all rookies, so I imagine you don't know that. He explained. Kabuto, have you already taken the exams? Sakura asked. Actually, it's my 7th. I'm trying. Kabuto explained, scratching the back of his head. Man, you must be weak, Kiba said. Exams aren't easy, maybe I can show you some information, Kabuto said, taking a deck of cards out of his pocket. These are chakra cards. They react to my chakra signature and reveal the information on them. As you can see, there are teams from every country except Iwaikiri. As expected, IWA hates Kanoikiri. Civil War, can I give you some information on everyone here? He concluded, and Naruto began to suspect, how could he? Did Kabuto have information on shinobi from other villages? However, he decided to test his theories. I want information. Enai and Yujito from Kumo, Sabakunogara from Sanuna, said Naruto, and Yujito crossed her arms. You could always ask. I know, Naruto said, but you can always lie. She made a sound of indignation. Let's begin. With Sabakunogara, son of the Kazakage, his team consists of his brother Sabakuno Kankuro and sister Sabakuno Temari and her sensei. Their skills are well known. He completed 10 D-rank missions, 15 C-rank missions, and 1 B-rank mission. There's a note that says, who returned from all the missions without a scratch. It seems there are some pretty strong people this year, Kabuto said, and some. They trembled. Now not even Yujito of Kumo is on a team with Omoi and Karui and their sense. Killer Bear, the card shows that he has very good taijutsu and ninjutsu and no talent in genjutsu. He has completed 10 D-rank missions, 5 B-rank missions. What about the genin and their missions? Kabuto said, and Naruto laughed. Now I want some information about Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha, Yujito said, and Kabuto took his letter. Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. Konoha is on a genin team with Yuga Natada and Aburame Shino under the orders of the Jounin Yumi Kulinai, the lady of the Konoha's genjutsu is the last of the academy with Bijou Taijutsu, medium ninjutsu and no talent for genjutsu. But there's a note that says he created an S-rank lightning jutsu. Kabuto started it, and everyone's eyes widened. Now. Missions 65, rank D, 14, rank C, 1 rank B, 1 rank A, so what the hell? 2 S ranks, Kabuto explained, and everyone was practically mopping the floor with their jaws, a genin with missions. Ranjira heard. Naruto glanced at Kabuto. One of those S-rank missions were supposed to be a secret. That kid is a mystery, a mediocre yet still prepared mission man. High rank, Yujito thought. Rank is, how are you still alive? Kiba shouted, stay silent. I can't say anything. SAS rank missions, their disclosure is punishable by death, Naruto said, and everyone saw him, but I can explain the other missions if anyone wants a Kenjutsu confrontation, he said, smiling. Did you really create an S-rank lightning release jutsu? Yujito asked. Lightning release jukus are the specialty of his village, and S-rank moves are commonly of that type, Naruto only. It was moving forward, and everyone was having their doubts. It's true, I saw it, Kiba said. And everyone saw it. It was amazing. He sent a white ball shot into the sky and lightning formed. Then, somehow, he commanded the thunder and it struck a bridge, vaporizing everyone around it and killing around 100 thugs, in addition to destroying the bridge. Kiba explained. Everyone saw the blonde man, who was becoming uncomfortable and more suspicious of Kabuto. If he's the last of the Academy, I don't want to know about Rookie of the Year, Kabuto and Sasuke said, smiling. You know? Pup, it hurts too. Snakes, something's not right here, Kurama said, and Naruto made a mental note to send another fox spy. Late silence, now sit down and let's begin the exam, Ibiki shouted, and everyone. They fell silent and turned to face Ibiki, who was at the entrance of the room with some Chunin nearby. Show your ID and take a number to be seated. We'll begin with the written exam, Ibiki explained. Exam. Written, that sucks, Naruto thought. A few minutes later, everyone was sitting with their exam in front of them and the head down. Around them were Chunin with some whiteboards. Surprisingly, Hinata managed to sit down. Next to Naruto, this exam has some rules. Number 1, each. It starts with 10 points. Each wrong answer deducts 1 point. Number 2. The overall grade is based on your entire team, Yiki explained, and some gasped. Kiba, you'd better pass or I'll kill you, Sasuke thought, seeing the looks on his team's faces. Kiba started to sweat. Number 3, every time. Those caught cheating will lose 2 points. If caught 5 times, the entire team will be penalized. Automatically disqualified. The last question is answered at the end. You have 45 minutes to answer the 10 questions. Begin. I'm finishing up. Ibiki. Naruto picked up his pencil and turned his paper over to be confronted with extremely difficult questions. What the hell? Is this it? These questions aren't for Genin, Naruto thought, and looked around the classroom. Everyone seemed. They're lost, except for a few who were writing. I know some, but 90% of the people here can't. Just one answer. Something's not right here, Naruto thought, and he began to ponder what Ibiki had said. Naruto knew that Ibiki was the leader of the interrogation and torture division, and that he focused on mental torture. If they're caught cheating, they lose points. Now I understand, we're supposed to cheat, but without getting caught. This must be an exercise in gathering information, Naruto thought. Looking around the room, he noticed Hinata. His Yakugan was active, and he was already starting to write. Shino was using his insects to gather information. Kiba used Akamaru, who was on his head, high enough to see everyone else's leaves. Tenten used mirrors on the ceiling so she could see the reflections of other genin. Sakura wrote on her own, since she was he was a bookworm and could easily solve the exam. Sasuke had active. His Sharingan allowed him to copy someone else's hand movements. Naruto waited a few minutes until he saw someone lower their exam as a sign that it was over. They must have put some cheat sheets lying around to solve the exam, she thought. Now, cheating? I don't want to copy someone's hand movements, it's pathetic. She'd already thought about it. Naruto activated his Su and quickly used his camouflage to send his own leaf to his alternate dimension. Naruto focused on. He took the sheet from the Chunin and used the Kamui to switch the papers. He took the sheet from his personal dimension and placed it on the table. He simply erased Chunin's name and wrote his own. Naruto lowered his head and decided to sleep now that the first part of the exam was over. Now that the weaker students have been separated, let's begin with the last question, without. However, this has its own rules. It started, and Vicky and everyone focused. Number 1, they can choose whether they want to or don't answer the question, Ibiki said. What happens if we choose not to answer it? Temari asked. If they choose not to answer, they automatically fail, Ibiki explained. So, of course, we will answer. Someone answered. However, if they choose to answer it and get it wrong, they will fail and they are forbidden from taking this exam again, which means they will remain genin for the rest of their lives, he explained. Yiki, what? Someone shouted. You can't do that. There are people here retaking the exam, Kiba said. I guess they're unlucky. My exam, my rules. If you don't want to take a risk, give up, Ibiki said, and they all began. They went to think, and some left. A few minutes later, Ibiki noticed that Naruto was half asleep and threw a kuna which landed right in front of him. Naruto didn't even flinch. Wake up, Naruto, Ibiki shouted. We're just done with this. Naruto began, and Ibiki raised an eyebrow. I don't give up, and I never will, even if I'll remain a genin for the rest of my life. I'll be the first genin Kage, Naruto said, smiling, and Vicky looked around. From the fourth room, he noticed that the rest of the genin were somehow inspired by his little chat. If nobody wants leave, then there's one last thing I have to say. You all pass, Ibiki said. What? Why? He asked. Kiba, it seems he's figured it out, Ibiki said, pointing at Naruto. This suspenseful moment marked the beginning of the first part of The exam was about gathering information. If you remember, Ibiki said that if we were caught, we'd lose points, that alone. He meant that they had to cheat without getting caught. Information is half the battle, the last part was. To know if we have the guts to be Chunin, you can't quit just because it's hard, it's expected that a Chunin is a leader and as such must inspire courage and confidence in his team, Naruto explained, and most of the rookies understood. As if it had grown a second head, Ibiki said exactly that until someone burst through the window. Everyone was watching something enter through the window. Suddenly, a woman appeared in the middle of the room. She sent two kunai to the ceiling to secure what appeared to be a sign. Referee for the second round, MIT, Anko began. She screamed, but Naruto cut her off. Hey Anko! Naruto said, gesturing with his arm. Damn it, Naruto! You ruined my entrance! Anko shouted. Come on, don't be mad, Anko-chan. Naruto said, emphasizing the last part. I'll kill you later, brat. Now everyone to training camp 44. Be there in 20 minutes or you'll be expelled, go! Anko said, and everyone hurriedly left the room. Naruto and Hinata only used Chunin to get there. Chapter 14, The Forest of Death. Training Camp 44, also known as the Forest of Death, was the training camp. The deadliest forest in Konoha is reserved only for Chunin Zambu. The forest itself contains various deadly monsters and animals. From enormous spiders and bears to giant tigers, plus countless other monstrous creatures, the Forest of the Death is the site where the second round of the Chunin exams is usually held in Leaf Village. The exams. They are celebrated in various countries and rotated. Every 3 years they are held in Konoha. For everyone in Konoha. The Forest of Death, as the name suggests, is hell and a place to be avoided. Obviously, this is not. This applies to the deranged snake lady, also known as Anko. For her, it is her place outside the home and that's why he's always in charge of the second round. Of the originally 200 applicants to the more than half of the applications failed the first test. Now we are at the entrance to the Forest of the Death. Okay, worms, welcome to my home, Training Camp 44, also known as the Forest of Death, Anko said, and received the desired reaction from some genin, fearful as they should have been. Even Chunin cannot travel through the forest without getting hurt. Anko saw Naruto and noticed he was unaffected and decided to play a little game. He threw a kunai that lightly cut his cheek. However, the kunai simply passed through it and hit the floor. Naruto's expression turned worried and panicked as he began to look with his hands to see if he was in one piece, or so it seemed. I'm not a ghost, Naruto said, and he felt excited when he saw that everyone had incredulous looks. Anko disappeared in a blur and reappeared behind Naruto with a kuna and in his. You seem confident, knack children, like you are killed first, Anko said, pressing her body against his back. From him and licking his cheek, Hinata's eyebrow began to tremble, and when she was about to use a Hyukuken against the bitch, to keep her away from Naruto, saw him smile, Naruto dissolved into a cloud of black crows that flew and they began to surround Hanko. The crows flew towards her and transformed into shuriken that flew towards Hanko. Genjutsuki, Hanko thought, and increased her chakra, causing the shuriken to disappear. She looked around and found Naruto, not far away, was smiling at him. Genjutsu, not bad, he said. Brat. And no. You seem scared of the forest, Anko stated. Those things are nothing compared to the furball, she said. Naruto. And Anko let out a laugh. She had the nerve to call the Kubi a furball. I told you I'm not a furball. Hair, the Kubi shouted inside his mind. Indeed you are. You have hair that is soft and nice to cuddle with. In the shrill Naruto, in a typical fangirl fashion, Kurama simply sweated a drop and cursed Kami for having finished with this container. Okay, kids, let me explain how this works. See these? He said, and showed them all the scrolls he held in his hands. These are scrolls of earth and sky. Each team receives one. To pass this exam, they must obtain the other one and reach the tower located in the middle of the forest. They have 5 days, Anko explained. What about food? Chui asked, panicking at the thought that they would spend 5 days in the forest surrounded by monsters. They might get killed if they didn't bring supplies, Anko said. They also need to sign these documents so that Konoha cannot be blamed for their deaths, he said, adding that some. They trembled at the thought. Oh yes, there will be deaths, just thinking about that blood makes me jump for joy," she said. Hanko, in an overly cheerful tone, proceeded to distribute the forms, and once everyone had signed and after receiving their rolls, each team went to their respective gate, Gate 10, 5 minutes before the start. "How? What do we do?" Shino asked. They decided to finalize their plan before the exam. "Let's begin. What do you say we head straight for the tower? If we find any team, we'll eliminate them, otherwise. That way we can trap them near the tower," Naruto said. Nada and Shino nodded. "Shino, do you think you can keep the... Should I run for 10 miles? Naruto asked. "Should be fine," Shino replied. "Oh, 3, 2, 1, start," he said. Hanko's voice came over the loudspeaker, and teammates sprang into action, running through the doors and heading for the tower. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," Naruto said, and created 15 clones, divide into 5 teams of 3 each and area while a team remains behind to ensure we have a backup plan in case we fall into a. Naruto ordered the trap, and 4 groups of clones rushed forward and to the sides, while 1 group he would follow from behind. "Inada used Tokugan only to make sure nothing happens to my clones," Naruto said. And Inada was thinking about activating the Sub-Byakugan. Naruto expanded his senses and Shino used their insects. Teammate were, among other things, experts in tracking, so nothing would approach them without their knowledge. They ran through the forest until Naruto received feedback from one from his clones, a team of enemies a few hundred meters ahead, Naruto said, and they all cautiously approached. Teammate approached with Sigil, or rather, Aim's unsuspecting team. Naruto and Inada used Samban and with the precision of a surgeon, they put the 3 members in a death-like state by striking them in the neck with the. They gathered around the fallen team and looted their bags until they found the roll of earth. "Good. Just the one we need. Let's get to the tower, as fast as we can. If you can't carry it, I'll carry you," Shino, Naruto said, and Shino. Negotiating with their heads, they headed for the tower at full speed when Teammate felt a huge increase in chakra. "That's not a genin and not a Jinchuriki," said Naruto, and the team stopped, searching to find out where it came from. "I'm coming, I'm going to investigate. You guys go to the tower, you have my Lyrisin marker. If you need help, once I'm finished, I'll teleport to your location," Naruto said. "Why?" Hinata asked. "It could be one of ours in trouble," Naruto said, preparing to jump. "Be careful," Hinata said, and he kissed her on the cheek. "For good luck," he said. "Don't worry," Naruto replied and jumped toward the trees. A second later it had disappeared. Yada Suspur and the rest of the teammate was heading towards the tower. Naruto was running towards the location of the chakra disturbance when he felt 2 presences near him. He saw the chakra levels and saw that one was around Join, while the other. He was at cage level. He recognized Hunin chakra. It was Anko, however, the other. It was unknown. He had never sensed chakra anywhere on the leaf, and there was no one in the village with that much chakra. Except for him and the Okaji, Naruto approached them with extreme caution. He could hear them talking and sense. Hanko was furious and Greek, scared. Hanko being scared wasn't something. "Well, Anko-chan, how have you been?" the other voice said in a mocking tone. "What? What are you doing here, Orochimaru?" Anko asked, spitting out his name. Orochimaru. Naruto thought as he continued watching, ready to jump if necessary. He was leaving a gift to a promising gene, Orochimaru said cryptically. "Don't you dare," Anko said. "Why so angry?" "Anko-chan, didn't you like my gift?" Orochimaru asked. Anko had had enough. She grabbed a kunai and lunged at him. Orochimaru made the tiger seal and activated the cursed seal, causing her to fall to the floor screaming in pain. "You forget your place," said Orochimaru Senijutsu, hand of hidden snakes. Orochimaru said, extending his arm towards Anko and sending a pair of snakes to bite her. "Fireball technique," Naruto said, and sent small fireballs toward the snakes, destroying them. Naruto jumped between Orochimaru and Anko, approached her, and noticed she was clutching her neck in pain. Seeing on his neck, Naruto saw a strange, glowing mark, curse seal. Naruto thought, well, a little gene came to the rescue. "How lovely," Orochimaru said mockingly. "Any ideas, Fox?" Naruto asked. "That snake must be here for a reason. Any real fight would attract too much attention." "Use my chakra as much as you can and try to hold on," Kurama suggested, and Naruto did as he was told. Using the chakra of the Cubilo, high enough to attract the attention of any ANBU patrolling the area. Kyuubi child. Orochimaru thought. Well, if it isn't Kyuubi child, I suppose. I can play for a while, Orochimaru said. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, trying to. Buy me some time, snakes tend to be rather slippery, so you know who I am. I'm honored, he said. Orochimaru laughed. I'm here to leave Lucky a small gift, he said. Gift? You call a stupid seal a gift? Damn it, a gift? Naruto asked angrily. Stay focused, pup. He's not someone you can play with, Kurama said. Of course he's a gift. When I destroy the sound team, I sent someone to kill him. He'll realize the power he can gain, Orochimaru said. Sasuke, you bastard, I already. You did this to Enko, and now to Sasuke? Naruto said, running towards Orochimaru and confronting him using taijutsu. Stubborn, isn't it? Orochimaru said, Naruto yelled, and Katsu said, and his clone exploded, sending Orochimaru crashing into a tree. That's amazing, he said as he watched Naruto leave the bush where he was. Hidden, what do you want with Sasuke? Naruto asked. I simply desire his eyes, Orochimaru said, the Sharingan. Then it might be wise to hide mine. I don't want a pedophile behind me, Naruto thought, and ran off again. He was prepared to face him in taijutsu. Orochimaru simply dodged every attack Naruto made, doubling his. His body was at unnatural angles, is that all? Orochimaru asked in a tone of mocking. It's time for the big guns, Naruto thought, and took a completely different stance. He activated Sunsen hit it, his face emotionless, while his cold blue eyes gazed at Orochimaru. Fire, release, fire. No jutsu, Naruto said, and launched fireballs that Orochimaru easily dodged. Naruto decided to use a wide-angle attack. Range, he performed a Kajabunsen and they both said, Fire, Ryuken Jutsu, wind release. Daitopa. The result was a torrent of fire from a wide area that headed towards Orochimaru and incinerated the surroundings. Enko just watched in wonder. There was some Joing that couldn't do. He did all this without fainting from lack of chakra. The fire died, and Naruto watched as Orochimaru slowly disappeared, until it was revealed to be nothing more than a Kawarini. Naruto looked around and sensed Orochimaru just in time to. He jumped from a hand that reached out to grab him. Orochimaru emerged, and Naruto appeared. Behind him, Raikiri shouted Naruto as he rose from the ground and attempted to stab Orochimaru in the chest. Orochimaru hadn't expected this technique from a genin and quickly abandoned the path. However, it wasn't. He was fast enough, and the Raikiri managed to cut off Taho's right arm. This kid is dangerous. If he hadn't. If he dodged it, he could have killed me, Orochimaru thought as he watched Naruto, who wasn't even showing signs of stop. Well, you really are something else. It's a shame you didn't. You can be my next vessel, Orochimaru said as he opened his mouth to inhuman proportions and spat out another. Orochimaru leaving his skin behind. What the hell are you? Naruto asked, feeling a little disgusted as Orochimaru. He spat at himself. That was fun, but I must go. We'll see each other again, Orochimaru said and sank into the floor. He decided to leave as two groups of ANBU approached. Naruto turned to Henko, who had a look of surprise. Are you okay, Hank? He asked. Damn, that kid was amazing, Enko cried, but quickly winced in pain just as the ANBU arrived accompanied by Okaji. Naruto-kun, what's up? Okaji asked. He was carrying his equipment. A battle that consisted mainly of black armor with metal shields on the arms and legs. Orochimaru. He's here, and I think he activated the cursed seal on Enko's neck, Naruto said, and Okaji's eyes widened. They widened? What's he doing here? The Okajiro asked, loud enough for Naruto to hear. He's behind the Sasuke's Sharingan. I think he gave him the curse seal, Naruto explained to the suspicious old man, his prodigy student. It had become his biggest mistake. Take Enko to the hospital, said the Okage, and the Umbud disappeared. Naruto. Do you have the scrolls? He asked, and Naruto ascended. But I'll go after Sasuke. Orochimaru sent a sound team. I'm after him to kill him, Naruto said. Alright, be careful, I already took a risk. Too much for interfering with the exams, said the Okage and left the forest. Naruto made shadow clones and scattered them. He ran through the forest as far as he could to find Sasuke. Naruto ran through the forest as fast as he could, covering as much of the area as he could. An hour later, he finally sensed Sakura's chakra signature. He could feel it from Sasuke, but he was different and weaker. He reached Sakura and noticed it was Chaos Sakura. She was on the floor with her hair cut in half and she had kunai wounds. Lee was there, but he was bleeding and had some bruises. Team 10 seemed to be trying to fight off the enemy, but they weren't having any luck, and finally Kiba, who was on the floor, was knocked out. Pathetic, all of you, Dosa said, and sounded as he took. He drew a kunai and approached Sasuke to kill him. No one could stop him. Naruto used a Shunin technique in front of him and struck him a kick that sent him crawling across the floor. Everyone was happy to see that someone had arrived to help, even if it was Naruto. Another one, they keep coming, Sokka said, getting angry. Every time he tried to kill Yukiya, someone got in his way. Why don't you just leave? You're no match for me, Naruto said, smiling. I'll wipe that smile off your face, Dosa mocked, folding his arms and showing his gauntlets. Melody Arm said and channeled chakra through his arm. Naruto, who had his Sharingan active, he could see sound waves filled with chakra. Could this be good? Naruto thought. Dosu? He sensed as the waves. They traveled through the air and struck Naruto, but they didn't do anything to him. Naruto waited a few seconds and noticed that everyone, they were all looking at him. Yado, was he supposed to do something to me? Naruto asked, seething with anger inside. The rest of the rookies who were awake saw the blonde boy. Lee was knocked down by that jutsu, and yet Naruto remained there as if nothing would have happened. That gauntlet must be defective. I'll take care of this myself, Sokka said and gave a. I stepped forward with the goal, determined the combat in an attack. Zenurua, decapitating air waves, said Sokka, and she channeled chakra through her arms to send a gust of wind in Naruto's direction. Naruto remained in the sight and activated his Kamui to let the attack pass through his own. Sokka watched as the cloud of sound began to. They dispersed, but Naruto was still in the same place. Nice breeze, Naruto said, smiling. You got angry and channeled so much chakra as if it were the pipes that ran beneath his skin. Zenakura. Extreme headwind waves, he said, and sent a powerful gust of wind toward the enemy. Naruto, seeing as the blast approached, he realized he had to get Kiba and Sasuke out of the way. He ran towards them and activated his Kamui to protect them. Once the attack was over and the dust cloud settled, Sokka sounded as it scanned the area. And he found nothing. I blew them to bits, Sokka said, smiling confidently. Raker and Sokka became fair. A moment to see a hand covered in lightning pierce his chest and heart. Sokka let out a muffled cry that he didn't even have time to leave his mouth as he fell to the floor, dead. Dawson's eyes widened at the sight of his companion. The team fell to the floor dead. The blonde boy had been playing with them all this time. He had killed Sokka with an attack and they hadn't even seen him move. If you give us the scroll, we'll leave you alone, Naruto said in a. His tone was devoid of any emotion. The rookies simply watched as Naruto effortlessly killed the shinobi with the who had problems. Sakura trembled with fear, both from the sound team and from Naruto's arrival. He had killed someone in cold blood, piercing their chest with his own hand. Dosa trembled as he took his scroll and she left it on the floor and ran quickly alongside her teammate. Chin, how nice that you. Niji, Naruto said as he sensed Lee's teammates arriving on the scene. What happened here? What did they do to Lee? Niji said, activating Subbyakugan and preparing to attack until he received answers. Soon, a burst of chakra was felt by everyone in the area. He turned to find Sasuke, rising up slowly, with a kind of purple chakra swirling around him. His body was covered in a kind of black tattoos. Yes, with this power I can kill him, Sasuke said to no one in particular. He could feel the power coursing through his body, a gift from Orochimaru. Sasuke looked around too. He tested his new powers and quickly made eye contact with Naruto, who was near a dead body. Naruto, fight me, I want to test my new powers, Sasuke ordered, and he ran towards Naruto to fight him in a taijutsu. Sasuke, learn this, Sakura said, crying on the floor. This was too much for her, she had to defend. Sasuke and Kiba were crushed. She saw someone bite Sasuke's neck, leaving a strange mark, and she was seeing how Sasuke seemed to be losing control. I thought, I don't have time for this. I won't allow him to use the curse seal more time, Naruto thought. Naruto easily dodged Sasuke and got behind him, quickly catching up. Nay. Do you mind? Naruto asked. Neji smiled and climbed down from the tree. He approached Uchiha and deactivated his Sharingan, quickly knocking him out. After closing some Tenkeis, Naruto sighed. Now that everyone was more calmed down, let's leave this place. Everyone has their issues, he asked, and everyone nodded. Very well, everyone a part of. Let's go, Naruto said, and they just stared at him. What do you mean we touched you? Neji asked as he. Their eyes narrowed. Just put a hand on my shoulder or something. Neji, pick up Lee, Sakura, pick up Sasuke and Kiba, Naruto said, and everyone gathered around him. They disappeared, and in what seemed like an instant, they fell near the tower where Hinata and Shino were waiting for them. Wow, transporting everyone with me takes a lot of chakra, he thought. Naruto caught his breath. Hinata called after him and quickly went to check on him. What happened? She asked if Team 7 had been ambushed by Orochimaru. She gasped. Naruto, how did you manage to bring us here? The tower so fast? Tenten asked. Naruto started sweating. He didn't think. Be careful, and it would be a problem if they knew about him so soon. It's a space-time technique like jutsu of summoning. Can I teleport to where Hinata is? Naruto explained, hoping they would believe him and not do more questions. She went upstairs and they all entered the tower only to find an empty room. I think we should open the scrolls, Hinata said, and Naruto did as instructed. They opened them, and he saw that it was a quick summoning scroll. Throw them on the ground, Naruto shouted, and the scroll began to emit smoke. Both scrolls disappeared, and in the middle of as the smoke dissipated, a person could be seen in the middle of the room. Congratulations on passing the second round, said Team 8. She realized it was Kalina, Sense, and everyone else said at the same time. Let's go in. You and the rest of the teams on the sheet are the second to arrive. Only the arena team has arrived. You have 4 days to rest and regain their strength, Kalina said, and led his team to their quarters where they should stay.